Book 4, Chapter 12 of Ben-Hur. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Ben-Hur, A Tale of the Christ, by Lew WALLACE. Book 4, Chapter 12. The palace across the river nearly opposite Simonides' place is said to have been completed by the famous Epiphanes, and was all such a habitation can be imagined, though he was a builder whose taste ran to the immense rather than the classical, now so called, an architectural imitator, in other words, of the Persians instead of the Greeks. The wall enclosing the whole island to the water's edge, and built for the double purpose of bulwark against the river and defence against the mob, was said to have rendered the palace unfit for constant occupancy, insomuch that the legates abandoned it and moved to another residence erected for them on the western ridge of Mount Sulpius, under the temple of Jupiter. Persons were not wanting, however, who flatly denied the bill against the ancient abode. They said, with shrewdness at least, that the real object of the removal of the legates was not a more healthful locality, but the assurance offered them by the huge barracks, named, according to the prevalent style, Citadel, situated just over the way on the eastern ridge of the mount, and the opinion had plausible showing. Among other pertinent things, it was remarked that the palace was kept in perpetual readiness for use, and when a consul, general of the army, king, or visiting potentate of any kind arrived at Antioch, quarters were at once assigned him on the island. As we have to do with but one apartment in the old pile, the residue of it is left to the reader's fancy, and as pleases him he may go through its gardens, baths, halls, and labyrinth of rooms to the pavilions on the roof, all furnished as became a house of fame in a city which was more nearly Milton's gorgeous East than any other in the world. At this age the apartment alluded to would be termed a saloon. It was quite spacious, floored with polished marble slabs, and lighted in the day by skylights in which coloured mica served as glass. The walls were broken by Atlantes, no two of which were alike, but all supporting a cornice wrought with arabesques, exceedingly intricate in form, and more elegant on account of superadditions of colour, blue, green, Tyrian purple, and gold. Around the room ran a continuous divan of Indian silks and wool of cashmere. The furniture consisted of tables and stools of Egyptian patterns grotesquely carved. We have left Simonides in his chair perfecting his scheme in aid of the miraculous king, whose coming he has decided is so close at hand. Esther is asleep, and now, having crossed the river by the bridge, and made way through the lion-guarded gate and a number of Babylonian halls and courts, let us enter the gilded saloon. There are 5 chandeliers hanging by sliding bronze chains from the ceiling, one in each corner, and in the centre one, enormous pyramids of lighted lamps, illuminating even the demoniac faces of the Atlantes and the complex tracery of the cornice. About the tables, seated or standing, or moving restlessly from one to another, there are probably 100 persons, whom we must study at least for a moment. They are all young, some of them little more than boys. That they are Italians and mostly Romans is past doubt. They all speak Latin in purity, while each one appears in the indoor dress of the great capital on the Tiber, that is, in tunics short of sleeve and skirt, a style of vesture well adapted to the climate of Antioch, and especially comfortable in the too close atmosphere of the saloon. On the divan here and there togas and lancernae lie where they have been carelessly tossed, some of them significantly bordered with purple. On the divan also lie sleepers stretched at ease, whether they were overcome by the heat and fatigue of the sultry day, or by Bacchus, we will not pause to inquire. The hum of voices is loud and incessant. Sometimes there is an explosion of laughter, sometimes a burst of rage or exultation, but over all prevails a sharp, prolonged rattle, at first somewhat confusing to the non-familiar. If we approach the tables, however, the mystery solves itself. The company is at the favourite games, draughts and dice, singly or together, and the rattle is merely of the tesserae, or ivory cubes, loudly shaken, and the moving of the hosties on the checkered boards. Who are the company? "Good Flavius," said a player, holding his piece in suspended movement, "thou seest yon lacerna, that one in front of us on the divan. It is fresh from the shop, and hath a shoulder-buckle of gold broad as a palm." "Well," said Flavius, intent upon his game, "I have seen such before. Wherefore thine may not be old, yet, by the girdle of Venus, it is not new. What of it?" "Nothing, only I would give it to find a man who knows everything." "Ha ha! For something cheaper I will find thee here several with purple who will take thy offer. But play. There, check. So, by all the Jupiters. Now, what sayest thou? Again?" "Be it so." "And the wager?" "A sestertium." Then each drew his tablets and stylus and made a memorandum, and while they were resetting the pieces, Flavius returned to his friend's remark. "A man who knows everything? Hercule, the oracles would die. Why wouldst thou with such a monster?" "Answer to one question, my Flavius, then, per Pole, I will cut his throat." "And the question?" "I would have him tell me the hour." "Hour, said I? Nay, the minute. Maxentius will arrive to-morrow." "Good play, good play. Have you? And why the minute? Hast thou ever stood uncovered in the Syrian sun on the quay at which he will land? The fires of the Vesta are not so hot, and by the stator of our father Romulus, I would die, if die I must, in Rome. Avernus is here. There, in the square before the Forum, I could stand, and with my hand raised thus, touch the floor of the gods. Ha! By Venus, my Flavius, thou didst beguile me. I have lost. O fortune! Again? I must have back my sestertium. Be it so. And they played again and again, and when day, stealing through the skylights, began to dim the lamps, it found the two in the same places, at the same table, still at the game. Like most of the company, they were military attachés of the consul, awaiting his arrival and amusing themselves meantime. During this conversation a party entered the room, and, unnoticed at first, proceeded to the central table. The signs were that they had come from a revel just dismissed. Some of them kept their feet with difficulty. Around the leader's brow was a chaplet which marked him master of the feast, if not the giver. The wine had made no impression upon him, unless to heighten his beauty, which was of the most manly Roman style. He carried his head high raised, the blood flushed his lips and cheeks brightly, his eyes glittered, though the manner in which, shrouded in a toga spotless white and of ample folds, he walked was too nearly imperial for one sober and not a Caesar. In going to the table, he made room for himself and his followers with little ceremony and no apologies, and when at length he stopped and looked over it and at the players, they all turned to him with a shout like a cheer. "Masala! Masala!" they cried. Those in distant quarters, hearing the cry, re-echoed it where they were. Instantly there was dissolution of groups, and breaking up of games, and a general rush towards the centre. Masala took the demonstration indifferently, and proceeded presently to show the ground of his popularity. "A health to thee, Drusus, my friend," he said to the player next at his right. "A health, and thy tablets a moment." He raised the waxen boards, glanced at the memoranda of wagers, and tossed them down. "Denarii, only denarii, coin of cartmen and butchers," he said, with a scornful laugh. "By the drunken Semele, to what is Rome coming, when a Caesar sits of nights waiting a turn of fortune to bring him but a beggarly denarius?" The scion of the Drusi reddened to his brows, but the bystanders broke in upon his reply by surging closer around the table and shouting, "The Masala! The Masala!" "Men of the Tiber," Masala continued, wresting a box with a dice in it from a hand near by, "who is he most favoured of the gods? A Roman. Who is he lawgiver of the nations? A Roman. Who is he by sword right the universal master?" The company were of the easily inspired, and the thought was one to which they were born. In a twinkling they snatched the answer from him. "A Roman! A Roman!" they shouted. Yet, he lingered to catch their ears, yet there is a better than the best of Rome. He tossed his patrician head and paused, as if to sting them with his sneer. "Hear ye?" he asked. "There is a better than the best of Rome." "Ay, Hercules!" cried one. "Bacchus!" yelled a satirist. "Jove! Jove!" thundered the crowd. "No," Masala answered. "Among men." "Name him! Name him!" they demanded. "I will," he said the next lull. "He who to the perfection of Rome hath added the perfection of the East, who to the arm of conquest, which is Western, hath also the art needful to the enjoyment of dominion, which is Eastern." "Per Pol, his best is a Roman after all," someone shouted, and there was a great laugh and long clapping of hands, and admission that Masala had the advantage. "In the East," he continued, "we have no gods, only wine, women, and fortune, and the greatest of them is fortune. Wherefore our motto, 'Who dareth what I dare?' Fit for the senate, fit for battle, fittest for him who, seeking the best, challenges the worst." His voice dropped into an easy, familiar tone, but without relaxing the ascendancy he had gained. "In the great chest up in the citadel I have 5 talents coin current in the markets, and here are the receipts for them." From his tunic he drew a roll of paper, and, flinging it on the table, continued, amidst breathless silence, every eye having him in view fixed on his, every ear listening. "The sum lies there the measure of what I dare. Who of you dares so much? You are silent. Is it too great? I will strike off 1 talent. What? Still silent? Come then, throw me once for these 3 talents, only 3. For 2? For 1, 1 at least, 1 for the honour of the river by which you were born, Rome East against Rome West, Orontes the barbarous against Tiber the sacred." He rattled the dice overhead while waiting. "The Orontes against the Tiber," he repeated with an increase of scornful emphasis. Not a man moved. Then he flung the box upon the table, and, laughing, took up the receipts. "Ha ha ha ha! By the Olympian Jove, I know now ye have fortunes to make or to mend. Therefore are ye come to Antioch. Ho, Cecilius!" "Here, Masala!" cried a man behind him. "Here am I, perishing in the mob, and begging a drachma to settle with the ragged ferryman. But, Pluto take me, these new ones have not so much as an obolus among them." The sally provoked a burst of laughter, under which the saloon rang and rang again. Masala alone kept his gravity. "Go thou," he said to Cecilius, "to the chamber whence we came, and bid the servants bring the amphorae here, and the cups and goblets. If these our countrymen, looking for fortune, have not purses, by the Syrian Bacchus I will see if they are not better blessed with stomachs. Haste thee." Then he turned to Drusus, with a laugh heard throughout the apartment. "Ha, ha, my friend! Be not thou offended because I levelled the Caesar in thee down to the denarii. Thou seest I did but use the name to try these fine fledglings of our old Rome. Come, my Drusus, come." He took up the box again, and rattled the dice merrily. "Here, for what sum thou wilt, let us measure fortunes." The manner was frank, cordial, winsome. Drusus melted in a moment. "By the Nymphae, yes," he said, laughing. "I will throw with thee, Masala, for a denarius." A very boyish person was looking over the table, watching the scene. Suddenly Masala turned to him. "Who art thou?" he asked. The lad drew back. "Nay, by Castor. And his brother too, I meant no offence. It is a rule among men, in matters other than dice, to keep the record closest when the deal is least. I have need of a clerk. Wilt thou serve me?" The young fellow drew his tablets, ready to keep the score. The manner was irresistible. "Hold, Masala, hold!" cried Drusus. "I know not if it be ominous to stay the poised dice with a question, but one occurs to me, and I must ask it though Venus slap me with her girdle." "Nay, my Drusus, Venus with her girdle off is Venus in love. To thy question, I will make the throw and hold it against mischance. Thus." He turned the box upon the table and held it firmly over the dice. And Drusus asked, "Did you ever see one Quintus Arrius?" "The duumvir?" "No, his son." "I knew not he had a son." "Well, it is nothing," Drusus added indifferently. "Only, my Masala, Pollux was not more like Castor than Arrius is like thee." The remark had the effect of a signal. 20 voices took it up. "True! True! His eyes, his face!" they cried. "What?" answered one, disgusted. "Masala is a Roman, Arrius is a Jew." "Thou sayest right," a third exclaimed. "He is a Jew, or Momus lent his mother the wrong mask." There was promise of a dispute, seeing which Masala interposed. "The wine is not come, my Drusus, and as thou seest I have the freckled Pythias as they were dogs in leash. As to Arrius, I will accept thy opinion of him, so thou tell me more about him." "Well, be he Jew or Roman, and by the great god Pan, I say it not in disrespect of thy feelings, my Masala. This Arrius is handsome and brave and shrewd. The emperor offered him favour and patronage, which he refused. He came up through mystery, and keepeth distance as if he felt himself better, or knew himself worse than the rest of us. In the palistrae he was unmatched. He played with the blue-eyed giants from the Rhine, and the hornless bulls of Sarmatia as they were will-o'-wisps. The duumvir left him vastly rich. He has a passion for arms, and thinks of nothing but war. Maxentius admitted him into his family, and he was to have taken ship with us, but we lost him at Ravenna. Nevertheless he arrived safely. We heard of him this morning. Per Pol, instead of coming to the palace or going to the citadel, he dropped his baggage at the Khan, and hath disappeared again." At the beginning of the speech Masala listened with polite indifference. As it proceeded he became more attentive. At the conclusion he took his hand from the dice-box and called out, "Ho, my Caius! Dost thou hear?" A youth at his elbow, his Myrtilus, or comrade, in the day's chariot practice, answered, much pleased with the attention, "Did I not, my Masala, I were not thy friend." "Dost thou remember the man who gave thee the fall to-day?" "By the love-locks of Bacchus, have I not a bruised shoulder to help me keep it in mind?" And he seconded the words with a shrug that submerged his ears. "Well, be thou grateful to the fates. I have found thy enemy. Listen." Thereupon Masala turned to Drusus. "Tell us more of him, per Pol, of him who is both Jew and Roman. By Phoebus, a combination to make a centaur lovely. What garments cloth he affect, my Drusus?" "Those of the Jews." "Hearest thou, Caius?" said Masala. "The fellow is young. 1. He hath the visage of a Roman. 2. He loveth best the garb of a Jew. 3. And in the palastrae fame and fortune come of arms to throw a horse or tilt a chariot, as the necessity may order. 4. And, Drusus, help thou my friend again. Doubtless this Arius hath tricks of language, otherwise he could not so confound himself, to-day a Jew, to-morrow a Roman. But of the rich tongue of Athene, discourseth he in that as well? With such purity, Masala, he might have been a contestant in the Isthmia. Art thou listening, Caius? said Masala. The fellow is qualified to salute a woman, for that matter Aristomache herself, in the Greek, and as I keep the count, that is 5. What sayest thou? Thou hast found him, my Masala, Caius answered, or I am not myself. Thy pardon, Drusus, and pardon of all, for speaking in riddles thus, Masala said in his winsome way. By all the decent gods, I would not strain thy courtesy to the point of breaking, but now help thou me. See, he put his hand on the dice-box again, laughing, see how close I hold the Pythias and their secret. Thou didst speak, I think, of mystery in connection with the coming of the son of Arius. Tell me of that. 'Tis nothing, Masala, nothing, Drusus replied. A child's story. When Arius, the father, sailed in pursuit of the pirates, he was without wife or family. He returned with a boy, him of whom we speak, and next day adopted him. Adopted him? Masala repeated. By the gods, Drusus, thou dost indeed interest me. Where did the Duumvir find the boy, and who was he? Who shall answer thee that, Masala? Who but the young Arius himself? Perpol! In the fight the Duumvir, then but a tribune, lost his galley. A returning vessel found him and one other, all of the crew who survived, afloat upon the same plank. I give you now the story of the rescuers, which hath this excellence at least, it hath never been contradicted. They say the Duumvir's companion on the plank was a Jew. A Jew, echoed Masala. And a slave. How, Drusus? A slave? When the two were lifted to the deck, the Duumvir was in his tribune's armour, and the other in the vesture of a rower. Masala rose from leaning against the table. A galley... He checked the debasing word and looked around, for once in his life at loss. Just then a procession of slaves filed into the room, some with great jars of wine, others with baskets of fruits and confections, others again with cups and flagons, mostly silver. There was inspiration in the sight. Instantly Masala climbed upon a stool. Men of the Tiber, he said in a clear voice, let us turn this waiting for our chief into a feast of Bacchus. Whom choose ye for master? Drusus arose. Who shall be master but the giver of the feast? He said. Answer, Romans. They gave their reply in a shout. Masala took the chaplet from his head, gave it to Drusus, who climbed upon the table, and, in the view of all, solemnly replaced it, making Masala master of the night. There came with me into the room, he said, some friends just risen from table. That our feast may have the approval of sacred custom, bring hither that one of them most overcome by wine. A din of voices answered, Here he is, here he is. And from the floor where he had fallen a youth was brought forward, so effeminately beautiful he might have passed for the drinking god himself, only the crown would have dropped from his head, and the thyrsus from his hand. Lift him upon the table, the master said. It was found he could not sit. Help him, Drusus, as the fair Neone may yet help thee. Drusus took the inebriate in his arms. When addressing the limp figure, Masala said, amidst profound silence, O Bacchus, greatest of the gods, be thou propitious tonight. And for myself, and these thy votaries, I vow this chaplet, and from his head he raised it reverently, I vow this chaplet to thy altar in the grove of Daphne. He bowed, replaced the crown upon his locks, then stooped and uncovered the dice, saying with a laugh, See, my Drusus, by the ass of Silenus, the denarius is mine. There was a shout that set the floor to quaking, and the grim Atlantes to dancing, and the orgies began. End of chapter. Book 4, Chapter 13 of Ben-Hur. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Ben-Hur, A Tale of the Christ, by Lew WALLACE, Book 4, Chapter 13. Sheikh Ilderim was a man of too much importance to go about with a small establishment. He had a reputation to keep with his tribe, such as became a prince and patriarch of the greatest following in all the desert east of Syria. With the people of the cities he had another reputation, which was that of one of the richest personages not a king in all the East. And, being rich in fact, in money as well as in servants, camels, horses, and flocks of all kinds, he took pleasure in a certain state, which, besides magnifying his dignity with strangers, contributed to his personal pride and comfort. Wherefore the reader must not be misled by the frequent reference to his tent in the orchard of palms. He had there really a respectable dower, that is to say, he had there 3 large tents, one for himself, one for visitors, and one for his favourite wife and her women, and 6 or 8 lesser ones, occupied by his servants and such tribal retainers as he had chosen to bring with him as a bodyguard, strong men of approved courage, and skilful with bow, spear, and horses. To be sure, his property of whatever kind was in no danger at the orchard, yet as the habits of a man go with him to town not less than the country, and as it is never wise to slip the bands of discipline, the interior of the douar was devoted to his cows, camels, goats, and such property in general as might tempt a lion or a thief. To do him full justice, Ilderim kept well all the customs of his people, abating none, not even the smallest. In consequence his life at the orchard was a continuation of his life in the desert. Nor that alone, it was a fair reproduction of the old patriarchal modes, the genuine pastoral life of primitive Israel. Recurring to the morning, the caravan arrived at the orchard. "Here, plant it here," he said, stopping his horse, and thrusting a spear into the ground. "Door to the south, the lake before it thus, and these, the children of the desert, to sit under at the going down of the sun." At the last words he went to a group of 3 great palm trees, and patted one of them as he would have patted his horse's neck, or the cheek of the child of his love. Who but the sheikh could of right say to the caravan, "Halt," or of the tent, "Here be it pitched"? The spear was wrested from the ground, and over the wound it had riven in the sod, the base of the first pillar of the tent was planted, marking the centre of the front door. Then 8 others were planted, in all 3 rows of pillars, 3 in a row. Then, at call, the women and children came, and unfolded the canvas from its packing on the camels. Who might do this but the women? Had they not sheared the hair from the brown goats of the flock, and twisted it into thread, and woven the thread into cloth, and stitched the cloth together, making the perfect roof, dark brown in fact, though in the distance black as the tents of Kedar? And finally, with what jests and laughter, and pulls all together, the united following of the sheikh stretched the canvas from pillar to pillar, driving the stakes and fastening the cords as they went. And when the walls of open reed matting were put in place, the finishing touch to the building after the style of the desert, with what hush of anxiety they waited the good man's judgment. When he walked in and out, looking at the house in connection with the sun, the trees, and the lake, and said, rubbing his hands with might of heartiness, "Well done! Make the dough now as ye well know, and to-night we will sweeten the bread with arrack, and the milk with honey, and at every fire there shall be a kid. God with ye!
Want of sweet water there shall not be, for the lake is our well. Neither shall the bearers of burden hunger, or the least of the flock, for here is green pasture also. God with you all, my children. Go."
And, shouting, the many happy went their ways then to pitch their own habitations. A few remained to arrange the interior for the sheikh, and of these the men servants hung a curtain to the central row of pillars, making 2 apartments, the one on the right sacred to Ilderim himself, the other sacred to his horses, his jewels of Solomon, which they led in, and with kisses and love-taps set at liberty. Against the middle pillar they then erected the arms-rack, and filled it with javelins and spears, and bows, arrows, and shields. Outside of them hanging the master's sword, modelled after the new moon, and the glitter of its blade rivaled the glitter of the jewels bedded in its grip. Upon one end of the rack they hung the housings of the horses, gay, some of them, as the livery of a king's servant, while on the other end they displayed the great man's wearing apparel, his robes woolen and robes linen, his tunics and trousers, and many coloured kerchiefs for the head. Nor did they give over the work until he pronounced it well. Meantime the women drew out and set up the divan, more indispensable to him than the beard-down flowing over his breast, white as Aaron's. They put a frame together in shape of 3 sides of a square, the opening to the door, and covered it with cushions and base curtains, and the cushions with a changeable spread, striped brown and yellow. At the corners they placed pillows and bolsters sacked in cloth blue and crimson. Then around the divan they laid a margin of carpet, and the inner space they carpeted as well, and when the carpet was carried from the opening of the divan to the door of the tent, their work was done. Whereupon they again waited until the master said it was good. Nothing remained then but to bring and fill the jars with water, and hang the skin bottles of arrack ready for the hand, tomorrow the Laban. Nor might an Arab see why Ilderim should not be both happy and generous, in his tent by the lake of sweet waters, under the palms of the orchard of palms. Such was the tent at the door of which we left Ben-Hur. Servants were already waiting the master's direction. One of them took off his sandals, another unlatched Ben-Hur's Roman shoes. Then the 2 exchanged their dusty outer garments for fresh ones of white linen.
"Enter, in God's name enter, and make thy rest," said the host heartily, in the dialect of the market-place of Jerusalem. Forthwith he led the way to the divan. "I will sit here," he said next, pointing, "and there the stranger." A woman, in the old time she would have been called a handmaid, answered, and dexterously piled the pillows and bolsters as rests for the back, after which they sat upon the side of the divan, while water was brought fresh from the lake, and their feet bathed and dried with napkins. "We have a saying in the desert," Ilderim began, gathering his beard and combing it with his slender fingers, "that a good appetite is the promise of a long life. Hast thou such?" "By that rule, good sheikh, I will live 100 years. I am a hungry wolf at thy door," Ben-Hur replied. "Well, thou shalt not be sent away like a wolf. I will give thee the best of the flocks." Ilderim clapped his hands. "Seek the stranger in the quest tent, and, say I, Ilderim, send him a prayer that his peace may be as incessant as the flowing of waters." The man in waiting bowed. "Say also," Ilderim continued, "that I have returned with another for breaking of bread, and, if Balthazar the wise careth to share the loaf, 3 may partake of it, and the portion of the birds be none the less." The second servant went away. "Let us take our rest now." Thereupon Ilderim settled himself upon the divan, as at this day merchants sit on their rugs in the bazaars of Damascus, and when fairly at rest he stopped combing his beard, and said gravely, "Thou art my guest, and hast drunk my Laban, and art about to taste my salt. Ought not to forbid a question. Who art thou?" "Sheikh Ilderim," said Ben-Hur, calmly enduring his gaze. "I pray thee not to think me trifling with thy just demand, but was there never a time in thy life when to answer such a question would have been a crime to thyself?" "By the splendour of Solomon, yes," Ilderim answered. "Betrayal of self is at times as base as the betrayal of a tribe." "Thanks, thanks, good Sheikh," Ben-Hur exclaimed. "Never answer became thee better. Now I know thou dost but seek assurance to justify the trust I have come to ask, and that such assurance is of more interest to thee than the affairs of my poor life." The Sheikh in his turn bowed, and Ben-Hur hastened to pursue his advantage. "So it please thee, then," he said. "First, I am not a Roman, as the name giveth thee as mine implieth." Ilderim clasped the beard overflowing his breast, and gazed at the speaker with eyes faintly twinkling through the shade of the heavy close-drawn brows. "In the next place," Ben-Hur continued, "I am an Israelite of the tribe of Judah." The Sheikh raised his brows a little. "Nor that merely. Sheikh, I am a Jew with a grievance against Rome compared with which thine is not more than a child's trouble." The old man combed his beard with nervous haste, and let fall his brows until even the twinkle of the eyes went out. "Still further, I swear to thee, Sheikh Ilderim, I swear by the covenant the Lord made with my fathers, so thou but give me the revenge I seek, the money and the glory of the race shall be thine." Ilderim's brows relaxed, his head arose, his face began to beam, and it was almost possible to see the satisfaction taking possession of him. "Enough," he said. "If at the roots of thy tongue there is a lie in coil, Solomon himself had not been safe against thee. That thou art not a Roman, that as a Jew thou hast a grievance against Rome, and revenge to compass, I believe, and on that score enough. But as to thy skill, what experience hast thou in racing with chariots? And the horses, canst thou make them creatures of thy will, to know thee, to come at call, to go, if thou sayest it, to the last extreme of breath and strength, and then in the perishing moment, out of the depths of thy life, thrill them to one exertion the mightiest of all? The gift, my son, is not to every one. Ah, by the splendour of God, I knew a king who governed millions of men, their perfect master, but could not win the respect of a horse. Mark, I speak not of the dull brutes whose round it is to slave for slaves, the debased in blood and image, the dead in spirit, but of such as mine here, the kings of their kind, of a lineage reaching back to the broods of the first Pharaoh, my comrades and friends, dwellers in tents, whom long association with me has brought up to my plain, who to their instincts have added our wits, and to their senses joined our souls, until they feel all we know of ambition, love, hate, and contempt, in war, heroes, in trust, faithful as women. Who there?" A servant came forward. "Let my Arabs come." The man drew aside part of the division curtain of the tent, exposing to view a group of horses, who lingered a moment where they were as if to make certain of the invitation. "Come," Ilderim said to them. "Why stand ye there? What have I that is not yours? Come, I say." They stalked slowly in. "Son of Israel," the master said, "thy Moses was a mighty man, but I must laugh when I think of his allowing thy fathers the plodding ox and the dull slow-natured ass, and forbidding them property and horses. Thinkest thou he would have done so had he seen that one, and that, and this?" At the word he laid his hand upon the face of the first to reach him, and patted it with infinite pride and tenderness. "It is a misjudgment, Sheikh, a misjudgment," Ben-Hur said warmly. "Moses was a warrior as well as a lawgiver beloved by God, and to follow war? Ah, what is it but to love all its creatures, these among the rest?" A head of exquisite turn, with large eyes, soft as a deer's, and half hidden by the dense forelock, and small ears, sharp-pointed and sloped well forward, approached then quite to his breast, the nostrils open and the upper lip in motion. "Who are you?" it asked, plainly as ever man spoke. Ben-Hur recognized one of the 4 racers he had seen on the course, and gave his open hand to the beautiful brute.
"They will tell you, the blasphemers, may their days shorten as they grow fewer."
The Sheikh spoke with the feeling of a man repelling a personal defamation.
"They will tell you, I say, that our horses of the best blood are derived from the Nisaean pastures of Persia. God gave the first Arab a measureless waste of sand, with some treeless mountains, and here and there a well of bitter waters, and said to him, 'Behold thy country.' And when the poor man complained, the mighty one pitied him, and said again, 'Be of cheer, for I will twice bless thee above other men.' The Arab heard and gave thanks, and with faith set out to find the blessings. He travelled all the boundaries first, and failed. Then he made a path into the desert, and went on, and in the heart of the waste there was an island of green very beautiful to see. And in the heart of the island, lo, a herd of camels, and another of horses. He took them joyfully and kept them with care for what they were, best gifts of God. And from that green isle went forth all the horses of the earth, even to the pastures of Nisaea they went, and northward to the dreadful vales perpetually threshed by blasts from the sea of chill winds. Doubt not the story, or if thou dost, may never amulet have charm for an Arab again. Nay, I will give thee proof." He clapped his hands. "Bring me the records of the tribe," he said to the servant who responded. While waiting, the Sheikh played with the horses, patting their cheeks, combing their forelocks with his fingers, giving each one a token of remembrance. Presently 6 men appeared with chests of cedar reinforced by bands of brass, and hinged and bolted with brass. "Nay," said Ilderim when they were all set down by the divan, "I meant not all of them, only the records of the horses. That one. Open it and take back the others." The chest was opened, disclosing a mass of ivory tablets strung on rings of silver wire, and as the tablets were scarcely thicker than wafers, each ring held several hundreds of them. "I know," said Ilderim, taking some of the rings in his hand, "I know with what care and zeal, my son, the scribes of the temple in the holy city keep the names of the newly born, that every son of Israel may trace his line of ancestry to its beginning, though it antedate the patriarchs. My fathers, may the recollection of them be green forever, did not think it sinful to borrow the idea, and apply it to their dumb servants. See these tablets." Ben-Hur took the rings, and separating the tablets saw they bore rude hieroglyphs in Arabic, burned on the smooth surface by a sharp point of heated metal. "Canst thou read them, O son of Israel?" "No, thou must tell me their meaning." "Know thou, then, each tablet records the name of a foal of the pure blood, born to my fathers through the hundreds of years past, and also the names of sire and dam. Take them, and note their age, that thou mayest the more readily believe." Some of the tablets were nearly worn away. All were yellow with age. "In the chest there, I can tell thee now, I have the perfect history. Perfect because certified as history seldom is, showing of what stock all these are sprung, this one, and that now supplicating thy notice and caress, and as they come to us here, their sires, even the furthest removed in time, came to my sires, under a tent roof like this of mine, to eat their measure of barley from the open hand, and be talked to as children, and as children kiss the thanks they have not speech to express. And now, O son of Israel, thou mayest believe my declaration. If I am a lord of the desert, behold my ministers. Take them from me, and I become as a sick man left by the caravan to die. Thanks to them, age hath not diminished the terror of me on the highways between cities, and it will not while I have strength to go with them. Ha ha! I could tell thee marvels done by their ancestors. In a favouring time I may do so. For the present, enough that they were never overtaken in retreat, nor, by the sword of Solomon, did they ever fail in pursuit. That, mark you, on the sands and under saddle, but now I do not know. I am afraid, for they are under yoke the first time, and the conditions of success are so many. They have the pride and the speed and the endurance. If I find them a master, they will win. Son of Israel, so thou art the man. I swear it shall be a happy day that brought thee hither. Of thyself now speak.
I know now, said Ben-Hur, why it is that in the love of an Arab his horse is next to his children, and I know also why the Arab horses are the best in the world. But, good Sheikh, I would not have you judge me by words alone, for, as you know, all promises of men sometimes fail. Give me the trial first on some plain hereabout, and put the 4 in my hand tomorrow. Ilderim's face beamed again, and he would have spoken. A moment, good Sheikh, a moment, said Ben-Hur. Let me say further, from the masters in Rome I learned many lessons, little thinking they would serve me in a time like this. I tell thee, these thy sons of the desert, though they have separately the speed of eagles and the endurance of lions, will fail if they are not trained to run together under the yoke. For bethink thee, Sheikh, in every 4 there is one the slowest and one the swiftest, and while the race is always to the slowest, the trouble is always with the swiftest. It was so today. The driver could not reduce the best to harmonious action with the poorest. My trial may have no better result, but if so I will tell thee of it, that I swear. Wherefore, in the same spirit I say, can I get them to run together, moved by my will, the 4 as one, thou shalt have the sestertii and the crown, and I my revenge. What sayest thou? Ilderim listened, combing his beard the while. At the end he said, with a laugh, I think better of thee, son of Israel. We have a saying in the desert, if you will cook the meal with words, I will promise an ocean of butter. Thou shalt have the horses in the morning. At that moment there was a stir at the rear entrance to the tent. The supper, it is here, and yonder my friend Balthazar, whom thou shalt know. He hath a story to tell which an Israelite should never tire of hearing. And to the servants he added, Take the records away, and return my jewels to their apartment. And they did as he ordered. End of chapter. Book 4, Chapter 14 of Ben-Hur. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Ben-Hur, A Tale of the Christ, by Lew WALLACE. Book 4, Chapter 14. If the reader will return now to the repast of the wise men at their meeting in the desert, he will understand the preparations for the supper in Ilderim's tent. The differences were chiefly such as were incident to ampler means and better service. 3 rugs were spread on the carpet within the space so nearly enclosed by the divan. A table not more than a foot in height was brought and set within the same place, and covered with a cloth. Off to one side a portable earthenware oven was established under the presidency of a woman whose duty it was to keep the company in bread, or, more precisely, in hot cakes of flour from the hand-mills grinding with constant sound in a neighbouring tent. Meanwhile Balthazar was conducted to the divan, where Ilderim and Ben-Hur received him standing. A loose black gown covered his person, his step was feeble, and his whole movement slow and cautious, apparently dependent upon a long staff and the arm of a servant.
"Peace to you, my friend," said Ilderim respectfully. "Peace and welcome."
The Egyptian raised his head and replied, "And to thee, good Sheikh, to thee and thine, peace and the blessing of the one God, God the true and loving." The manner was gentle and devout, and impressed Ben-Hur with a feeling of awe, besides which the blessing included in the answering salutation had been partly addressed to him, and while that part was being spoken, the eyes of the aged guest, hollow yet luminous, rested upon his face long enough to stir an emotion new and mysterious, and so strong that he again and again during the repast scanned the much wrinkled and bloodless face for its meaning. But always there was the expression bland, placid, and trustful as a child's. A little later he found that expression habitual.
"This is he, O Balthazar," said the Sheikh, laying his hand on Ben-Hur's arm, "who would break bread with us this evening."
The Egyptian glanced at the young man, and looked again surprised and doubting, seeing which the Sheikh continued,
"I have promised him my horses for trial tomorrow, and if all goes well, he will drive them in the circus."
Balthazar continued his gaze.
"He came well recommended,"
Ilderim pursued, much puzzled.
"You may know him as the son of Arius, who was a noble Roman sailor, though—"
The Sheikh hesitated, then resumed with a laugh.
"Though he declares himself an Israelite of the tribe of Judah, and by the splendour of God I believe that he tells me."
Balthazar could no longer withhold explanation. "Today, O most generous Sheikh, my life was in peril, and would have been lost had not a youth, the counterpart of this one, if indeed he be not the very same, intervened when all others fled, and saved me." Then he addressed Ben-Hur directly. "Art thou not he?" "I cannot answer so far," Ben-Hur replied with modest deference. "I am he who stopped the horses of the insolent Roman when they were rushing upon thy camel at the fountain of Castelia. Thy daughter left a cup with me." From the bosom of his tunic he produced the cup, and gave it to Balthazar. A glow lighted the faded countenance of the Egyptian. "The Lord sent thee to me at the fountain today," he said, in a tremulous voice, stretching his hand towards Ben-Hur, "and he sends thee to me now. I give him thanks, and praise him thou, for of his favour I have wherewith to give thee great reward, and I will. The cup is thine, keep it." Ben-Hur took back the gift, and Balthazar, seeing the inquiry upon Ilderim's face, related the occurrence at the fountain.
"What?" said the Sheikh to Ben-Hur. "Thou saidst nothing of this to me, when better recommendation thou couldst not have brought. Am I not an Arab, and Sheikh of my tribe of tens of thousands? And is not he my guest? And is it not in my guest bond that the good or evil thou dost him is good or evil done to me? Whither shouldst thou go for reward but here? And whose the hand to give it but mine?"
His voice at the end of the speech rose to cutting shrillness. "Good Sheikh, spare me, I pray. I came not for reward, great or small, and that I may be acquitted of the thought, I say the help I gave this excellent man would have been given as well to thy humblest servant."
"But he is my friend, my guest, not my servant, and seest thou not in the difference the favour of fortune?"
Then to Balthazar the Sheikh subjoined,
"Ah, by the splendour of God, I tell thee again, he is not a Roman."
With that he turned away, and gave attention to the servants, whose preparations for the supper were about complete. The reader who recollects the history of Balthazar as given by himself at the meeting in the desert will understand the effect of Ben-Hur's assertion of disinterestedness upon that worthy. In his devotion to men there had been, it will be remembered, no distinctions, while the redemption which had been promised him in the way of reward, the redemption for which he was waiting, was universal. To him, therefore, the assertion sounded somewhat like an echo of himself. He took a step nearer Ben-Hur, and spoke to him in the childlike way. "How did the Sheikh say I should call you? It was a Roman name, I think." "Arius, the son of Arius." "Yet thou art not a Roman." "All my people were Jews." "Were, sayest thou? Are they not living?" The question was subtle as well as simple, but Ilderim saved Ben-Hur from reply.
"Come," he said to them, "the meal is ready."
Ben-Hur gave his arm to Balthazar and conducted him to the table, where shortly they were all seated on their rugs Eastern fashion. The lavers were brought them, and they washed and dried their hands. Then the Sheikh made a sign, the servants stopped, and the voice of the Egyptian arose tremulous with holy feeling. "Father of all, God, what we have is of thee. Take our thanks, and bless us, that we may continue to do thy will." It was the grace the good man had said simultaneously with his brethren, Gaspar the Greek and Melchior the Hindu, the utterance in diverse tongues out of which had come the miracle attesting the divine presence at the meal in the desert years before. The table to which they immediately addressed themselves was, as may be thought, rich in the substantials and delicacies favourite in the East, in cakes hot from the oven, vegetables from the gardens, meats singly, compounds of meats and vegetables, milk of kine, and honey and butter, all eaten or drunk, it should be remarked, without any of the modern accessories, knives, forks, spoons, cups, or plates, and in this part of the repast but little was said, for they were hungry. But when the dessert was in course it was otherwise. They laved their hands again, had the lapcloths shaken out, and with a renewed table and the sharp edge of their appetites gone, they were disposed to talk and listen. With such a company, an Arab, a Jew, and an Egyptian, all believers alike in one God, there could be at that age but one subject of conversation, and of the three, which should be speaker but he to whom the deity had been so nearly a personal appearance, who had seen him in a star, had heard his voice in direction, had been led so far and so miraculously by his spirit? And of what should he talk but that of which he had been called to testify? End of chapter. Book 4, Chapter 15 of Ben-Hur. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, and it's read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Ben-Hur, A Tale of the Christ, by Lew WALLACE. Book 4, Chapter 15. The shadows cast over the orchard of palms by the mountains at set of sun left no sweet margin time of violet sky and drowsing earth between the day and night. The latter came early and swift, and against its glooming in the tent this evening, the servants brought 4 candlesticks of brass and set them by the corners of the table. To each candlestick there were 4 branches, and on each branch a lighted silvered lamp and a supply cup of olive oil. In light ample, even brilliant, the group at dessert continued their conversation, speaking in the Syriac dialect, familiar to all peoples in that part of the world. The Egyptian told his story of the meeting of the 3 in the desert, and agreed with the Sheikh that it was in December, 27 years before, when he and his companions, fleeing from Herod, arrived at the tent praying shelter. The narrative was heard with intense interest, even the servants lingering when they could to catch its details. Ben-Hur received it as became a man listening to a revelation of deep concern to all humanity, and to none of more concern than the people of Israel. In his mind, as we shall presently see, there was crystallizing an idea which was to change his course of life, if not absorb it absolutely. As the recital proceeded, the impression made by Balthazar upon the young Jew increased. At its conclusion his feeling was too profound to permit a doubt of its truth. Indeed, there was nothing left him desirable in the connection but assurances, if such were to be had, pertaining exclusively to the consequences of the amazing event. And now there is wanting an explanation which the very discerning may have heretofore demanded. Certainly it can be no longer delayed. Our tale begins, in point of date not less than fact, to trench close upon the opening of the ministry of the Son of Mary, whom we have seen but once since this same Balthazar left him worshipfully in his mother's lap in the cave by Bethlehem. Henceforth to the end, the mysterious child will be a subject of continual reference, and slowly though surely the current of events with which we are dealing will bring us nearer and nearer to him, until finally we see him a man. We would like, if armed contrariety of opinion would permit it, to add, a man whom the world could not do without. Of this declaration, apparently so simple, a shrewd mind inspired by faith will make much, and in welcome. Before his time, and since, there have been men indispensable to particular people and periods, but his indispensability was to the whole race, and for all time, a respect in which it is unique, solitary, divine. To Sheikh Ilderim the story was not new. He had heard it from the three wise men together, under circumstances which left no room for doubt. He had acted upon it seriously, for the helping a fugitive escape from the anger of the first Herod was dangerous. Now one of the three sat at his table again, a welcome guest and revered friend. Sheikh Ilderim certainly believed the story, yet in the nature of things, its mighty central fact could not come home to him with the force and absorbing effect it came to Ben-Hur. He was an Arab, whose interest in the consequences was but general. On the other hand, Ben-Hur was an Israelite and a Jew, with more than a special interest in, if the solecism can be pardoned, the truth of the fact. He laid hold of the circumstance with a purely Jewish mind. From his cradle, let it be remembered, he had heard of the Messiah. At the colleges he had been made familiar with all that was known of that being, at once the hope, the fear, and the peculiar glory of the chosen people. The prophets from the first to the last of the heroic line foretold him, and the coming had been, and yet was, the theme of endless exposition with the rabbis, in the synagogues, in the schools, in the temple, of fast days and feast days, in public and in private. The national teachers expounded and kept expounding until all the children of Abraham, wherever their lots were cast, bore the Messiah in expectation, and by it literally, and with iron severity, ruled and moulded their lives. Doubtless it will be understood from this that there was much argument among the Jews themselves about the Messiah, and so there was, but the disputation was all limited to one point, and one only. When would he come? Disquisition is for the preacher, whereas the writer is but telling a tale, and that he may not lose his character, the explanation he is making requires notice merely of a point connected with the Messiah, about which the unanimity among the chosen people was matter of marvelous astonishment. He was to be, when come, the King of the Jews, their political king, their Caesar. By their instrumentality he was to make armed conquest of the earth, and then, for their profit and in the name of God, hold it down forever. On this faith, dear reader, the Pharisees, or separatists, the latter being rather a political term, in the cloisters and around the altars of the temple, built an edifice of hope far overtopping the dream of the Macedonian. His but covered the earth, theirs covered the earth and filled the skies. That is to say, in their bold, boundless fantasy of blasphemous egotism, God the Almighty was in effect to suffer them for their uses, to nail him by the ear to a door in sign of eternal servitude. Returning directly to Ben-Hur, it is to be observed now that there were two circumstances in his life, the result of which had been to keep him in a state comparatively free from the influence and hard effects of the audacious faith of his separatist countrymen. In the first place, his father followed the faith of the Sadducees, who may, in a general way, be termed the liberals of their time. They had some loose opinions in denial of the soul. They were strict constructionists and rigorous observers of the law as found in the books of Moses, but they held the vast mass of rabbinical agenda to those books in derisive contempt. They were unquestionably a sect, yet their religion was more a philosophy than a creed. They did not deny themselves the enjoyments of life, and saw many admirable methods and productions among the Gentile divisions of the race. In politics, they were the active opposition of the separatists. In the natural order of things, these circumstances and conditions, opinions and peculiarities, would have descended to the son as certainly and really as any portion of his father's estate, and, as we have seen, he was actually in course of acquiring them when the second saving event overtook him. Upon a youth of Ben-Hur's mind and temperament, the influence of 5 years of affluent life in Rome can be appreciated best by recalling that the great city was then, in fact, the meeting place of the nations, their meeting place politically and commercially, as well as for the indulgence of pleasure without restraint. Round and round the golden milestone in front of the Forum, now in gloom of eclipse, now in unapproachable splendor, flowed all the active currents of humanity. If excellences of manner, refinements of society, attainments of intellect, and glory of achievement made no impression upon him, how could he, as the son of Arius, pass day after day, through a period so long, from the beautiful villa near Misenum into the receptions of Caesar, and be wholly uninfluenced by what he saw there of kings, princes, ambassadors, hostages, and delegates, suitors all of them from every known land, waiting humbly the yes or no, which was to make or unmake them. As mere assemblages, to be sure, there was nothing to compare with the gatherings at Jerusalem in celebration of the Passover, yet when he sat under the purple velaria of the Circus Maximus, one of 350,000 spectators, he must have been visited by the thought that possibly there might be some branches of the family of man worth divine consideration, if not mercy, though they were of the uncircumcised, some by their sorrows, and, yet worse, by their hopelessness in the midst of sorrows, fitted for brotherhood in the promises to his countrymen. That he should have had such a thought under such circumstances was but natural. We think so much at least will be admitted. But when the reflection came to him, and he gave himself up to it, he could not have been blind to a certain distinction. The wretchedness of the masses, and their hopeless condition, had no relation whatever to religion. Their murmurs and groans were not against their gods or for want of gods. In the oak woods of Britain the Druids held their followers. Odin and Freya maintained their godships in Gaul and Germany and among the Hyperboreans. Egypt was satisfied with her crocodiles and Anubis. The Persians were yet devoted to Ormuzd and Ahriman, holding them in equal honor. In hope of the Nirvana, the Hindus moved on patient as ever in the rayless paths of Brahm. The beautiful Greek mind, in pauses of philosophy, still sang the heroic gods of Homer, while in Rome nothing was so common and cheap as gods. According to whim, the masters of the world, because they were masters, carried their worship and offerings indifferently from altar to altar, delighted in the pandemonium they had erected. Their discontent, if they were discontented, was with the number of gods, for, after borrowing all the divinities of the earth, they proceeded to deify their Caesars, and vote them altars and holy service. No, the unhappy condition was not from religion, but misgovernment and usurpations and countless tyrannies. the Avernus men had been tumbled into, and were praying to be relieved from, was terribly but essentially political. The supplication, everywhere alike, in Lodinum, Alexandria, Athens, Jerusalem, was for a king to conquer with, not a god to worship. Studying the situation after 2,000 years, we can see and say that religiously there was no relief from the universal confusion, except some god who could prove himself a true god, and a masterful one, and come to the rescue. But the people of the time, even the discerning and philosophical, discovered no hope except in crushing Rome. That done, the relief would follow in restorations and reorganizations. Therefore they prayed, conspired, rebelled, fought and died, drenching the soil today with blood, tomorrow with tears, and always with the same result. It remains to be seen now that Ben-Hur was in agreement with the mass of men of his time, not Romans. The 5 years' residence in the capital served him with opportunity to see and study the miseries of the subjugated world, and in full belief that the evils which afflicted it were political, and to be cured only by the sword, he was going forth to fit himself for a part in the day of resort to the heroic remedy. By practice of arms he was a perfect soldier, but war has its higher fields, and he who would move successfully in them must know more than to defend with shield and thrust with spear. In those fields the general finds his tasks, the greatest of which is the reduction of the many into one, and that one himself. The consummate captain is a fighting man armed with an army. This conception entered into the scheme of life to which he was further swayed by the reflection that the vengeance he dreamed of, in connection with his—
"The wine? It is at thy hand, see," said Ilderim respectfully.
Balthazar drank, and, seeming refreshed, continued.
"The Saviour I saw was born of woman, in nature like us, and subject to all our ills, even death. Let that stand as the first proposition. Consider next the work set apart to him. Was it not a performance for which only a man is fitted? A man wise, firm, discreet? A man, not a child. To become such he had to grow as we grow. Bethink you now of the dangers his life was subject to in the interval, the long interval between childhood and maturity. The existing powers were his enemies. Herod was his enemy, and what would Rome have been? And as for Israel, that he should not be accepted by Israel was the motive for cutting him off. See you now, what better way was there to take care of his life in the helpless growing time than by passing him into obscurity? Wherefore I say to myself, and to my listening faith, which is never moved except by yearning of love, I say he is not dead, but lost, and, his work remaining undone, he will come again. There you have the reasons for my belief. Are they not good?"
Ilderim's small Arab eyes were bright with understanding, and Ben-Hur, lifted from his dejection, said heartily,
"I at least may not gainsay them. What further, pray?"
"Hast thou not enough, my son?"
"Well," he began in calmer tone,
"seeing that their reasons were good,
more plainly, seeing it was God's will that the child should not be found, I settled my faith into the keeping of patience, and took to waiting." He raised his eyes full of holy trust, and broke off abstractedly. "I am waiting now. He lives, keeping well his mighty secret. What though I cannot go to him, or name the hill, or the vale of his abiding place? He lives. It may be as the fruit in blossom, it may be as the fruit just ripening, but by the certainty there is in the promise and reason of God, I know he lives." A thrill of awe struck Ben-Hur, a thrill which was but the dying of his half-formed doubt. "Where thinkest thou he is?" he asked in a low voice, and hesitating, like one who feels upon his lips the pressure of a sacred silence. Balthazar looked at him kindly, and replied, his mind not entirely freed from its abstraction, "In my house on the Nile, so close to the river that the passers-by in boats see it and its reflection in the water at the same time. In my house, a few weeks ago, I sat thinking. A man 30 years old, I said to myself, should have his fields of life all ploughed, and his planting well done, for after that it is summer-time, with space scarce enough to ripen his sowing. The child, I said further, is now 27. His time to plant must be at hand. I asked myself, as you here asked me, my son, and answered by coming hither, as to a good resting place close by the land thy fathers had from God. Where else should he appear, if not in Judea? In what city should he begin his work, if not in Jerusalem? Who should be first to receive the blessings he is to bring, if not the children of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob? In love, at least, the children of the Lord. If I were bidden go seek him, I would search well the hamlets and villages on the slopes of the mountains of Judea and Galilee falling eastwardly into the valley of the Jordan. He is there now, standing in a door, or on a hilltop. Only this evening he saw the sun set, one day nearer the time when he himself shall become the light of the world." Balthazar ceased, with his hand raised and finger pointing as if at Judea. All the listeners, even the dull servants outside the divan, affected by his fervour, were startled, as if by a majestic presence suddenly apparent within the tent. Nor did the sensation die away at once. Of those at the table, each sat a while thinking. The spell was finally broken by Ben-Hur. "I see, good Balthazar," he said, "that thou hast been much and strangely favoured. I see also that thou art a wise man indeed. It is not in my power to tell how grateful I am for the things thou hast told me. I am warned of the coming of great events, and borrow somewhat from thy faith. Complete the obligation, I pray thee, by telling further of the mission of him for whom thou art waiting, and for whom from this night I too shall wait, as becomes a believing son of Judah. He is to be a Saviour, thou saidst. Is he not to be King of the Jews also?" "My son," said Balthazar in his benignant way, "the mission is yet a purpose in the bosom of God. All I think about it is wrung from the words of the voice in connection with the prayer to which they were in answer. Shall we refer to them again?" "Thou art the teacher." "The cause of my disquiet," Balthazar began calmly, "that which made me a preacher in Alexandria and in the villages of the Nile, that which drove me at last into the solitude where the Spirit found me, was the fallen condition of men, occasioned, as I believed, by loss of the knowledge of God. I sorrowed for the sorrows of my kind, not of one class, but all of them. So utterly were they fallen, it seemed to me there could be no redemption unless God himself would make it his work, and I prayed him to come, and that I might see him. Thy good works have conquered, the redemption cometh, thou shalt see the Saviour. Thus the voice spake, and with the answer I went up to Jerusalem rejoicing. Now, to whom is the redemption? To all the world. And how shall it be? Strengthen thy faith, my son. Men say, I know, that there will be no happiness until Rome is raised from her hills. That is to say, the ills of the time are not, as I thought them, from ignorance of God, but from the misgovernment of rulers. Do we need to be told that human governments are never for the sake of religion? How many kings have you heard of who were better than their subjects? Oh, no, no, the redemption cannot be for a political purpose, to pull down rulers and powers, and vacate their places merely that others may take and enjoy them. If that were all of it, the wisdom of God would cease to be surpassing. I tell you, though it be but the saying of blind to blind, he that comes is to be a Saviour of souls, and the redemption means God once more on earth, and righteous, that his stay here may be tolerable to himself. Disappointment showed plainly on Ben-Hur's face. His head drooped, and, if he was not convinced, he yet felt himself incapable that moment of disputing the opinion of the Egyptian. Not so Ilderim.
"By the splendor of God," he cried impulsively, "the judgment does away with all custom. The ways of the world are fixed, and cannot be changed. There must be a leader in every community, clothed with power, else there is no reform."
Balthazar received the burst gravely. "Thy wisdom, good sheikh, is of the world, and thou dost forget that it is from the ways of the world we are to be redeemed. Man as a subject is the ambition of a king. The soul of a man for its salvation is the desire of a god." Ilderim, though silenced, shook his head, unwilling to believe. Ben-Hur took up the argument for him. "Father, I call thee such by permission," he said. "For whom wert thou required to ask at the gates of Jerusalem?" The sheikh threw him a grateful look. "I was to ask of the people," said Balthazar quietly, "where is he that is born King of the Jews?" "And you saw him in the cave by Bethlehem?" "We saw and worshipped him, and gave him presents, Melchior, gold, Gaspar, frankincense, and I, myrrh." "When thou dost speak of fact, O father, to hear thee is to believe," said Ben-Hur. "But in the matter of opinion, I cannot understand the kind of king thou wouldst make of the child. I cannot separate the ruler from his powers and duties." "Son," said Balthazar, "we have the habit of studying closely the things which chance to lie at our feet, giving but a look at the greater objects in the distance. Thou seest now but the title, King of the Jews. Wilt thou lift thine eyes to the mystery beyond it? The stumbling block will disappear. Of the title, a word. Thy Israel hath seen better days, days in which God called thy people endearingly his people, and dealt with them through prophets. Now, if in those days he promised them the Saviour I saw, promised him as the King of the Jews, the appearance must be according to the promise, if only for the word's sake. Ah, thou seest the reason of my question at the gate. Thou seest, and I will no more of it, but pass on. It may be, next, thou art regarding the dignity of the child. If so, bethink thee, what is it to be a successor of Herod? By the world's standard of honor, what? Could not God better by his beloved? If thou canst think of the Almighty Father in want of a title, and stooping to borrow the inventions of men, why was I not bidden ask for a Caesar at once? Oh, for the substance of that whereof we speak, look higher, I pray thee. Ask rather of what he whom we await shall be king. For I do tell, my son, that is the key to the mystery, which no man shall understand without the key." Balthazar raised his eyes devoutly. "There is a kingdom on the earth, though it is not of it, a kingdom of wider bounds than the earth, wider than the sea and the earth, though they were rolled together as finest gold and spread by the beating of hammers. Its existence is a fact as our hearts are facts, and we journey through it from birth to death without seeing it. nor shall any man see it until he hath first known his own soul. For the kingdom is not for him, but for his soul. And in its dominion there is glory such as hath not entered imagination, original, incomparable, impossible of increase. What thou sayest, father, is a riddle to me, said Ben-Hur. I never heard of such a kingdom.
Nor did I, said Ilderim.
And I may not tell more of it, Balthazar added, humbly dropping his eyes. What it is for, how it may be reached, none can know until the child comes to take possession of it as his own. He brings the key of the viewless gate, which he will open for his beloved, among whom will be all who love him, for of such only the redeemed will be. After that there was a long silence, which Balthazar accepted as the end of the conversation. "Good Sheikh," he said in his placid way, "to-morrow or the next day I will go up to the city for a time. My daughter wishes to see the preparations for the games. I will speak further about the time of our going. And, my son, I will see you again. To you both, peace and good night." They all arose from the table. The Sheikh and Ben-Hur remained looking after the Egyptian until he was conducted out of the tent. "Sheikh Ilderim," said Ben-Hur then, "I have heard strange things tonight. Give me leave, I pray, to walk by the lake that I may think of them."
"Go, and I will come after you."
They washed their hands again, after which, at a sign from the master, a servant brought Ben-Hur his shoes, and directly he went out. End of chapter. Chapter 17 of Ben-Hur. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Ben-Hur, A Tale of the Christ, by Lew WALLACE. Book 4, Chapter 17. Up a little way from the Dower there was a cluster of palms, which threw its shade half in the water, half on the land. A bulbul sang from the branches a song of invitation. Ben-Hur stopped beneath to listen. At any other time the notes of the bird would have driven thought away, but the story of the Egyptian was a burden of wonder, and he was a laborer carrying it, and, like other laborers, there was to him no music in the sweetest music until mind and body were happily attuned by rest. The night was quiet. Not a ripple broke upon the shore. The old stars of the old East were all out, each in its accustomed place, and there was summer everywhere, on land, on lake, in the sky. Ben-Hur's imagination was heated, his feelings aroused, his will all unsettled. So the palms, the sky, the air, seemed to him of the far south zone into which Balthazar had been driven by despair for men. The lake, with its motionless surface, was a suggestion of the Nilotic mother by which the good man stood praying when the spirit made its radiant appearance. Had all these accessories of the miracle come to Ben-Hur, or had he been transferred to them? And what if the miracle should be repeated, and to him? He feared, yet wished, and even waited for the vision. When at last his feverish mood was cooled, permitting him to become himself, he was able to think. His scheme of life has been explained. In all reflection about it heretofore there had been one hiatus which he had not been able to bridge or fill up, one so broad he could see but vaguely to the other side of it. When, finally, he was graduated a captain as well as a soldier, to what object should he address his efforts? Revolution he contemplated, of course, but the processes of revolution have always been the same, and to lead men into them there have always been required, first, a cause or presence to enlist adherents; second, an end, or something as a practical achievement.
As a rule he fights well who has wrongs to redress, but vastly better fights he who, with wrongs as a spur, has also steadily before him a glorious result in prospect, a result in which he can discern balm for wounds, compensation for valor, remembrance and gratitude in the event of death. To determine the sufficiency of either the cause or the end, it was needful that Ben-Hur should study the adherents to whom he looked when all was ready for action. Very naturally, they were his countrymen. The wrongs of Israel were to every son of Abraham, and each one was a cause vastly holy, vastly inspiring. Aye, the cause was there, but the end, what should it be? The hours and days he had given this branch of his scheme were past calculation, all with the same conclusion, a dim, uncertain, general idea of national liberty. Was it sufficient? He could not say no, for that would have been the death of his hope. He shrank from saying yes, because his judgment taught him better. He could not assure himself even that Israel was able single-handed to successfully combat Rome. He knew the resources of that great enemy. He knew her art was superior to her resources. A universal alliance might suffice, but alas, that was impossible, except— and upon the exception how long and earnestly he had dwelt— except a hero would come from one of the suffering nations, and by martial successes accomplish a renown to fill the whole earth. What glory to Judea could she prove the Macedonia of the new Alexander? Alas again! Under the rabbis valor was possible, but not discipline. And then the taunt of Masala in the garden of Herod, "All you conquer in the 6 days you lose on the 7th." So it happened he never approached the chasm thinking to surmount it, but he was beaten back. And so incessantly had he failed in the object that he had about given it over, except as a thing of chance. The hero might be discovered in his day, or he might not. God only knew. Such his state of mind, there need be no lingering upon the effect of Malak's skeleton recital of the story of Balthazar. He heard it with a bewildering satisfaction, a feeling that here was the solution of the trouble. Here was the requisite hero found at last, and he a son of the Lion tribe, and king of the Jews. Behind the hero, lo, the world in arms. The king implied a kingdom. He was to be a warrior glorious as David, a ruler wise and magnificent as Solomon. The kingdom was to be a power against which Rome was to dash itself to pieces. There would be colossal war, and the agonies of death and birth, then peace, meaning, of course, Judean dominion forever. Ben-Hur's heart beat hard as for an instant he had a vision of Jerusalem, the capital of the world, and Zion, the site of the throne of the universal Master. It seemed to the enthusiast rare fortune that the man who had seen the king was at the tent to which he was going. He could see him there, and hear him, and learn of him what all he knew of the coming change, especially all he knew of the time of its happening. If it were at hand, the campaign with Maxentius should be abandoned, and he would go and set about organizing and arming the tribes, that Israel might be ready when the great day of the restoration began to break. Now, as we have seen, from Balthazar himself Ben-Hur had the marvelous story. Was he satisfied? There was a shadow upon him deeper than that of the cluster of palms, the shadow of a great uncertainty, which, take note, O reader, which pertained more to the kingdom than the king. What of this kingdom, and what is it to be? Ben-Hur asked himself in thought. Thus early arose the questions which were to follow the child to his end, and survive him on earth, incomprehensible in his day, a dispute in this, an enigma to all who do not or cannot understand that every man is two in one, a deathless soul and a mortal body. What is it to be? He asked. For us, O reader, the child himself is answered, but for Ben-Hur there were only the words of Balthazar, "On the earth, yet not of it; not for men, but for their souls; a dominion nevertheless of unimaginable glory." What wonder the hapless youth found the phrases but the darkening of a riddle. "The hand of man is not in it," he said despairingly. "Nor has the king of such a kingdom use for men, neither toilers, nor counsellors, nor soldiers. The earth must die or be made anew, and for government new principles must be discovered, something besides armed hands, something in place of force. But what? Again, O reader, that which we will not see, he could not. The power there is in love had not yet occurred to any man, much less had one come saying directly that for government and its objects, peace and order, love is better and mightier than force. In the midst of his reverie a hand was laid upon his shoulder.
"I have a word to say, O son of Areus," said Ilderim, stopping by his side. "A word, and then I must return, for the night is going."
"I give you welcome, Sheikh."
"As to the things you have heard but now," said Ilderim, almost without pause, "take in belief all save that relating to the kind of kingdom the child will set up when he comes. As to so much, keep virgin mind until you hear Simonides the merchant, a good man here in Antioch, to whom I will make you known. The Egyptian gives you coinage of his dreams which are too good for the earth. Simonides is wiser. He will ring you the sayings of your prophets, giving book and page, so you cannot deny that the child will be king of the Jews in fact. Aye, by the splendor of God, a king as Herod was, only better and far more magnificent. And then, see you, we will taste the sweetness of vengeance. I have said. Peace to you."
"Stay, Sheikh." If Ilderim heard his call, he did not stay. "Simonides again," said Ben-Hur bitterly. "Simonides here, Simonides there. From this one now, then from that. I am like to be well ridden by my father's servant, who knows at least to hold fast that which is mine, wherefore he is richer, if indeed he be not wiser, than the Egyptian. By the covenant, it is not to the faithless a man should go to find a faith to keep, and I will not. But hark, singing, and the voice of woman's, or an angel's. It comes this way." Down the lake towards the Dower came a woman singing. Her voice floated along the hushed water melodious as a flute, and louder growing each instant. Directly the dipping of oars was heard in slow measure. A little later the words were distinguishable, words in purest Greek, best fitted of all the tongues of the day for the expression of passionate grief. Here are the words of the song, the lament. "I sigh as I sing for the story land across the Syrian sea. The odorous winds from the musky sand were breaths of life to me. They play with the plumes of the whispering palm for me, alas, no more. Nor more does the Nile in the moonlit calm moan past the Memphian shore. O Nilus, thou god of my fainting soul, in dreams thou comest to me. And, dreaming, I play with the lotus bowl and sing old songs to thee, and hear from afar the Memnonian strain, and calls from dear Symbol, and wake to a passion of grief and pain, that ere I said farewell." At the conclusion of the song the singer was past the cluster of palms. The last word, farewell, floated past Ben-Hur weighted with all the sweet sorrow of parting. The passing of the boat was as the passing of a deeper shadow into the deeper night. Ben-Hur drew a long breath, hardly distinguishable from a sigh. "I know her by the song, the daughter of Balthazar. How beautiful it was! And how beautiful is she!" He recalled her large eyes curtained slightly by the drooping lids, the cheeks oval and rosy rich, the lips full and deep with dimpling in the corners, and all the grace of the tall, lithe figure. "How beautiful she is!" he repeated. And his heart made answer by a quickening of its movement. Then, almost the same instant, another face, younger and quite as beautiful, more childlike and tender, if not so passionate, appeared as if held up to him out of the lake. "Esther," he said, smiling, "as I wished, a star has been sent to me." He turned and passed slowly back to the tent. His life had been crowded with griefs and with vengeful preparations, too much crowded for love. Was this the beginning of a happy change? And if the influence went with him into the tent, whose was it? Esther had given him a cup. So had the Egyptian, and both had come to him at the same time under the palms. Which? End of chapter. Book 5, Chapter 1 of Ben-Hur. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Ben-Hur, A Tale of the Christ, by Lew WALLACE, Book 5, Chapter 1. Starting with a couple quotations. "Only the actions of the just smell sweet and blossom in the dust." By Shirley. "And, through the heat of conflict, keeps the law in calmness made, and sees what he foresaw." By Wordsworth. Chapter 1. The morning after the bacchanalia in the saloon of the palace, the divan was covered with young patricians. Maxentius might come, and the city thronged to receive him. The legion might descend from Mount Sulpius in glory of arms and armour. From Nymphaeum to Omphalos there might be ceremonial splendours to shame the most notable ever before seen or heard of in the gorgeous East. Yet would the many continue to sleep ignominiously on the divan where they had fallen or been carelessly tumbled by the indifferent slaves. That they would be able to take part in the reception that day was about as possible as for the lay figures in the studio of a modern artist to rise and go bonneted and plumed through the 1, 2, 3 of a waltz. Not all, however, who participated in the orgy were in this shameful condition. When dawn began to peer through the skylights of the saloon, Masala arose and took the chaplet from his head, in sign that the revel was at end. Then he gathered his robe about him, gave a last look at the scene, and, without a word, departed for his quarters. Cicero could not have retired with more gravity from a night-long senatorial debate. 3 hours afterwards 2 couriers entered his room, and from his own hand received each a dispatch, sealed and in duplicate, and consisting chiefly of a letter to Valerius Gratus, the procurator, still resident in Caesarea. The importance attached to the speedy and certain delivery of the paper may be inferred. One courier was to proceed overland, the other by sea. Both were to make the utmost haste. It is of great concern now that the reader should be fully informed of the contents of the letter thus forwarded, and it is accordingly given. Antioch. Masala to Gratus. O my Midas! I pray thou take no offence at the address, seeing it is one of love and gratitude, and an admission that thou art most fortunate among men. Seeing also that thy years are as they were derived from thy mother, only proportionate to thy matured condition. O my Midas! I have to relate to thee an astonishing event, which, though as yet somewhat in the field of conjecture, will, I doubt not, justify thy instant consideration. Allow me first to revive thy recollection. Remember, a good many years ago, a family of a prince of Jerusalem, incredibly ancient and vastly rich, by name Ben-Hur. If thy memory have a limp or ailment of any kind, there is, if I mistake not, a wound on thy head which may help thee to a revival of the circumstance. Next, to arouse thy interest. In punishment of the attempt upon thy life, for dear repose of conscience may all the gods forbid it should ever prove to have been an accident. The family were seized and summarily disposed of, and their property confiscated. And inasmuch, O my Midas, as the action had the approval of our Caesar, who was as just as he was wise, be there flowers upon his altars forever. There should be no shame in referring to the sums which were realized to us respectively from that source, for which it is not possible I can ever cease to be grateful to thee, certainly not while I continue, as at present, in the uninterrupted enjoyment of the part which fell to me. In vindication of thy wisdom, a quality for which, as I am now advised, the son of Gordius, to whom I have boldly likened thee, was never distinguished among men or gods, I recall further that thou didst make disposition of the family of Hur, both of us at the time supposing the plan hit upon to be the most effective possible for the purposes in view, which were silence and delivery over to inevitable but natural death. Thou wilt remember what thou didst with the mother and sister of the malefactor. Yet, if now I yield to a desire to learn whether they be living or dead, I know, from knowing the amiability of thy nature, O my Gratus, that thou wilt pardon me as one scarcely less amiable than thyself. As more immediately essential to the present business, however, I take the liberty of inviting to thy remembrance that the actual criminal was sent to the galleys a slave for life. So the precept ran, and it may serve to make the event which I am about to relate the more astonishing by saying here that I saw and read the receipt for his body delivered in course to the tribune commanding a galley. Thou mayest begin now to give me more especial heed, O my most excellent Phrygian. Referring to the limit of life at the oar, the outlaw thus justly disposed of should be dead, or, better speaking, some one of the 3,000 Oceanides should have taken him to husband at least 5 years ago. And if thou wilt excuse a momentary weakness, O most virtuous and tender of men, inasmuch as I loved him in childhood, and also because he was very handsome, I used in much admiration to call him my Ganymede, he ought in right to have fallen into the arms of the most beautiful daughter of the family. Of opinion, however, that he was certainly dead, I have lived quite 5 years in calm and innocent enjoyment of the fortune for which I am in a degree indebted to him. I make the admission of indebtedness without intending it to diminish my obligation to thee. Now I am at the very point of interest. Last night, while acting as master of the feast for a party just from Rome, their extreme youth and inexperience appealed to my compassion. I heard a singular story. Maxentius, the consul, as you know, comes today to conduct a campaign against the Parthians. Of the ambitious who are to accompany him there is one, a son of the late Duumvir Quintus Arrius. I had occasion to inquire about him particularly. When Arrius set out in pursuit of the pirates, whose defeat gained him his final honors, he had no family. When he returned from the expedition, he brought back with him an heir. Now be thou composed as becomes the owner of so many talents in ready sestertii. The son and heir of whom I speak is he whom thou didst send to the galleys, the very Ben-Hur who should have died at his oar 5 years ago, returned now with fortune and rank, and possibly as a Roman citizen, well, thou art too firmly seated to be alarmed, but I, O my Midas, I am in danger. No need to tell thee of what. Who should know if thou dost not? Sayest thou to all this, tut, tut? When Arrius the father, by adoption, of this apparition from the arms of the most beautiful of the Oceanides, see above my opinion of what she should be, joined battle with the pirates, his vessel was sunk, and but 2 of all her crew escaped drowning, Arrius himself, and this one his heir. The officers who took them from the plank on which they were floating say the associate of the fortunate tribune was a young man who, when lifted to the deck, was in the dress of a galley-slave. This should be convincing to say least. But lest thou say tut tut again, I tell thee, O my Midas, that yesterday, by good chance, I have avowed to fortune in consequence, I met the mysterious son of Ares face to face, and I declare now that, though I did not then recognize him, he is the very Ben-Hur who was for years my playmate, the very Ben-Hur who, if he be a man, though of the commonest grade, must this very moment of my writing be thinking of vengeance, for so would I were I he, vengeance not to be satisfied short of life, vengeance for country, mother, sister, self, and, I say it last, though thou mayest think it would be first, for fortune lost. By this time, O good my benefactor and friend, my Gratus, in consideration of thy sestertii in peril, their loss being the worst which could befall one of thy high estate, I quit calling thee after the foolish old king of Phrygia. By this time, I say, meaning after having read me so far, I have faith to believe thou hast ceased saying tut tut, and art ready to think what ought to be done in such emergency. It were vulgar to ask thee now what shall be done. Rather let me say I am thy client, or, better yet, thou art my Ulysses, whose part it is to give me sound direction. And I please myself thinking I see thee when this letter is put into thy hand. I see thee read it once, thy countenance all gravity, and then again with a smile. Then, hesitation ended, and thy judgment formed, it is this or it is that, wisdom like Mercury's, promptitude like Caesar's. The sun is now fairly risen. An hour hence 2 messengers will depart from my door, each with a sealed copy hereof. One of them will go by land, the other by sea. So important do I regard it that thou shouldst be early and particularly informed of the appearance of our enemy in this part of our Roman world. I will await thy answer here. Ben-Hur's going and coming will of course be regulated by his master, the consul, who, though he exert himself without rest day and night, cannot get away under a month. Thou knowest what work it is to assemble and provide for an army destined to operate in a desolate, townless country. I saw the Jew yesterday in the grove of Daphne, and if he be not there now, he is certainly in the neighbourhood, making it easy for me to keep him in eye. Indeed, wert thou to ask me where he is now, I should say, with the most positive assurance, he is to be found at the old orchard of palms, under the tent of the traitor Sheikh Ilderim, who cannot long escape our strong hand. Be not surprised if Maxentius, as his first measure, places the Arab on ship for forwarding to Rome. I am so particular about the whereabouts of the Jew because it will be important to thee, O illustrious, when thou comest to consider what is to be done. For already I know, and by the knowledge I flatter myself I am growing in wisdom, that in every scheme involving human action there are 3 elements always to be taken into account: time, place, and agency. If thou sayest this is the place, have thou then no hesitancy in entrusting the business to thy most loving friend, who would be thy aptest scholar as well. Signed, Masala. End of chapter. Book 5, Chapter 2 of Ben-Hur. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Ben-Hur, A Tale of the Christ, by Lew WALLACE. Book 5, Chapter 2. About the time the couriers departed from Masala's door with the dispatches, it being yet the early morning hour, Ben-Hur entered Ilderim's tent. He had taken a plunge into the lake, and breakfasted, and appeared now in an under-tunic, sleeveless, and with skirt scarcely reaching to the knee. The sheikh saluted him from the divan.
"I give thee peace, son of Arius,"
he said with admiration, for in truth he had never seen a more perfect illustration of glowing, powerful, confident manhood.
"I give thee peace and good will. The horses are ready. I am ready. And thou?"
"The peace thou givest me, good sheikh, I give thee in return. I thank thee for so much good will. I am ready." Ilderim clapped his hands.
"I will have the horses brought. Be seated."
"Are they yoked?"
"No."
"Then suffer me to serve myself," said Ben-Hur. "It is needful that I make the acquaintance of thy Arabs. I must know them by name, O sheikh, that I may speak to them singly, nor less must I know their temper, for they are like men, if bold, the better of scolding, if timid, the better of praise and flattery. Let the servants bring me the harness."
"And the chariot?"
asked the sheikh. "I will let the chariot alone today. In its place, let them bring me a fifth horse, if thou hast it. He should be barebacked and fleet as the others." Ilderim's wonder was aroused, and he summoned a servant immediately.
"Bid them bring the harness for the four," he said. "The harness for the four, and the bridle for Sirius."
Ilderim then arose.
"Sirius is my love, and I am his, O son of Arius. We have been comrades for 20 years. In tent, in battle, in all stages of the desert, we have been comrades. I will show him to you."
Going to the division curtain, he held it, while Ben-Hur passed under. The horses came to him in a body. One with a small head, luminous eyes, neck like the segment of a bended bow, and mighty chest, curtained thickly by a profusion of mane soft and wavy as a damsel's locks, nickered low and gladly at sight of him.
"Good horse,"
said the sheikh, patting the dark brown cheek.
"Good horse, good morning."
Turning then to Ben-Hur, he added,
"This is Sirius, father of the four here. Myra, the mother, awaits our return, being too precious to be hazarded in a region where there is a stronger hand than mine. And much I doubt," he laughed as he spoke, "much I doubt, O son of Arius, if the tribe could endure her absence. She is their glory. They worship her. Did she gallop over them, they would laugh. 10,000 horsemen, sons of the desert, will ask today, 'Have you heard of Myra?' And to the answer, 'She is well,' they will say, 'God is good. Blessed be God.'"
"Myra, Sirius, names of stars, are they not, O sheikh?" asked Ben-Hur, going to each of the four, and to the sire offering his hand.
"And why not?"
replied Ilderim.
"Wert thou ever abroad on the desert at night?"
"No."
"Then thou canst not know how much we Arabs depend upon the stars. We borrow their names in gratitude, and give them in love. My fathers all had their Myras, as I have mine, and these children are stars no less. There, see thou, is Rigel, and there Antares. That one is Altair, and he whom thou goest to now is Aldebaran, the youngest of the brood, but none the worst of that, no, not he. Against the wind he will carry thee till it roar in thy ears like Aqaba, and he will go where thou sayest, O son of Arius. Aye, by the glory of Solomon, he will take thee to the lion's jaws if thou darest so much." The harness was brought. With his own hands Ben-Hur equipped the horses. With his own hands he led them out of the tent, and there attached the reins. "Bring me Sirius," he said. An Arab could not have better sprung to seat on the courser's back. "And now the reins?" They were given him and carefully separated. "Good sheikh," he said, "I am ready. Let a guide go before me to the field, and send some of thy men with water." There was no trouble at starting. The horses were not afraid. Already there seemed a tacit understanding between them and the new driver, who had performed his part calmly,
and with the confidence which always begets confidence. The order of going was precisely that of driving, except that Ben-Hur sat upon Sirius instead of standing in the chariot. Ilderim's spirit arose. He combed his beard, and smiled with satisfaction as he muttered,
"He is not a Roman. No, by the splendour of God!"
He followed on foot, the entire tenantry of the dower, men, women, and children pouring after him, participants all in his solicitude, if not in his confidence. The field, when reached, proved ample and well fitted for the training, which Ben-Hur began immediately by driving the four at first slowly and in perpendicular lines, and then in wide circles. Advancing a step in the course, he put them next into a trot. Again progressing, he pushed into a gallop. At length he contracted the circles, and yet later drove eccentrically here and there, right, left, forward, and without a break. An hour was thus occupied. Slowing the gait to a walk, he drove up to Ilderim. "The work is done. Nothing now but practice," he said. "I give you joy, Sheikh Ilderim, that you have such servants as these. See," he continued, dismounting and going to the horses, "see, the gloss of their red coats is without spot. They breathe lightly as when I began. I give thee great joy, and it will go hard if—" he turned his flashing eyes upon the old man's face, "if we have not the victory and our—" He stopped, coloured, bowed. At the Sheikh's side he observed, for the first time, Balthazar leaning upon his staff, and two women closely veiled. At one of the latter he looked a second time, saying to himself, with a flutter about his heart, "'Tis she, 'tis the Egyptian." Ilderim picked up his broken sentence. "The victory and our revenge!" Then he said aloud, "I am not afraid, I am glad. Son of Arius, thou art the man. Be the end like the beginning, and thou shalt see of what stuff is the lining of the hand of an Arab who is able to give." "I thank thee, good Sheikh," Ben-Hur returned modestly. "Let the servants bring drink for the horses." With his own hands he gave the water. Remounting Sirius, he renewed the training, going as before from walk to trot, from trot to gallop. Finally he pushed the steady racers into the run, gradually quickening it to full speed. The performance then became exciting, and there was applause for the dainty handling of the reins, and admiration for the four, which were the same, whether they flew forward or wheeled in varying curvature. In their action there was unity, power, grace, pleasure, all without effort or sign of labour. The admiration was unmixed with pity or reproach, which would have been as well bestowed upon swallows in their evening flight. In the midst of the exercises, and the attention they received from all the bystanders, Malak came upon the ground, seeking the Sheikh. "I have a message for you, O Sheikh," he said, availing himself of a moment he supposed favourable for the speech. "A message from Simonides the merchant."
"Simonides!" ejaculated the Arab. "Ah, 'tis well. May Abaddon take all his enemies."
"He bade me give thee first the holy peace of God," Malak continued, "and then this dispatch, with prayer that thou read it in the instant of receipt." Ilderim, standing in his place, broke the sealing of the package delivered to him, and from a wrapping of fine linen took two letters, which he proceeded to read. Number 1. Simonides to Sheikh Ilderim. O friend, assure thyself first of a place in my inner heart. Then, there is in thy dower a youth of fair presence calling himself the son of Arius, and such he is by adoption. He is very dear to me. He hath a wonderful history, which I will tell thee. Come thou to-day or to-morrow, that I may tell thee the history, and have thy counsel. Meantime, favour all his requests, so they be not against honour. Should there be need of reparation, I am bound to thee for it. That I have interest in this youth, keep thou private. Remember me to thy other guest. he, his daughter, thyself, and all whom thou mayest choose to be of thy company, must depend upon me at the circus the day of the games. I have seats already engaged. To thee and all thine, peace. What should I be, O my friend, but thy friend? Signed, Simonides. Number 2. Simonides to Sheikh Ilderim. O friend, out of the abundance of my experience I send you a word. There is a sign which all persons not Romans, and who have moneys or goods subject to despoilment, accept as warning, that is, the arrival at a seat of power of some high Roman official charged with authority. Today comes the consul Maxentius. Be thou warned. Another word of advice. A conspiracy, to be of effect against thee, O friend, must include the Herods as parties. Thou hast great properties in their dominions. Wherefore keep thou watch. Send this morning to thy trusty keepers of the roads leading south from Antioch, and bid them search every courier coming and going. If they find private dispatches relating to thee or thine affairs, thou shouldst see them. You should have received this yesterday, though it is not too late if you act promptly. If couriers left Antioch this morning, your messengers know the byways and can get before them with your orders. Do not hesitate. Burn this after reading. O my friend, thy friend, signed Simonides. Ilderim read the letters a second time and refolded them in the linen wrap and put the package under his girdle. The exercises in the field continued but a little longer, in all about 2 hours. At their conclusion, Ben-Hur brought the four to a walk and drove to Ilderim. With leave, O Sheikh, he said, I will return thy Arabs to the tent, and bring them out again this afternoon. Ilderim walked to him as he sat on Sirius, and said, I give them to you, son of Aries, to do with as you will until after the games. You have done with them in 2 hours what the Roman, may jackals gnaw his bones fleshless, could not in as many weeks. We will win. By the splendor of God, we will win. At the tent Ben-Hur remained with the horses while they were being cared for. Then, after a plunge in the lake and a cup of arrack with the sheikh, whose flow of spirits was royally exuberant, he dressed himself in his Jewish garb again, and walked with Malak on into the orchard. There was much conversation between the two, not all of it important. One part, however, must not be overlooked. Ben-Hur was speaking. I will give you, he said, an order for my property stored in the khan this side of the river by the Seleucian bridge. Bring it to me today if you can, and, good Malak, if I do not overtask you. Malak protested heartily his willingness to be of service. Thank you, Malak, thank you, said Ben-Hur. I will take you at your word, remembering that we are brethren of the old tribe, and that the enemy is a Roman. First, then, as you are a man of business, which I much fear Sheikh Ilderim is not. Arabs seldom are, said Malak gravely. Nay, I do not impeach their shrewdness, Malak. It is well, however, to look after them. To save all forfeit or hindrance in connection with the race, you would put me perfectly at rest by going to the office of the circus, and seeing that he has complied with every preliminary rule. And if you can get a copy of the rules, the service may be of great avail to me. I would like to know the colors I am to wear, and particularly the number of the crypt I am to occupy at the starting. If it be next Masala's on the right or left, it is well. If not, and you can have it changed so as to bring me next the Roman, do so. Have you good memory, Malak? It has failed me, but never, son of Aries, where the heart helped it as now. I will venture, then, to charge you with one further service. I saw yesterday that Masala was proud of his chariot, as he might be, for the best of Caesars scarcely surpass it. Can you not make its display an excuse which will enable you to find if it be light or heavy? I would like to have its exact weight and measurements. And, Malak, Though you fail in all else, bring me exactly the height his axle stands above the ground. You understand, Malak? I do not wish him to have any actual advantage of me. I do not care for his splendor. If I beat him, it will make his fall the harder, and my triumph the more complete. If there are advantages really important, I want them." I see, said Malak. "A line dropped from the center of the axle is what you want." "Thou hast it, and be glad, Malak. It is the last of my commissions. Let us return to the door." At the door of the tent they found a servant replenishing the smoke-stained bottles of Laban freshly made, and stopped to refresh themselves. Shortly afterwards Malak returned to the city. During their absence a messenger well mounted had been dispatched with orders as suggested by Simonides. He was an Arab, and carried nothing written. End of chapter. Book 5, Chapter 3 of Ben-Hur. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Ben-Hur, A Tale of the Christ, by Lew WALLACE, Book 5, Chapter 3. Eros, the daughter of Balthazar, sends me with salutation and a message, said a servant to Ben-Hur, who was taking his ease in the tent. Give me the message. Would it please you to accompany her upon the lake? I will carry the answer myself. Tell her so. His shoes were brought him, and in a few minutes Ben-Hur sallied out to find the fair Egyptian. The shadow of the mountains was creeping over the orchard of palms in advance of night. Afar through the trees came the tinkling of sheep bells, the lowing of cattle, and the voices of the herdsmen bringing their charges home. Life at the orchard, it should be remembered, was in all respects as pastoral as life on the scantier meadows of the desert. Sheikh Ilderim had witnessed the exercises of the afternoon, being a repetition of those of the morning, after which he had gone to the city in answer to the invitation of Simonides. He might return in the night, but, considering the immensity of the field to be talked over with his friend, it was hardly possible. Ben-Hur, thus left alone, had seen his horses cared for, cooled and purified himself in the lake, exchanged the field garb for his customary vestments, all white, as became a Sadducean of the pure blood, supped early, and, thanks to the strength of youth, was well recovered from the violent exertion he had undergone. It is neither wise nor honest to detract from beauty as a quality. There cannot be a refined soul insensible to its influence. The story of Pygmalion and his statue is as natural as it is poetical. Beauty is of itself a power, and it was now drawing Ben-Hur. The Egyptian was to him a wonderfully beautiful woman, beautiful of face, beautiful of form. In his thought she always appeared to him as he saw her at the fountain, and he felt the influence of her voice, sweeter because in tearful expression of gratitude to him, and of her eyes, the large, soft, black, almond-shaped eyes declarative of her race, eyes which looked more than lies in the supremest wealth of words to utter, and recurrences of the thought of her were returns just so frequent of a figure tall, slender, graceful, refined, wrapped in rich and floating drapery, wanting nothing but a fitting mind to make her, like the Shulamite, and in the same sense, terrible as an army with banners. In other words, as she returned to his fancy, the whole passionate song of Solomon came with her, inspired by her presence. With this sentiment and that feeling, he was going to see if she actually satisfied them. It was not love that was taking him, but admiration and curiosity, which might be the heralds of love. The landing was a simple affair, consisting of a short stairway, and a platform garnished by some lamp-posts. Yet at the top of the steps he paused, arrested by what he beheld. There was a shallop resting upon the clear water, lightly as an egg-shell. An Ethiop, the camel-driver at the Castalian fount, occupied the rower's place, his blackness intensified by a livery of shining white. All the boat aft was cushioned and carpeted with stuffs brilliant with Tyrian red. On the rudder seat sat the Egyptian herself, sunk in Indian shawls and a very vapour of most delicate veils and scarfs. Her arms were bare to the shoulders, and, not merely faultless in shape, they had the effect of compelling attention to them, their pose, their action, their expression. The hands, the fingers even, seemed endowed with graces and meaning. Each was an object of beauty. The shoulders and neck were protected from the evening air by an ample scarf, which yet did not hide them. In the glance he gave her, Ben-Hur paid no attention to these details. There was simply an impression made upon him, and, like strong light, it was a sensation, not a thing of sight or enumeration. Thy lips are like a thread of scarlet, thy temples are like a piece of pomegranate within thy locks. Rise up, my love, my fair one, and come away, for lo, the winter is past, the rain is over and gone, the flowers appear on the earth, the time of the singing of birds is come, and the voice of the turtle is heard in the land. Such was the impression she made upon him, translated into words. "Come," she said, observing him stop. "Come, or I shall think you a poor sailor." The red of his cheek deepened. Did she know anything of his life upon the sea? He descended to the platform at once. "I was afraid," he said, as he took the vacant seat before her. "Of what?" "Of sinking the boat," he replied, smiling. "Wait until we are in deeper water," she said, giving a signal to the black, who dipped the oars, and they were off. If Love and Ben-Hur were enemies, the latter was never more at mercy. The Egyptian sat where he could not but see her. She, whom he had already engrossed in memory as his ideal of the Shulamite. With her eyes giving light to his, the stars might come out and he not see them, and so they did. The night might fall with unrelieved darkness everywhere else, her look would make illumination for him. And then, as everybody knows, given youth and such companionship, there is no situation in which the fancy takes such complete control as upon tranquil waters under a calm night sky, warm with summer. It is so easy at such time to glide imperceptibly out of the commonplace into the ideal. "Give me the rudder," he said. "No," she replied. "That were to reverse the relation. Did I not ask you to ride with me? I am indebted to you, and would begin payment. You may talk and I will listen, or I will talk and you will listen, that choice is yours. But it shall be mine to choose where we go, and the way thither." "And where may that be?" "You are alarmed again." "O fair Egyptian, I but asked you the first question of every captive." "Call me Egypt." "I would rather call you Eros." "You may think of me by that name, but call me Egypt." "Egypt is a country, and means many people." "Yes, yes, and such a country." "I see. It is to Egypt we are going." "Would we were! I would be so glad." She sighed as she spoke. "You have no care for me, then," he said. "Ah, by that I know you were never there." "I never was." "Oh, it is the land where there are no unhappy people, the desired of all the rest of the earth, the mother of all the gods, and therefore supremely blessed. There, O son of Aries, there the happy find increase of happiness, and the wretched, going, drink once of the sweet water of the sacred river, and laugh and sing, rejoicing like children." "Are not the very poor with you there as elsewhere?" "The very poor in Egypt are the very simple in wants and ways," she replied. "They have no wish beyond enough, and how little that is, a Greek or a Roman cannot know." "But I am neither Greek nor Roman." She laughed. "I have a garden of roses, and in the midst of it is a tree, and its bloom is the richest of all. Whence came it, think you? From Persia, the home of the rose. No. From India, then? No. Ah, one of the isles of Greece. I will tell you, she said. A traveller found it perishing by the roadside on the plain of Rephaim. Oh, in Judea. I put it in the earth left bare by the receding Nile, and the soft south wind blew over the desert and nursed it, and the sun kissed it in pity, after which it could not else than grow and flourish. I stand in its shade now, and it thanks me with much perfume. As with the roses, so with the men of Israel. Where shall they reach perfection but in Egypt? Moses was but one of millions. Nay, there was a reader of dreams. Will you forget him? The friendly pharaohs are dead. Ah, yes. The river by which they dwelt sings to them in their tombs. Yet the same sun tempers the same air to the same people. Alexandria is but a Roman town. She has but exchanged sceptres. Caesar took from her that of the sword, and in its place left that of learning. Go with me to the Brucheium, and I will show you the College of Nations, to the Serapeon, and see the perfection of architecture, to the library, and read the immortals, to the theatre, and hear the heroics of the Greek and Hindus, to the quay, and count the triumphs of commerce. Descend with me into the streets, O son of Aries, and when the philosophers have dispersed, and taken with them the masters of all the arts, and all the gods have home their votaries, and nothing remains of the day but its pleasures, you shall hear the stories that have amused men from the beginning, and the songs which will never, never die. As he listened, Ben-Hur was carried back to the night when, in the summer house in Jerusalem, his mother, in much the same poetry of patriotism, declaimed the departed glories of Israel. I see now why you wish to be called Egypt. Will you sing me a song if I call you by that name? I heard you last night. That was a hymn of the Nile, she answered, a lament which I sing when I would fancy I smell the breath of the desert, and hear the surge of the dear old river. Let me rather give you a piece of the Indian mind. When we get to Alexandria, I will take you to the corner of the street where you can hear it from the daughter of the Ganga, who taught it to me. Kapila, you should know, was one of the most revered of the Hindu sages. Then, as if it were a natural mode of expression, she began the song. Kapila. Verse 1. Kapila, Kapila, so young and true, I yearn for a glory like thine, and hail thee from battle to ask anew, can ever thy valour be mine? Kapila sat on his charger dun, a hero never so grave, who loveth all things, hath fear of none. 'Tis love that maketh me brave. A woman gave me her soul one day, the soul of my soul to be alway. Thence came my valour to me. Go try it, and see. Verse 2. Kapila, Kapila, so old and grey, the queen is calling for me. But ere I go hence, I wish thou wouldst say how wisdom first came to thee. Kapila stood in his temple door, a priest in eremite guise. It did not come as men get their lore, 'tis faith that maketh me wise. A woman gave me her heart one day, the heart of my heart to be alway. Thence came my wisdom to me. Go try it, and see. Ben-Hur had not time to express his thanks for the song before the keel of the boat grated upon the underlying sand, and, next moment, the bow ran upon the shore. "A quick voyage, O Egypt!" he cried. "And a briefer stay," she replied, as, with a strong push, the black sent them shooting into the open water again. "You will give me the rudder now." "Oh, no," said she, laughing. "To you the chariot, to me the boat. We are merely at the lake's end, and the lesson is that I must not sing any more. Having been to Egypt, let us now to the grove of Daphne." "Without a song on the way?" he said, in deprecation. "Tell me something of the Roman from whom you saved us today," she asked. The request struck Ben-Hur unpleasantly. "I wish this were the Nile," he said evasively. "The kings and queens, having slept so long, might come down from their tombs and ride with us." "They were of the Colossi and would sink our boat. The pygmies would be preferable. But tell me of the Roman. He is very wicked, is he not?" "I cannot say." "Is he of noble family and rich?" "I cannot speak of his riches." "How beautiful his horses were, and the bed of his chariot was gold, and the wheels ivory. And his audacity! The bystanders laughed as he rode away, they who were so nearly under his wheels." She laughed at the recollection. "They were rabble," said Ben-Hur bitterly. "He must be one of the monsters who are said to be growing up in Rome, Apollos ravenous as Cerberus. Does he reside in Antioch?" "He is of the east somewhere." "Egypt would suit him better than Syria." "Hardly," Ben-Hur replied. "Cleopatra is dead." That instant the lamps burning before the door of the tent came into view. "The douar!" she cried. "Ah, then, we have not been to Egypt. I have not seen Karnak, or Philae, or Abydos. This is not the Nile. I have but heard a song of India, and been boating in a dream." "Philae, Karnak. Mourn rather that you have not seen the Ramses at Abu Simbel, looking at which makes it so easy to think of God, the maker of the heavens and earth. Or why should you mourn at all? Let us go on to the river, and if I cannot sing," she laughed, "because I have said I would not, yet I can tell you stories of Egypt." "Go on. Ay, till morning comes, and the evening, and the next morning," he said vehemently. "Of what shall my stories be? Of the mathematicians?" "Oh, no." "Of the philosophers?" "No, no." "Of the magicians and genii?" "If you will." "Of war?" "Yes." "Of love?" "Yes." "I will tell you a cure for love. It is the story of a queen. Listen reverently. The papyrus from which it was taken by the priest of Philae were wrested from the hand of the heroine herself. It is correct in form and must be true. Ne Hophra. 1. There is no parallelism in human lives. No life runs a straight line. The most perfect life develops as a circle and terminates in its beginning, making it impossible to say, this is the commencement, that is the end. Perfect lives are the treasures of God. Of great days he wears them on the ring finger of his heart hand. 2. Ne Hophra dwelt in a house close by Essuan, yet closer to the first cataract, so close indeed that the sound of the eternal battle waged there between river and rocks was of the place a part. She grew in beauty day by day, so that it was said of her, as of the poppies in her father's garden, what will she not be in the time of blooming? Each year of her life was the beginning of a new song more delightful than any of those which went before. Child was she of a marriage between the north, bounded by the sea, and the south, bounded by the desert beyond the Luna mountains, and one gave her its passion, the other its genius. So when they beheld her, both laughed, saying, not meanly, she is mine, but generously, ha ha, she is ours. All excellences in nature contributed to her perfection and rejoiced in her presence. Did she come or go, the birds ruffled their wings in greeting. The unruly winds sank to cooling zephyrs. The white lotus rose from the water's depth to look at her. The solemn river loitered on its way. The palm trees, nodding, shook all their plumes, and they seemed to say, this one, I gave her of my grace; that, I gave her of my brightness; the other, I gave her of my purity; and so each as it had a virtue to give. At 12, Nene Hofra was the delight of Essuan. At 16, the fame of her beauty was universal. At 20, there was never a day which did not bring to her door princes of the desert on swift camels, and lords of Egypt in gilded barges, and, going away disconsolate, they reported everywhere, I have seen her, and she is not a woman, but Athor herself. 3. Now of the 330 successors of good King Menes, 18 were Ethiopians, of whom Oreates was 110 years old. He had reigned 76 years. Under him the people thrived, and the land groaned with fatness of plenty. He practised wisdom because, having seen so much, he knew what it was. He dwelt in Memphis, having there his principal palace, his arsenals, and his treasure house. Frequently he went down to Butos to talk with Latona. The wife of the good king died. Too old was she for perfect embalmment, yet he loved her, and mourned as the inconsolable, seeing which, a Colchite presumed one day to speak to him. O Oreates, I am astonished that one so wise and great should not know how to cure a sorrow like this. Tell me a cure, said the king. 3 times the Colchite kissed the floor, and then he replied, knowing the dead could not hear him, At Essuan lives Nene Hofra, beautiful as Athor the beautiful. Send for her. She has refused all the lords and princes, and I know not how many kings, but who can say no to Oreates? 4. Nene Hofra descended the Nile in a barge richer than any ever before seen, attended by an army in barges each but a little less fine. All Nubia and Egypt, and a myriad from Libya, and a host of troglodytes, and not a few Macrobii from beyond the mountains of the moon, line the tented shores to see the cortege pass, wafted by perfumed winds and golden oars. Through a dromos of sphinxes and couchant double-winged lions she was borne, and set down before Oreates sitting on a throne specially erected at the sculptured pylon of the palace. He raised her up, gave her place by his side, clasped the uraeus upon her arm, kissed her, and Nene Hofra was queen of all queens. That was not enough for the wise Oreates. He wanted love, and a queen happy in his love. So he dealt with her tenderly, showing her his possessions, cities, palaces, people, his armies, his ships, and with his own hand he led her through his treasure house, saying, O Nene Hofra, but kiss me in love, and they are all thine. And thinking she could be happy, if she was not then, she kissed him once, twice, thrice, kissed him thrice, his 110 years notwithstanding. The first year she was happy, and it was very short. The 3rd year she was wretched, and it was very long. Then she was enlightened. That which she thought love of Oreates was only a daze of his power. Well for her had the days endured. Her spirits deserted her. She had long spells of tears, and her women could not remember when they heard her laugh. Of the roses on her cheeks only ashes remained. She languished and faded gradually, but certainly.
Some said she was haunted by the Erinyes for cruelty to a lover. Others, that she was stricken by some god envious of Oretes. Whatever the cause of her decline, the charms of the magicians availed not to restore her, and the prescript of the doctor was equally without virtue. Nene Hofra was given over to die. Oretes chose a crypt for her up in the tombs of the queens, and calling the master sculptors and painters to Memphis, he set them to work upon designs more elaborate than any even in the great galleries of the dead kings. "O thou beautiful as Hathor herself, my queen," said the king, whose 113 years did not lessen his ardour as a lover, "tell me, I pray, the ailment of which, alas, thou art so certainly perishing before my eyes." "You will not love me any more if I tell you," she said, in doubt and fear. "Not love you? I will love you the more. I swear it by the genii of Amente. By the eye of Osiris I swear it. Speak," he cried, passionate as a lover, authoritative as a king. "Here, then," she said, "there is an anchorite, the oldest and holiest of his class, in a cave near Essuan. His name is Minopha. He was my teacher and guardian. Send for him, O Oretes, and he will tell you that you seek to know. He will also help you find the cure for my affliction." Oretes arose rejoicing. He went away in spirit 100 years younger than when he came. 5. "Speak," said Oretes to Minopha, in the palace at Memphis. And Minopha replied, "Most mighty king, if you were young, I should not answer, because I am yet pleased with life. As it is, I will say the queen, like any other mortal, is paying the penalty of a crime." "A crime!" exclaimed Oretes angrily. Minopha bowed very low. "Yes, to herself." "I am not in mood for riddles," said the king. "What I say is not a riddle, as you shall hear. Nene Hofra grew up under my eyes, and confided every incident of her life to me, among others, that she loved the son of her father's gardener, Barbec by name." Oretes' frown, strangely enough, began to dissipate. "With that love in her heart, O king, she came to you. Of that love she is dying." "Where is the gardener's son now?" asked Oretes. "In Essuan." The king went out and gave 2 orders. To one Oiris he said, "Go to Essuan and bring hither a youth named Barbec. You will find him in the garden of the queen's father." To another, "Assemble workmen and cattle and tools, and construct for me in Lake Chemis an island, which, though laden with a temple, a palace, and a garden, and all manner of trees bearing fruit, and all manner of vines, shall nevertheless float about as the winds may blow it. Make the island, and let it be fully furnished by the time the moon begins to wane." Then to the queen he said, "Be of cheer. I know all, and have sent for Barbec." Nene Hofra kissed his hands. "You shall have him to yourself, and he you to himself, nor shall any disturb your loves for a year." She kissed his feet. He raised her, and kissed her in return, and the rose came back to her cheek, the scarlet to her lips, and the laughter to her heart. 6. For 1 year Nene Hofra and Barbec the gardener floated as the winds blew on the island of Chemis, which became one of the wonders of the world. Never a home of love more beautiful. 1 year, seeing no one, and existing for no one but themselves. Then she returned in state to the palace in Memphis. "Now whom lovest thou best?" asked the king. She kissed his cheek and said, "Take me back, O good king, for I am cured." Orietes laughed none the worse, that moment, of his 114 years. Then it is true, as Minofa said. Ha ha ha! It is true, the cure of love is love. Even so, she replied. Suddenly his manner changed, and his look became terrible. I did not find it so, he said. She shrank affrighted. Thou guilty, he continued. Thy offence to Orietes the man he forgives, but thy offence to Orietes the king remains to be punished. She cast herself at his feet. Hush, he cried, thou art dead. He clapped his hands, and a terrible procession came in, a procession of parakeets or embalmers, each with some implement or material of his loathsome art. The king pointed to Nene-Hofra. She is dead, do thy work well. 7. Nene-Hofra the beautiful, after 72 days, was carried to the crypt chosen for her the year before, and laid with her queenly predecessors, yet there was no funeral procession in her honour across the sacred lake. At the conclusion of the story, Ben-Hur was sitting at the Egyptian's feet, and her hand upon the tiller was covered by his hand. Minofa was wrong, he said. How? Love lives by loving. Then there is no cure for it? Yes, Orietes found the cure. What was it? You are a good listener, O son of Arius. And so with conversation and stories they whiled the hours away. As they stepped ashore, she said, Tomorrow we go to the city. But you will be at the games? He asked. Oh, yes. I will send you my colours. With that they separated. End of chapter. Book 5, Chapter 4 of Ben-Hur. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Ben-Hur, A Tale of the Christ, by Lew WALLACE. Book 5, Chapter 4. Ilderim returned to the Doar next day about the 3rd hour. As he dismounted, a man whom he recognized as of his own tribe came to him and said, O Sheikh, I was bidden give thee this package, with request that thou read it at once. If there be answer, I was to wait thy pleasure. Ilderim gave the package immediate attention. The seal was already broken. The address ran, To Valerius Gratus at Caesarea.
Abaddon, take him,
growled the Sheikh, at discovering a letter in Latin. Had the missive been in Greek or Arabic, he could have read it. As it was, the utmost he could make out was the signature in bold Roman letters, Masala, whereat his eyes twinkled.
Where is the young Jew?
He asked. In the field with the horses, a servant replied. The Sheikh replaced the papyrus in its envelopes, and tucking the package under his girdle, he remounted the horse. That moment a stranger made his appearance, coming apparently from the city. I am looking for Sheikh Ilderim, surnamed the Generous, the stranger said. His language and attire bespoke him a Roman. What he could not read, he yet could speak, so the old Arab answered, with dignity, I am Sheikh Ilderim. The man's eyes fell. He raised them again, and said with forced composure, I heard you had need of a driver for the games. Ilderim's lip under the white moustache curled contemptuously. Go thy way, he said. I have a driver. He turned to ride away, but the man, lingering, spoke again. Sheikh, I am a lover of horses, and they say you have the most beautiful in the world. The old man was touched. He drew rein as if on the point of yielding to the flattery, but finally replied, Not today, not today.
Some other time I will show them to you. I am too busy just now." He rode to the field, while the stranger betook himself to town again with a smiling countenance. He had accomplished his mission. And every day thereafter, down to the great day of the games, a man, sometimes 2 or 3 men, came to the Sheikh at the orchard, pretending to seek an engagement as driver. In such manner Masala kept watch over Ben-Hur. End of chapter.
Book 5, Chapter 5 of Ben-Hur. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Ben-Hur, A Tale of the Christ, by Lew WALLACE. Book 5, Chapter 5. The Sheikh waited, well satisfied, until Ben-Hur drew his horses off the field for the forenoon, well satisfied, for he had seen them, after being put through all the other paces, run full speed in such manner that it did not seem there were one the slowest and another the fastest. Run, in other words, as if the 4 were one. "This afternoon, O Sheikh, I will give Sirius back to you." Ben-Hur patted the neck of the old horse as he spoke. "I will give him back and take to the chariot."
"So soon?"
Ilderim asked. "With such as these, good Sheikh, 1 day suffices. They are not afraid. They have a man's intelligence, and they love the exercise. This one," he shook a rein over the back of the youngest of the 4, "you called him Aldebaran, I believe, is the swiftest. In once around a stadium he would lead the others thrice his length." Ilderim pulled his beard and said, with twinkling eyes,
"Aldebaran is the swiftest, but what of the slowest?"
"This is he." Ben-Hur shook the rein over Antares. "This is he, but he will win. For look you, Sheikh, he will run his utmost all day, and, as the sun goes down, he will reach his swiftest."
"Right again," said Ilderim.
"I have but one fear, O Sheikh." The Sheikh became doubly serious. "In his greed of triumph, a Roman cannot keep honor pure. In the games, all of them, mark you, their tricks are infinite. In chariot racing their knavery extends to everything, from horse to driver, from driver to master. Wherefore, good Sheikh, look well to all thou hast. From this till the trial is over, let no stranger so much as see the horses. Would you be perfectly safe, do more. Keep watch over them with armed hand as well as sleepless eye. Then I will have no fear of the end." At the door of the tent they dismounted.
"What you say shall be attended to. By the splendor of God, no hand shall come near them except it belong to one of the faithful. Tonight I will set watches. But, son of Arius," Ilderim drew forth the package and opened it slowly, while they walked to the divan and seated themselves. "Son of Arius, see thou here, and help me with thy Latin." He passed the dispatch to Ben-Hur. "There, read, and read aloud, rendering what thou findest into the tongue of thy fathers. Latin is an abomination." Ben-Hur was in good spirits, and began the reading carelessly. "Masala de Gratus." He paused. A premonition drove the blood to his heart. Ilderim observed his agitation. "Well, I am waiting." Ben-Hur prayed pardon, and recommenced the paper, which, it is sufficient to say, was one of the duplicates of the letter dispatched so carefully to Gratus by Masala the morning after the revel in the palace. The paragraphs in the beginning were remarkable only as proof that the writer had not outgrown his habit of mockery. When they were past, and the reader came to the parts intended to refresh the memory of Gratus, his voice trembled, and twice he stopped to regain his self-control. By a strong effort he continued. "I recall further," he read, "that thou didst make disposition of the family of Hur." There the reader again paused and drew a long breath. "Both of us at the time supposing the plan hit upon to be the most effective possible for the purposes in view, which were silence and delivery over to inevitable but natural death." Here Ben-Hur broke down utterly. The paper fell from his hands, and he covered his face.
They are dead, dead. I alone am left." The sheikh had been a silent but not unsympathetic witness of the young man's suffering. Now he arose and said, "Son of Arius, it is for me to beg thy pardon. Read the paper by thyself. When thou art strong enough to give the rest of it to me, send word, and I will return." He went out of the tent, and nothing in all his life became him better. Ben-Hur flung himself on the divan and gave way to his feelings. When somewhat recovered, he recollected that a portion of the letter remained unread, and, taking it up, he resumed the reading. "Thou wilt remember," the missive ran, "what thou didst with the mother and sister of the malefactor. Yet, if now I yield to a desire to learn if they be living or dead—" Ben-Hur started and read again, and then again, and at last broke into exclamation. "He does not know they are dead! He does not know it! Blessed be the name of the Lord, there is yet hope." He finished the sentence and was strengthened by it, and went on bravely to the end of the letter. "They are not dead," he said, after reflection. "They are not dead, or he would have heard of it." A second reading, more careful than the first, confirmed him in the opinion. Then he sent for the sheikh. "In coming to your hospitable tent, O sheikh," he said calmly, when the Arab was seated and they were alone, "it was not in my mind to speak of myself further than to assure you I had sufficient training to be entrusted with your horses. I decline to tell you my history. But the chances which have sent this paper to my hand and given it to me to be read are so strange that I feel bidden to trust you with everything. And I am the more inclined to do so by knowledge here conveyed that we are both of us threatened by the same enemy, against whom it is needful that we make common cause. I will read the letter and give you explanation, after which you will not wonder I was so moved. If you thought me weak or childish, you will then excuse me." The sheikh held his peace, listening closely, until Ben-Hur came to the paragraph in which he was particularly mentioned. "I saw the Jew yesterday in the grove of Daphne," so ran the part, "and if he be not there now, he is certainly in the neighbourhood, making it easy for me to keep him in eye. Indeed, wert thou to ask me where he is now, I should say, with the most positive assurance, he is to be found at the old orchard of palms."
"Ah!"
exclaimed Ilderim in such a tone one might hardly say he was more surprised than angry. At the same time he clutched his beard. "At the old orchard of palms," Ben-Hur repeated, "under the tent of the traitor, Sheikh Ilderim."
"Traitor! I—"
the old man cried in his shrillest tone, while lip and beard curled with ire, and on his forehead and neck the veins swelled and beat as if they would burst. "Yet a moment, Sheikh," said Ben-Hur with a deprecatory gesture. "Such is Masala's opinion of you. Hear his threat." And he read on. "Under the tent of the traitor Sheikh Ilderim, who cannot long escape our strong hand. Be not surprised if Maxentius, as his first measure, places the Arab on ship for forwarding to Rome."
"To Rome? Me, Ilderim, sheikh of 10,000 horsemen with spears, me to Rome?"
He leaped rather than rose to his feet, his arms outstretched, his fingers spread and curved like claws, his eyes glittering like a serpent's.
"O God! Nay, by all the gods, except of Rome! When shall this insolence end? A freeman am I, free are my people. Must we die slaves? Or worse, must I live a dog, crawling to a master's feet? Must I lick his hand, lest he lash me? What is mine is not mine. I am not my own. For breath of body I must be beholden to a Roman. Oh, if I were young again! Oh, could I shake off 20 years? Or 10, or 5!
He ground his teeth and shook his hands overhead. Then, under the impulse of another idea, he walked away and back again to Ben-Hur swiftly, and caught his shoulder with a strong grasp.
"If I were as thou, son of Arius, as young, as strong, as practised in arms, if I had a motive hissing me to revenge, a motive like thine, great enough to make hate holy, Away with disguise on thy part and on mine! Son of her, I say."
At that name all the currents of Ben-Hur's blood stopped. Surprised, bewildered, he gazed into the Arab's eyes, now close to his, and fiercely bright.
"Son of her, I say, were I as thou, with half thy wrongs, bearing about with me memories like thine, I would not, I could not rest."
Never pausing, his words following each other torrent-like, the old man swept on.
"To all my grievances I would add those of the world, and devote myself to vengeance. From land to land I would go, firing all mankind. No war for freedom but should find me engaged, no battle against Rome in which I would not bear a part. I would turn Parthian, if I could not better. If men failed me, still I would not give over the effort. Ha! By the splendor of God! I would herd with wolves, and make friends of lions and tigers, in hopes of marshalling them against the common enemy. I would use every weapon. So my victims were Romans, I would rejoice in slaughter. Quarter I would not ask, quarter I would not give. To the flames everything Roman, to the sword every Roman born. Of nights I would pray the gods, the good and the bad alike, to lend me their special terrors, tempests, drought, heat, cold, and all the nameless poisons they let loose in air, all the thousand things of which men die on sea and on land. Oh, I could not sleep, I—
The sheikh stopped for want of breath, panting, wringing his hands. And, sooth to say, of all the passionate burst Ben-Hur retained but a vague impression wrought by fiery eyes, a piercing voice, and a rage too intense for coherent expression. For the first time in years the desolate youth heard himself addressed by his proper name. One man at least knew him, and acknowledged it without demand of identity, and he an Arab fresh from the desert. How came the man by his knowledge? The letter? No. It told the cruelties from which his family had suffered. It told the story of his own misfortunes, but it did not say he was the very victim whose escape from doom was the theme of the heartless narrative. That was the point of explanation he had notified the sheikh would follow the reading of the letter. He was pleased, and thrilled with hope restored, yet kept an air of calmness. "Good sheikh, tell me how you came by this letter."
"My people keep the roads between cities," Ilderim answered bluntly. "They took it from a courier."
"Are they known to be thy people?"
"No. To the world they are robbers, whom it is mine to catch and slay."
"Again, sheikh, you called me son of Hur, my father's name. I did not think myself known to a person on earth. How came you by the knowledge?" Ilderim hesitated, but rallying, he answered,
"I know you, yet I am not free to tell you more."
"Someone holds you in restraint?" The sheikh closed his mouth and walked away. But, observing Ben-Hur's disappointment, he came back and said,
"Let us say no more about the matter now. I will go to town. When I return I may talk to you fully. Give me the letter."
Ilderim rolled the papyrus carefully, restored it to its envelopes, and became once more all energy.
"What sayest thou?" he asked, while waiting for his horse and retinue. "I told what I would do, were I thou, and thou hast made no answer."
"I intended to answer, sheikh, and I will." Ben-Hur's countenance and voice changed with the feeling invoked. "All thou hast said I will do, all at least in the power of a man. I devoted myself to vengeance long ago. Every hour of the 5 years past I have lived with no other thought. I have taken no respite. I have had no pleasures of youth. The blandishments of Rome were not for me. I wanted her to educate me for revenge. I resorted to her most famous masters and professors, not those of rhetoric or philosophy. Alas, I had no time for them. The arts essential to a fighting man were my desire. I associated with gladiators, and with winners of prizes in the circus, and they were my teachers. The drill masters in the great camp accepted me as a scholar, and were proud of my attainments in their line. O sheikh, I am a soldier, but the things of which I dream require me to be a captain. With that thought I have taken part in the campaign against the Parthians. When it is over, then, if the Lord spare my life and strength, then," he raised his clenched hands and spoke vehemently, "then I will be an enemy Roman taught in all things. Then Rome shall account to me in Roman lies for her ills. You have my answer, Sheik." Ilderim put an arm over his shoulder and kissed him, saying passionately,
"If thy God favour thee not, son of Hur, it is because he is dead. Take thou this from me, sworn to, if so thy preference run. Thou shalt have my hands, and their fullness, men, horses, camels, and the desert for preparation. I swear it. For the present, enough. Thou shalt see or hear from me before night."
Turning abruptly off, the Sheik was speedily on the road to the city. End of chapter. Book 5, Chapter 6 of Ben-Hur. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Ben-Hur, A Tale of the Christ, by Lew WALLACE. Book 5, Chapter 6. The intercepted letter was conclusive upon a number of points of great interest to Ben-Hur. It had all the effect of a confession that the writer was a party to the putting away of the family with murderous intent, that he had sanctioned the plan adopted for the purpose, that he had received a portion of the proceeds of the confiscation, and was yet in enjoyment of his part, that he dreaded the unexpected appearance of what he was pleased to call the chief malefactor, and accepted it as a menace, that he contemplated such further action as would secure him in the future, and was ready to do whatever his accomplice in Caesarea might advise. And, now that the letter had reached the hand of him really its subject, it was notice of danger to come, as well as a confession of guilt. So when Ilderim left the tent, Ben-Hur had much to think about, requiring immediate action. His enemies were as adroit and powerful as any in the East. If they were afraid of him, he had greater reason to be afraid of them. He strove earnestly to reflect upon the situation, but could not. His feelings constantly overwhelmed him. There was a certain qualified pleasure in the assurance that his mother and sister were alive, and it mattered little that the foundation of the assurance was a mere inference. That there was one person who could tell him where they were seemed to his hope so long deferred as if discovery were now close at hand. These were mere causes of feeling. Underlying them, it must be confessed, he had a superstitious fancy that God was about to make ordination in his behalf, in which event faith whispered him to stand still. Occasionally, referring to the words of Ilderim, he wondered whence the Arab derived his information about him. Not from Malak, certainly, nor from Simonides, whose interests, all adverse, would hold him dumb. Could Masala have been the informant? No, no. Disclosure might be dangerous in that quarter. Conjecture was vain. At the same time, often as Ben-Hur was beaten back from the solution, he was consoled with the thought that whoever the person with the knowledge might be, he was a friend, and, being such, would reveal himself in good time. A little more waiting, a little more patience. Possibly the errand of the Sheik was to see the worthy. Possibly the letter might precipitate a full disclosure. And patient he would have been if only he could have believed Tirzah and his mother were waiting for him under circumstances permitting hope on their part strong as his. If, in other words, conscience had not stung him with accusations respecting them. To escape such accusations he wandered far through the orchard, pausing now where the date-gatherers were busy, yet not too busy to offer him of their fruit and talk with him. Then, under the great trees, to watch the nesting birds, or hear the bees swarming about the berries bursting with honeyed sweetness, and filling all the green and golden spaces with the music of their beating wings. By the lake, however, he lingered longest. He might not look upon the water and its sparkling ripples, so like sensuous life, without thinking of the Egyptian and her marvellous beauty, and of floating with her here and there through the night, made brilliant by her songs and stories. He might not forget the charm of her manner, the lightness of her laugh, the flattery of her attention, the warmth of her little hand under his upon the tiller of the boat. From her it was for his thought but a short way to Balthazar, and the strange things of which he had been witness, unaccountable by any law of nature, and from him again to the King of the Jews, whom the good man, with such pathos of patience, was holding in holy promise. The distance was even nearer. And there his mind stayed, finding in the mysteries of that personage a satisfaction answering well for the rest he was seeking. Because, it may have been, nothing is so easy as denial of an idea not agreeable to our wishes, he rejected the definition given by Balthazar of the kingdom the king was coming to establish. A kingdom of souls, if not intolerable to his Sadducean faith, seemed to him but an abstraction drawn from the depths of a devotion too fond and dreamy. A kingdom of Judea, on the other hand, was more than comprehensible. Such had been, and if only for that reason, might be again. And it suited his pride to think of a new kingdom broader of domain, richer in power, and of a more unapproachable splendour than the old one, of a new king wiser and mightier than Solomon, a new king under whom, especially, he could find both service and revenge. In that mood he resumed to the douar. The midday meal disposed of, still further to occupy himself, Ben-Hur had the chariot rolled out into the sunlight for inspection. The word but poorly conveys the careful study the vehicle underwent. No point or part of it escaped him. With a pleasure which will be better understood hereafter, he saw the pattern was Greek, in his judgment preferable to the Roman in many respects. It was wider between the wheels, and lower and stronger, and the disadvantage of greater weight would be more than compensated by the greater endurance of his Arabs. Speaking generally, the carriage-makers of Rome built for the games almost solely, sacrificing safety to beauty and durability to grace, while the chariots of Achilles and the King of Men, designed for war in all its extreme tests, still ruled the tastes of those who met and struggled for the crowns Isthmian and Olympic. Next he brought the horses, and, hitching them to the chariot, drove to the field of exercise, where, hour after hour, he practised them in movement under the yoke. When he came away in the evening, it was with restored spirit, and a fixed purpose to defer action in the matter of Masala until the race was won or lost. He could not forego the pleasure of meeting his adversary under the eyes of the East. That there might be other competitors seemed not to enter his thought. His confidence in the result was absolute. No doubt of his own skill, and as to the four, they were his full partners in the glorious game. Let him look to it! Let him look to it! Ha! Antares, Aldebaran, shall he not, O honest Rigel? And thou, Altair, king among coursers, shall he not beware of us? Ha 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 ha! Good hearts! So in rest he passed from horse to horse, speaking, not as a master, but the senior of as many brethren. After nightfall, Ben-Hur sat by the door of the tent waiting for Ilderim, not yet returned from the city. He was not impatient, or vexed, or doubtful. The sheikh would be heard from, at least. Indeed, whether it was from satisfaction with the performance of the four, or the refreshment there is in cold water succeeding bodily exercise, or supper partaken with royal appetite, or the reaction which, as a kindly provision of nature, always follows depression, the young man was in good humour, verging upon elation. He felt himself in the hands of Providence no longer his enemy. At last there was a sound of horses' feet coming rapidly, and Malek rode up. "Son of Arius," he said, cheerily, after salutation, "I salute you for Sheikh Ilderim, who requests you to mount and go to the city. He is waiting for you." Ben-Hur asked no questions, but went in where the horses were feeding. Aldebaran came to him, as if offering his service. He played with him lovingly, but passed on, and chose another, not of the four. They were sacred to the race. Very shortly the two were on the road, going swiftly and in silence. Some distance below the Seleucian bridge, they crossed the river by a ferry, and, riding far around on the right bank, and recrossing by another ferry, entered the city from the west. The detour was long, but Ben-Hur accepted it as a precaution for which there was good reason. Down to Simonides' landing they rode, and in front of the great warehouse, under the bridge, Malak drew rein. "We are come," he said. "Dismount." Ben-Hur recognized the place. "Where is the sheikh?" he asked. "Come with me, I will show you." A watchman took the horses, and almost before he realized it, Ben-Hur stood once more at the door of the house up on the greater one, listening to the response from within. "In God's name, enter." End of chapter. Book 5, Chapter 7 of Ben-Hur. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Ben-Hur, A Tale of the Christ, by Lew WALLACE. Book 5, Chapter 7. Malak stopped at the door. Ben-Hur entered alone. The room was the same in which he had formerly interviewed Simonides, and it had been in no wise changed, except now, close by the armchair, a polished brazen rod, set on a broad wooden pedestal, arose higher than a tall man, holding lamps of silver on sliding arms, half a dozen or more in number, and all burning. The light was clear, bringing into view the panelling on the walls, the cornice with its row of gilded balls, and the dome dully tinted with violet mica. Within a few steps Ben-Hur stopped. 3 persons were present looking at him, Simonides, Ilderim, and Esther. He glanced hurriedly from one to another, as if to find an answer to the question half formed in his mind, "What business can these have with me?" He became calm, with every sense on the alert, for the question was succeeded by another, "Are they friends or enemies?" At length his eyes rested upon Esther. The men returned his look kindly. In her face there was something more than kindness, something too spiritual for definition, which yet went to his inner consciousness without definition. Shall it be said, good reader, back of his gaze there was a comparison in which the Egyptian arose and set herself over against the gentle Jewess, but it lived an instant, and, as is the habit of such comparisons, passed away without a conclusion. "Son of Hur." The guest turned to the speaker. "Son of Hur," said Simonides, repeating the address slowly, and with distinct emphasis, as if to impress all its meaning upon him most interested in understanding it. "Take thou the peace of the Lord God of our fathers. Take it from me." He paused, then added, "From me and mine." The speaker sat in his chair. There were the royal head, the bloodless face, the masterful air, under the influence of which visitors forgot the broken limbs and distorted body of the man. The full black eyes gazed out under the white brows steadily but not sternly. A moment thus, then he crossed his hands upon his breast. The action, taken with the salutation, could not be misunderstood, and was not. "Simonides," Ben-Hur answered, much moved, "the holy peace you tender is accepted. As son to father I return it to you. Only let there be perfect understanding between us." Thus delicately he sought to put aside the submission of the merchant, and, in place of the relation of master and servant, substitute one higher and holier. Simonides let fall his hands, and, turning to Esther, said, "A seat for the master, daughter." She hastened and brought a stool, and stood, with suffused face, looking from one to the other, from Ben-Hur to Simonides, from Simonides to Ben-Hur. And they waited, each declining the superiority direction would imply. When at length the pause began to be embarrassing, Ben-Hur advanced, and gently took the stool from her, and going to the chair, placed it at the merchant's feet. "I will sit here," he said. His eyes met hers, an instant only, but both were better of the look. He recognized her gratitude, she his generosity and forbearance. Simonides bowed his acknowledgment. "Esther, child, bring me the paper," he said, with a breath of relief. She went to a panel in the wall, opened it, took out a roll of papyri, and brought and gave it to him. "Thou saidst well, son of Hur," Simonides began, while unrolling the sheets. "Let us understand each other. In anticipation of the demand, which I would have made hadst thou waived it, I have here a statement covering everything necessary to the understanding required. I could see but 2 points involved, the property first, and then our relation. The statement is explicit as to both. Will it please thee to read it now?" Ben-Hur received the papers, but glanced at Ilderim. "Nay," said Simonides, "the Sheikh shall not deter thee from reading. The account, such as thou wilt find it, is of a nature requiring a witness. In the attesting place at the end thou wilt find, when thou comest to it, the name Ilderim Sheikh. He knows all. He is thy friend. All he has been to me, that will he be to thee also." Simonides looked at the Arab, nodding pleasantly, and the latter gravely returned the nod, saying,
"Thou hast said."
Ben-Hur replied, "I know already the excellence of his friendship, and have yet to prove myself worthy of it." Immediately he continued, "Later, O Simonides, I will read the papers carefully. For the present, do thou take them, and if thou be not too weary, give me their substance." Simonides took back the roll. "Here, Esther, stand by me and receive the sheets, lest they fall into confusion." She took place by his chair, letting her right arm fall lightly across his shoulder, so, when he spoke, the account seemed to have rendition from both of them jointly. "This," said Simonides, drawing out the first leaf, "shows the money I had of thy father's, being the amount saved from the Romans. There was no property saved, only money, and that the robbers would have secured but for our Jewish custom of bills of exchange. The amount saved, being sums I drew from Rome, Alexandria, Damascus, Carthage, Valentia, and elsewhere within the circle of trade, was 120 talents Jewish money." He gave the sheet to Esther and took the next one. "With that amount, 120 talents, I charged myself. Here now my credits. I use the word, as thou wilt see, with reference rather to the proceeds gained from the use of the money." From separate sheets he then read footings which, fractions omitted, were as follows: Cr. By ships, 60 talents. Goods in store, 110 talents. By cargoes in transit, 75 talents. By camels, horses, etc., 20 talents. By warehouses, 10 talents. By bills due, 54 talents. By money on hand and subject to draft, 224 talents. Total, 553 talents. To these now, to the 553 talents gained, add the original capital I had from thy father, and thou hast 673 talents, and all thine, making thee, O son of Hur, the richest subject in the world. He took the papyri from Esther, and, reserving one, rolled them and offered them to Ben-Hur. The pride perceptible in his manner was not offensive. It might have been from a sense of duty well done, it might have been for Ben-Hur without reference to himself. "And there is nothing," he added, dropping his voice, but not his eyes, "there is nothing now thou mayest not do." The moment was one of absorbing interest to all present. Simonides crossed his hands upon his breast again. Esther was anxious, Ilderim nervous. A man is never so on trial as in the moment of excessive good fortune. Taking the roll, Ben-Hur arose, struggling with emotion. "All this is to me as a light from heaven, sent to drive away a night which has been so long I feared it would never end, and so dark I had lost the hope of seeing," he said with a husky voice. "I give first thanks to the Lord, who has not abandoned me, and my next to thee, O Simonides. Thy faithfulness outweighs the cruelty of others, and redeems our human nature. There is nothing I cannot do. Be it so. Shall any man in this my hour of such mighty privilege be more generous than I? Serve me as a witness now, Sheikh Ilderim. Hear thou my words as I shall speak them. Hear and remember. And thou, Esther, good angel of this good man, hear thou also." He stretched his hand with the roll to Simonides. "The things these papers take into account, all of them, ships, houses, goods, camels, horses, money, the least as well as the greatest, give I back to thee, O Simonides, making them all thine, and sealing them to thee and thine for ever." Esther smiled through her tears. Ilderim pulled his beard with rapid motion, his eyes glistening like beads of jet. Simonides alone was calm. "Sealing them to thee and thine for ever," Ben-Hur continued with better control of himself, "with one exception, and upon one condition." The breath of the listeners waited upon his words. "The 120 talents which were my father's thou shalt return to me." Ilderim's countenance brightened. "And thou shalt join me in search of my mother and sister, holding all thine subject to the expense of discovery, even as I will hold mine." Simonides was much affected. Stretching out his hand, he said, "I see thy spirit, son of Hur, and I am grateful to the Lord that he hath sent thee to me, such as thou art. If I served well thy father in life, and his memory afterwards, be not afraid of default to thee, yet must I say the exception cannot stand." Exhibiting then the reserved sheet, he continued, "Thou hast not all the account. Take this and read. Read aloud." Ben-Hur took the supplement and read it. "Statement of the servants of Hur, rendered by Simonides, steward of the estate. 1. Amrah, Egyptian, keeping the palace in Jerusalem. 2. Simonides the steward, in Antioch. 3. Esther, daughter of Simonides." Now in all his thoughts of Simonides not once had it entered Ben-Hur's mind that, by the law, a daughter followed the parent's condition. In all his visions of her, the sweet-faced Esther had figured as the rival of the Egyptian, and as an object of possible love. He shrank from the revelation so suddenly brought him, and looked at her blushing, and, blushing, she dropped her eyes before him. Then he said, while the papyrus rolled itself together, "A man with 600 talents is indeed rich, and may do what he pleases, but, rarer than the money, more priceless than the property, is the mind which amassed the wealth, and the heart it could not corrupt when amassed. O Simonides, and thou, fair Esther, fear not. Sheikh Ilderim here shall be witness that in the same moment ye were declared my servants, that moment I declared ye free. And what I declare, that will I put in writing. Is it not enough? Can I do more?" "Son of Hur," said Simonides, "verily thou dost make servitude lightsome. I was wrong. There are some things thou canst not do. Thou canst not make us free in law. I am thy servant for ever, because I went to the door with thy father one day, and in my ear the all-marks yet abide." "Did my father that?" "Judge him not," cried Simonides quickly. "He accepted me a servant of that class because I prayed him to do so. I never repented the step. It was the price I paid for Rachel, the mother of my child here, for Rachel, who would not be my wife unless I became what she was." Was she a servant forever? Even so. Ben-Hur walked the floor in pain of impotent wish. I was rich before, he said, stopping suddenly. I was rich with the gifts of the generous Arius. Now comes this greater fortune, and the mind which achieved it. Is there not a purpose of God in it all? Counsel me, O Simonides. Help me to see the right and do it. Help me to be worthy my name, and what thou art in law to me, that will I be to thee in fact and deed. I will be thy servant forever. Simonides' face actually glowed. O son of my dead master, I will do better than help. I will serve thee with all my might of mind and heart. Body I have not, it perished in thy cause, but with mind and heart I will serve thee. I swear it, by the altar of our God, and the gifts upon the altar. Only make me formally what I have assumed to be. Name it, said Ben-Hur eagerly. As steward the care of the property will be mine. Count thyself steward now, or wilt thou have it in writing? Thy word simply is enough. It was so with the Father, and I will not more from the Son. And now, if the understanding be perfect— Simonides paused. It is with me, said Ben-Hur. And thou, daughter of Rachel, speak, said Simonides, lifting her arm from his shoulder. Esther, left thus alone, stood a moment abashed, her colour coming and going. Then she went to Ben-Hur and said, with a womanliness singularly sweet, I am not better than my mother was, and as she is gone, I pray you, O my master, let me care for my father. Ben-Hur took her hand and led her back to the chair, saying, Thou art a good child, have thy will. Simonides replaced her arm upon his neck, and there was silence for a time in the room. End of chapter. Book 5, Chapter 8 of Ben-Hur. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Ben-Hur, A Tale of the Christ, by Lew WALLACE. Book 5, Chapter 8. Simonides looked up, none the less a master. Esther, he said quietly, the night is going fast, and lest we become too weary for that which is before us, let the refreshments be brought. She rang a bell. A servant answered with wine and bread, which she bore round. The understanding, good my master, continued Simonides when all were served, is not perfect in my sight. Henceforth our lives will run on together like rivers which have met and joined their waters. I think their flowing will be better if every cloud is blown from the sky above them. You left my door the other day with what seemed a denial of the claims which I have just allowed in the broadest terms, but it was not so. Indeed it was not. Esther is witness that I recognized you, and that I did not abandon you, let Malak say. Malak! exclaimed Ben-Hur. One bound to a chair like me must have many hands far-reaching, if he would move the world from which he is so cruelly barred. I have many such, and Malak is one of the best of them. And sometimes, he cast a grateful glance at the sheikh, sometimes I borrow from others good of heart, like Ilderim the generous, good and brave. Let him say if I either denied or forgot you. Ben-Hur looked at the Arab. This is he, good Ilderim, this is he who told you of me? Ilderim's eyes twinkled as he nodded his answer. How, O my master, said Simonides, may we without trial tell what a man is? I knew you, I saw your father in you, but the kind of man you were I did not know. There are people to whom fortune is a curse in disguise. Were you of them? I sent Malak to find out for me, and in the service he was my eyes and ears. Do not blame him. He brought me report of you which was all good. I do not, said Ben-Hur heartily. There was wisdom in your goodness." "The words are very pleasant to me," said the merchant with feeling. "Very pleasant. My fear of misunderstanding is laid. Let the rivers run on now, as God may give them direction." After an interval he continued, "I am compelled now by truth. The weaver sits weaving, and, as the shuttle flies, the cloth increases, and the figures grow, and he dreams dreams meanwhile. So to my hands the fortune grew, and I wondered at the increase, and asked myself about it many times. I could see a care not my own went with the enterprises I set going. The simoons which smote others on the desert jumped over the things which were mine. The storms which heaped the seashore with wrecks did but blow my ships the sooner into port. Strangest of all, I, so dependent upon others, fixed to a place like a dead thing, had never a loss by an agent. Never. The elements stooped to serve me, and all my servants, in fact, were faithful." "It is very strange," said Ben-Hur. "So I said, and kept saying. Finally, O my master, finally I came to be of your opinion. God was in it. And like you, I asked, what can his purpose be? Intelligence is never wasted. Intelligence like God's never stirs except with design. I have held the question in heart lo these many years, watching for an answer. I felt sure, if God were in it, some day, in his own good time, in his own way, he would show me his purpose, making it clear as a whited house upon a hill. And I believe he has done so." Ben-Hur listened with every faculty intent. "Many years ago with my people, thy mother was with me, Esther, beautiful as morning over old Olivet. I sat by the wayside out north of Jerusalem, near the tombs of the kings, when 3 men passed by riding great white camels, such as had never been seen in the holy city. The men were strangers, and from far countries. The first one stopped and asked me a question. 'Where is he that is born King of the Jews?' As if to allay my wonder, he went on to say, 'We have seen his star in the east, and have come to worship him.' I could not understand, but followed them to the Damascus gate, and of every person they met on the way, of the guard at the gate even, they asked the question. All who heard it were amazed like me. In time I forgot the circumstance, though there was much talk of it as a presage of the Messiah. Alas, alas, what children we are, even the wisest! When God walks the earth his steps are often centuries apart. You have seen Balthazar?" "And heard him tell his story," said Ben-Hur. "A miracle! A very miracle!" cried Simonides. "As he told it to me, good my master, I seemed to hear the answer I had so long waited. God's purpose burst upon me. Poor will the king be when he comes, poor and friendless, without following, without armies, without cities or castles, a kingdom to be set up, and Rome reduced and blotted out. See, see, O my master, thou flushed with strength, thou trained to arms, thou burdened with riches, behold the opportunity the Lord hath sent thee. Shall not his purpose be thine? Could a man be born to a more perfect glory?" Simonides put his whole force in the appeal. "But the kingdom, the kingdom!" Ben-Hur answered eagerly. "Balthazar says it is to be of souls." The pride of the Jew was strong in Simonides, and therefore the slightly contemptuous curl of the lip with which he began his reply. "Balthazar has been a witness of wonderful things, of miracles, O my master, and when he speaks of them I bow with belief, for they are of sight and sound personal to him. But he is a son of Mizraim, and not even a proselyte. Hardly may he be supposed to have special knowledge by virtue of which we must bow to him in a matter of God's dealing with our Israel. The prophets had their light from heaven directly, even as he had his, many to one, and Jehovah the same forever. I must believe the prophets. Bring me the Torah, Esther." He proceeded without waiting for her. "May the testimony of a whole people be slighted, my master? Though you travel from Tyre, which is by the sea in the north, to the capital of Edom, which is in the desert south, you will not find a lisper of the Shema, an almsgiver in the temple, or any one who has ever eaten of the lamb of the Passover, to tell you the kingdom the king is coming to build for us, the children of the covenant, is other than of this world, like our father David's. Now where got they the faith, ask you? We will see presently." Esther here returned, bringing a number of rolls carefully enveloped in dark brown linen, lettered quaintly in gold. "Keep them, daughter, to give to me as I call for them," the father said, in the tender voice he always used in speaking to her, and continued his argument. "It were long, good my master, too long indeed, for me to repeat to you the names of the holy men who, in the providence of God, succeeded the prophets, only a little less favoured than they, the seers who have written and the preachers who have taught since the captivity, the very wise who borrowed their lights from the lamp of Malachi, the last of his line, and whose great names Hillel and Shammai never tired of repeating in the colleges. Will you ask them of the kingdom? Thus the Lord of the sheep in the book of Enoch, who is he? Who but the king of whom we are speaking? A throne is set up for him. He smites the earth, and the other kings are shaken from their thrones, and the scourges of Israel flung into a cavern of fire flaming with pillars of fire. So also the singer of the Psalms of Solomon. Behold, O Lord, and raise up to Israel their king, the son of David, at the time thou knowest, O God, to rule Israel, thy children. And he will bring the peoples of the heathen under his yoke to serve him. And he shall be a righteous king taught of God, for he shall rule all the earth by the word of his mouth forever. And last, though not least, hear Ezra, the second Moses, in his visions of the night, and ask him who is the lion with human voice that says to the eagle, which is Rome, Thou hast loved liars, and overthrown the cities of the industrious, and razed their walls, though they did thee no harm. Therefore be gone, that the earth may be refreshed and recover itself, and hope in the justice and piety of him who made her. Whereat the eagle was seen no more. Surely, O my master, the testimony of these should be enough. But the way to the fountain's head is open. Let us go up to it at once. Some wine, Esther, and then the Torah. "Dost thou believe the prophets, master?" he asked after drinking. "I know thou dost, for of such was the faith of all thy kindred. Give me, Esther, the book which beareth in it the visions of Isaiah." He took one of the rolls which she had unwrapped for him, and read, "The people that walked in darkness have seen a great light. They that dwell in the land of the shadow of death, upon them hath the light shined. For unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given, and the government shall be upon his shoulder. Of the increase of his government and peace there shall be no end, upon the throne of David, and upon his kingdom, to order it, and to establish it with judgment and with justice from henceforth even for ever. Believest thou the prophets, O my master? Now, Esther, the word of the Lord that came to Micah." She gave him the roll he asked. "But thou," he began reading, "but thou, Bethlehem Ephrath, though thou be little among the thousands of Judah, yet out of thee shall he come forth unto me that is to be ruler in Israel. This was he, the very child Balthazar saw and worshipped in the cave. Believest thou the prophets, O my master? Give me, Esther, the words of Jeremiah." Receiving that roll, he read as before. "Behold, the days come, saith the Lord, that I will raise unto David a righteous branch, and a king shall reign and prosper, and shall execute judgment and justice in the earth. In his days Judah shall be saved, and Israel shall dwell safely. As a king he shall reign, as a king, O my master. Believest thou the prophets? Now, daughter, the roll of the sayings of that son of Judah in whom there was no blemish. She gave him the book of Daniel. Hear, my master, he said. I saw in the night visions, and behold, one like the Son of Man came with the clouds of heaven. And there was given him dominion, and glory, and a kingdom, that all people, nations, and languages should serve him. His dominion is an everlasting dominion, which shall not pass away, and his kingdom that which shall not be destroyed. Believest thou the prophets, O my master? It is enough, I believe, cried Ben-Hur. What then? asked Simonides. If the king come poor, will not my master of his abundance give him help? Help him, to the last shekel and the last breath. But why speak of his coming poor? Give me, Esther, the word of the Lord as it came to Zechariah, said Simonides. She gave him one of the rolls. Hear how the king will enter Jerusalem. Then he read, Rejoice greatly, O daughter of Zion. Behold, thy king cometh unto thee with justice and salvation, lowly, and riding upon an ass, and upon a colt, the foal of an ass. Ben-Hur looked away. What see you, O my master? Rome, he answered gloomily. Rome and her legions. I have dwelt with them in their camps. I know them. Ah, said Simonides, thou shalt be a master of legions for the king, with millions to choose from. Millions, cried Ben-Hur. Simonides sat a moment thinking. The question of power should not trouble you, he next said. Ben-Hur looked at him inquiringly. You were seeing the lowly king in the act of coming to his own, Simonides answered, seeing him on the right hand, as it were, and on the left the brassy legions of Caesar, and you were asking, What can he do? It was my very thought. O my master, Simonides continued, you do not know how strong our Israel is. You think of him as a sorrowful old man weeping by the rivers of Babylon. But go up to Jerusalem next Passover, and stand on the Xystus, or in the street of Barter, and see him as he is. The promise of the Lord to father Jacob coming out of Padam Aram was a law under which our people have not ceased multiplying, not even in captivity. They grew under foot of the Egyptian. The clench of the Roman has been but wholesome nurture to them. Now they are indeed a nation and a company of nations. Nor that only, my master. In fact, to measure the strength of Israel, which is in fact measuring what the king can do, you shall not bide solely by the rule of natural increase, but add thereto the other. I mean the spread of the faith, which will carry you to the far and near of the whole known earth. Further, the habit is, I know, to think and speak of Jerusalem as Israel, which may be likened to our finding an embroidered shred, and holding it up as a magisterial robe of Caesar's. Jerusalem is but a stone of the temple, or the heart in the body. Turn from beholding the legions, strong though they may be, and count the hosts of the faithful waiting the old alarm, to your tents, O Israel. Count the many in Persia, children of those who chose not to return with the returning. Count the brethren who swarm the marts of Egypt and farther Africa. Count the Hebrew colonists eking profit in the west, in Lodinum and the trade courts of Spain. Count the pure of blood and the proselytes in Greece, and in the isles of the sea, and over in Pontus, and here in Antioch, and for that matter, those of that city lying accursed in the shadow of the unclean walls of Rome herself. Count the worshippers of the Lord, dwelling in tents along the deserts next us, as well as in the deserts beyond the Nile, and in the regions across the Caspian, and up in the old lands of Gog and Magog even, Separate those who annually send gifts to the holy temple in acknowledgment of God. Separate them, so that they may be counted also. And when you have done counting, lo, my master, a census of the sword hands that await you, lo, a kingdom already fashioned for him who is to do judgment and justice in the whole earth, in Rome not less than in Zion. Have then the answer. What Israel can do, that can the king." The picture was fervently given. Upon Ilderim it operated like the blowing of a trumpet. "Oh, that I had back my youth!" he cried, starting to his feet. Ben-Hur sat still. The speech, he saw, was an invitation to devote his life and fortune to the mysterious being who was palpably as much the centre of a great hope with Simonides as with the devout Egyptian. The idea, as we have seen, was not a new one, but had come to him repeatedly, once while listening to Malak in the Grove of Daphne, afterwards more distinctly while Balthazar was giving his conception of what the kingdom was to be. Still later, in the walk through the old orchard, it had risen almost, if not quite, into a resolve. At such times it had come and gone only an idea, attended with feelings more or less acute. Not so now. A master had it in charge. A master was working it up. Already he had exalted it into a cause, brilliant with possibilities and infinitely holy. The effect was as if a door theretofore unseen had suddenly opened, flooding Ben-Hur with light, and admitting him to a service which had been his one perfect dream, a service reaching far into the future, and rich with the rewards of duty done, and prizes to sweeten and soothe his ambition. One touch more was needed. "Let us concede all you say, O Simonides," said Ben-Hur, "that the king will come, and that his kingdom be as Solomon's. Say, also, I am ready to give myself and all I have to him in his cause. Yet more, say that I should do as was God's purpose in the ordering of my life, and in your quick amassment of astonishing fortune. Then what? Shall we proceed like blind men building? Shall we wait till the king comes, or until he sends for me? You have age and experience on your side. Answer." Simonides answered at once. "We have no choice, none. This letter," he produced Masala's dispatch as he spoke, "this letter is the signal for action. The alliance proposed between Masala and Gratus we are not strong enough to resist. We have not the influence at Rome nor the force here. They will kill you if we wait. How merciful they are! Look at me and judge." He shuddered at the terrible recollection. "Oh, good my master," he continued, recovering himself, "how strong are you, in purpose, I mean." Ben-Hur did not understand him. "I remember how pleasant the world was to me in my youth," Simonides proceeded. "Yet," said Ben-Hur, "you were capable of a great sacrifice." "Yes, for love." "Has not life other motives as strong?" Simonides shook his head. "There is ambition." "Ambition is forbidden a son of Israel." "What then of revenge?" The spark dropped upon the inflammable passion. The man's eyes gleamed, his hands shook. He answered quickly, "Revenge is a Jew's of right. It is the law."
"A camel, even a dog, will remember a wrong," cried Ilderim.
Directly Simonides picked up the broken thread of his thought. "There is a work for the king, which should be done in advance of his coming. We may not doubt that Israel is to be his right hand, but alas, it is a hand of peace, without cunning in war. Of the millions there is not one trained band, not a captain. The mercenaries of the Herods I do not count, for they are kept to crush us. The condition is as the Roman would have it. His policy has fruited well for his tyranny, but the time of change is at hand, when the shepherd shall put on armour, and take to spear and sword, and the feeding flocks be turned to fighting lions. Some one, my son, must have place next the king at his right hand. Who shall it be if not he who does this work well?" Ben-Hur's face flushed at the prospect, though he said, "I see. But speak plainly. A deed to be done is one thing. How to do it is another." Simonides sipped the wine Esther brought him, and replied, "The sheikh and thou, my master, shall be principals, each with a part. I will remain here, carrying on as now, and watchful that the spring go not dry. Thou shalt betake thee to Jerusalem, and thence to the wilderness, and begin numbering the fighting men of Israel, and telling them into tens and hundreds, and choosing captains and training them, and in secret places hoarding arms, for which I shall keep thee supplied. Commencing over in Perea, thou shalt go then to Galilee, whence it is but a step to Jerusalem. In Perea the desert will be at thy back, and Ilderim in reach of thy hand. He will keep the roads, so that nothing shall pass without thy knowledge. He will help thee in many ways. Until the ripening time no one shall know what is here contracted. Mine is but a servant's part. I have spoken to Ilderim. What sayest thou?" Ben-Hur looked at the sheikh.
"It is as he says, son of Hur," the Arab responded. "I have given my word, and he is content with it. But thou shalt have my oath, binding me, and the ready hands of my tribe, and whatever serviceable thing I have."
The three, Simonides, Ilderim, Esther, gazed at Ben-Hur fixedly. "Every man," he answered, at first sadly, "has a cup of pleasure poured for him, and soon or late it comes to his hand, and he tastes and drinks, every man but me. I see, Simonides, and thou, O generous sheikh, I see whither the proposal tends. If I accept, and enter upon the course, farewell peace, and the hopes which cluster round it. The doors I might enter and the gates of quiet life will shut behind me, never to open again, for Rome keeps them all, and her outlawry will follow me, and her hunters, and in the tombs near cities and the dismal caverns of remotest hills I must eat my crust and take my rest." The speech was broken by a sob. All turned to Esther, who hid her face upon her father's shoulder. "I did not think of you, Esther," said Simonides gently, for he was himself deeply moved. "It is well enough, Simonides," said Ben-Hur. "A man bears a hard doom better, knowing there is pity for him. Let me go on." They gave him ear again. "I was about to say," he continued, "I have no choice but take the part you assign me, and as remaining here is to meet an ignoble death, I will to the work at once." "Shall we have writings?" asked Simonides, moved by his habit of business. "I rest upon your word," said Ben-Hur.
"And I,"
Ilderim answered. Thus simply was effected the treaty which was to alter Ben-Hur's life, and almost immediately the latter added, "It is done, then." "May the God of Abraham help us!" Simonides exclaimed. "One word now, my friends," Ben-Hur said more cheerfully. "By your leave I will be my own until after the games. It is not probable Masala will set peril on foot for me until he has given the procurator time to answer him, and that cannot be in less than 7 days from the dispatch of his letter. The meeting him in the circus is a pleasure I would buy at whatever risk." Ilderim, well pleased, assented readily, and Simonides, intent on business, added, "It is well, for look you, my master, the delay will give me time to do you a good part. I understood you to speak of an inheritance derived from Arius. Is it in property?" "A villa near Misenum, and houses in Rome." I suggest, then, the sale of the property, and safe deposit of the proceeds. Give me an account of it, and I will have authorities drawn, and dispatch an agent on the mission forthwith. We will forestall the imperial robbers at least this once. You shall have the account tomorrow. Then, if there be nothing more, the work of the night is done, said Simonides. Ilderim combed his beard complacently, saying,
And well done.
The bread and wine again, Esther. Sheikh Ilderim will make us happy by staying with us till tomorrow, or at his pleasure. And thou, my master. Let the horses be brought, said Ben-Hur. I will return to the orchard. The enemy will not discover me if I go now, and, he glanced at Ilderim, the four will be glad to see me. As the day dawned, he and Malak dismounted at the door of the tent. End of chapter. Book 5, Chapter 9 of Ben-Hur. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Ben-Hur, A Tale of the Christ, by Lew WALLACE, Book 5, Chapter 9. Next night, about the 4th hour, Ben-Hur stood on the terrace of the great warehouse with Esther. Below them, on the landing, there was much running about, and shifting of packages and boxes, and shouting of men, whose figures, stooping, heaving, hauling, looked, in the light of the crackling torches kindled in their aid, like the labouring genii of the fantastic Eastern tales. A galley was being laden for instant departure. Simonides had not yet come from his office, in which, at the last moment, he would deliver to the captain of the vessel instructions to proceed without stop to Ostia, the seaport of Rome, and, after landing a passenger there, continue more leisurely to Valentia, on the coast of Spain. The passenger is the agent going to dispose of the estate derived from Arius the Duumvir. When the lines of the vessel are cast off, and she is put about, and her voyage begun, Ben-Hur will be committed irrevocably to the work undertaken the night before. If he is disposed to repent the agreement with Ilderim, a little time is allowed him to give notice and break it off. He is master, and has only to say the word. Such may have been the thought at the moment in his mind. He was standing with folded arms, looking upon the scene in the manner of a man debating with himself. Young, handsome, rich, but recently from the patrician circles of Roman society, it is easy to think of the world besetting him with appeals not to give more to onerous duty or ambition attended with outlawry and danger. We can even imagine the arguments with which he was pressed, the hopelessness of contention with Caesar, the uncertainty veiling everything connected with the king and his coming, the ease, honours, state, purchasable like goods in market, and, strongest of all, the sense newly acquired of home, with friends to make it delightful. Only those who have been wanderers long desolate can know the power there was in the latter appeal. Let us add now the world, always cunning enough of itself, always whispering to the weak, "Stay, take thine ease," always presenting the sunny side of life. The world was in this instance helped by Ben-Hur's companion. "Were you ever at Rome?" he asked. "No," Esther replied. "Would you like to go?" "I think not." "Why?" "I am afraid of Rome," she answered with a perceptible tremor of the voice. He looked at her then, or rather down upon her, for at his side she appeared little more than a child. In the dim light he could not see her face distinctly, even the form was shadowy. But again he was reminded of Tirzah, and a sudden tenderness fell upon him. Just so the lost sister stood with him on the housetop the calamitous morning of the accident to Gratus. Poor Tirzah! Where was she now? Esther had the benefit of the feeling evoked. If not his sister, he could never look upon her as his servant, and that she was his servant, in fact, would make him always the more considerate and gentle towards her.
I cannot think of Rome," she continued, recovering her voice, and speaking in her quiet, womanly way. "I cannot think of Rome as a city of palaces and temples, and crowded with people. She is to me a monster which has possession of one of the beautiful lands, and lies there luring men to ruin and death. A monster which it is not possible to resist. A ravenous beast gorging with blood. Why—" She faltered, looked down, stopped. "Go on," said Ben-Hur reassuringly. She drew closer to him, looked up again, and said, "Why must you make her your enemy? Why not rather make peace with her, and be at rest? You have had many ills and borne them. You have survived the snares laid for you by foes. Sorrow has consumed your youth. Is it well to give it the remainder of your days?" The girlish face under her eyes seemed to come nearer and get whiter as the pleading went on. He stooped towards it and asked softly, "What would you have me do, Esther?" She hesitated a moment, then asked, in return, "Is the property near Rome a residence?" "Yes." "And pretty?" "It is beautiful. A palace in the midst of gardens and shell-strewn walks, fountains without and within, statuary in the shady nooks, hills around covered with vines, and so high that Neapolis and Vesuvius are in sight, and the sea, an expanse of purpling blue dotted with restless sails. Caesar has a country seat near by, but in Rome they say the old Aryan villa is the prettiest." "And the life there, is it quiet?" "There was never a summer day, never a moonlit night more quiet, save when visitors come. Now that the old owner is gone, and I am here, there is nothing to break its silence. Nothing, unless it be the whispering of servants, or the whistling of happy birds, or the noise of fountains at play. It is changeless, except as day by day old flowers fade and fall, and new ones bud and bloom, and the sunlight gives place to the shadow of a passing cloud. The life, Esther, was all too quiet for me. It made me restless by keeping always present a feeling that I, who have so much to do, was dropping into idle habits, and tying myself with silken chains, and after a while, and not a long while either, would end with nothing done." She looked off over the river. "Why did you ask?" he said. "Good my master—" "No, no, Esther, not that. Call me friend, brother, if you will. I am not your master, and will not be. Call me brother." He could not see the flush of pleasure which reddened her face, and the glow of the eyes that went out lost in the void above the river. "I cannot understand," she said, "the nature which prefers the life you are going to a life of—" "Of violence, and it may be of blood," he said, completing the sentence. "Yes," she added, "the nature which could prefer that life to such as might be in the beautiful villa." "Esther, you mistake. There is no preference. Alas, the Roman is not so kind. I am going of necessity. To stay here is to die, and if I go there, the end will be the same: a poisoned cup, a bravo's blow, or a judge's sentence obtained by perjury. Masala and the procurator Gratus are rich with plunder of my father's estate, and it is more important to them to keep their gains now than was their getting in the first instance. A peaceable settlement is out of reach, because of the confession it would imply. And then—ah, Esther, if I could buy them, I do not know that I would. I do not believe peace possible to me. No, not even in the sleepy shade and sweet air of the marble porches of the old villa. No matter who might be there to help me bear the burden of the days, nor by what patience of love she made the effort. Peace is not possible to me while my people are lost, for I must be watchful to find them. If I find them, and they have suffered wrong,
shall not the guilty suffer for it? If they are dead by violence, shall the murderers escape? Oh, I could not sleep for dreams, nor could the holiest love by any stratagem lull me to a rest which conscience would not strangle."
"Is it so bad, then?" she asked, her voice tremulous with feeling. "Can nothing be done?"
Ben-Hur took her hand. "Do you care so much for me?"
"Yes,"
she answered simply. The hand was warm, and in the palm of his it was lost. He felt it tremble. Then the Egyptian came, so the opposite of this little one, so tall, so audacious, with a flattery so cunning, a wit so ready, a beauty so wonderful, a manner so bewitching. He carried the hand to his lips and gave it back. "You shall be another Tirzah to me, Esther."
"Who is Tirzah?"
"The little sister the Romans stole from me, and whom I must find before I can rest or be happy." Just then a gleam of light flashed athwart the terrace and fell upon the two, and, looking round, they saw a servant roll Simonides in his chair out of the door. They went to the merchant, and in the after-talk he was principal. Immediately the lines of the galley were cast off, and she swung round, and, midst the flashing of torches and the shouting of joyous sailors, hurried off to the sea, leaving Ben-Hur committed to the cause of the king who was to come. End of chapter. Book 5, Chapter 10 of Ben-Hur. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Ben-Hur, A Tale of the Christ, by Lew WALLACE. Book 5, Chapter 10. The day before the games, in the afternoon, all Ilderim's racing property was taken to the city, and put in quarters adjoining the circus. Along with it the good man carried a great deal of property not of that class, so with servants, retainers mounted and armed, horses in leading, cattle driven, camels laden with baggage, his outgoing from the orchard was not unlike a tribal migration. The people along the road failed not to laugh at his motley procession. On the other side it was observed that, with all his irascibility, he was not in the least offended by their rudeness. If he was under surveillance, as he had reason to believe, the informer would describe the semi-barbarous show with which he came up to the races. The Romans would laugh. The city would be amused. But what cared he? Next morning the pageant would be far on the road to the desert, and going with it would be every movable thing of value belonging to the orchard, everything save such as were essential to the success of his four. He was, in fact, started home. His tents were all folded. The douar was no more. In 12 hours all would be out of reach, pursue who might. A man is never safer than when he is under the laugh, and the shrewd old Arab knew it. Neither he nor Ben-Hur overestimated the influence of Masala. It was their opinion, however, that he would not begin active measures against them until after the meeting in the circus. If defeated there, especially if defeated by Ben-Hur, they might instantly look for the worst he could do. He might not even wait for advice from Gratus. With this view they shaped their course, and were prepared to betake themselves out of harm's way. They rode together now in good spirits, calmly confident of success on the morrow. On the way they came upon Malak in waiting for them. The faithful fellow gave no sign by which it was possible to infer any knowledge on his part of the relationship so recently admitted between Ben-Hur and Simonides, or of the treaty between them and Ilderim. He exchanged salutations as usual, and produced a paper, saying to the Sheikh, "I have here the notice of the editor of the games, just issued, in which you will find your horses published for the race. You will find in it also the order of exercises. Without waiting, good Sheikh, I congratulate you upon your victory." He gave the paper over, and leaving the worthy to master it, turned to Ben-Hur. To you also, son of Arius, my congratulations. There is nothing now to prevent your meeting Masala. Every condition preliminary to the race is complied with. I have the assurance from the editor himself." "I thank you, Malak," said Ben-Hur. Malak proceeded. "Your color is white, and Masala's mixed scarlet and gold. The good effects of the choice are visible already. Boys are now hawking white ribbons along the streets. Tomorrow every Arab and Jew in the city will wear them. In the circus you will see the white fairly divide the galleries with the red." "The galleries, but not the tribunal over the Porta Pompey." "No, the scarlet and gold will rule there. But if we win," Malak chuckled with the pleasure of the thought, "if we win, how the dignitaries will tremble! They will bet, of course, according to their scorn of everything not Roman, 2, 3, 5 to 1 on Masala, because he is Roman." Dropping his voice yet lower, he added, "It ill becomes a Jew of good standing in the temple to put his money at such a hazard, yet, in confidence, I will have a friend next behind the consul's seat to accept offers of 3 to 1, or 5, or 10. The madness may go to such height. I have put to his order 6,000 shekels for the purpose." "Nay, Malak," said Ben-Hur, "a Roman will wager only in his Roman coin. Suppose you find your friend tonight, and place in his order sestertii in such amount as you choose. And look you, Malak, let him be instructed to seek wagers with Masala and his supporters, Ilderim's 4 against Masala's." Malak reflected a moment. "The effect will be to center interest upon your contest." "The very thing I seek, Malak." "I see, I see." "Aye, Malak, would you serve me perfectly, help me to fix the public eye upon our race, Masala's and mine." Malak spoke quickly. "It can be done." "Then let it be done," said Ben-Hur. "Enormous wagers offered will answer. If the offers are accepted, all the better." Malak turned his eyes watchfully upon Ben-Hur. "Shall I not have back the equivalent of his robbery?" said Ben-Hur, partly to himself. "Another opportunity may not come, and if I could break him in fortune as well as in pride, our father Jacob would take no offence." A look of determined will knit his handsome face, giving emphasis to his further speech. "Yes, it shall be. Hark, Malak, stop not in thy offer of sestertii. Advance them to talents, if any there be who dare so high. 5, 10, 20 talents, aye, 50, so the wager be with Masala himself." "It is a mighty sum," said Malak. "I must have security." "So thou shalt. Go to Simonides and tell him I wish the matter arranged. Tell him my heart is set on the ruin of my enemy, and that the opportunity hath such excellent promise that I choose such hazards. On our side be the God of our fathers. Go, good Malak, let this not slip." And Malak, greatly delighted, gave him parting salutation, and started to ride away, but returned presently. "Your pardon," he said to Ben-Hur. "There was another matter. I could not get near Masala's chariot myself, but I had another measure it, and, from his report, its hub stands quite a palm higher from the ground than yours." "A palm! So much!" cried Ben-Hur joyfully. Then he leaned over to Malak. "As thou art a son of Judah, Malak, and faithful to thy kin, get thee a seat in the gallery over the gate of triumph, down close to the balcony in front of the pillars, and watch well when we make the turns there. Watch well, for if I have favour at all, I will— Nay, Malak, let it go unsaid. Only get thee there, and watch well." At that moment a cry burst from Ilderim. "Ha! By the splendour of God! What is this?" He drew near Ben-Hur with a finger pointing on the face of the notice. "Read," said Ben-Hur. "No, better thou." Ben-Hur took the paper, which, signed by the prefect of the province as editor, performed the office of a modern program, giving particularly the several divertissements provided for the occasion. It informed the public that there would be first a procession of extraordinary splendor, that the procession would be succeeded by the customary honors to the god Consus, whereupon the games would begin: running, leaping, wrestling, boxing, each in the order stated. The names of the competitors were given, with their several nationalities and schools of training, the trials in which they had been engaged, the prizes won, and the prizes now offered. Under the latter head, the sums of money were stated in illuminated letters, telling of the departure of the day when the simple chaplet of pine or laurel was fully enough for the victor, hungering for glory as something better than riches, and content with it. Over these parts of the program Ben-Hur sped with rapid eyes. At last he came to the announcement of the race. He read it slowly. Attending lovers of the heroic sports were assured that they could certainly be gratified by an Orestian struggle unparalleled in Antioch. The city offered the spectacle in honor of the consul. 100,000 sestertii and a crown of laurel were the prizes. Then followed the particulars. The entries were 6 in all, 4s only permitted, and, to further interest in the performance, the competitors would be turned into the course together. Each 4 then received description. 1. A 4 of Lysippus the Corinthian, 2 greys, a bay, and a black, entered at Alexandria last year and again at Corinth, where they were winners. Lysippus driver, color yellow. 2. A 4 of Masala of Rome, 2 white, 2 black, victors of the Circensian as exhibited in the Circus Maximus last year. Masala driver, colors scarlet and gold. 3. A 4 of Cleanthes the Athenian, 3 gray, 1 bay, winners at the Isthmian last year. Cleanthes driver, color green. 4. A 4 of Diceus the Byzantine, 2 black, 1 gray, 1 bay, winners this year at Byzantium. Diceus driver, color black. 5. A 4 of Admetus the Sidonian, all greys, thrice entered at Caesarea and thrice victors. Admetus driver, color blue. 6. A 4 of Ilderim, sheikh of the desert, all bays, first race. Ben-Hur, a Jew, driver, color white. Ben-Hur, a Jew, driver. Why that name instead of Arius? Ben-Hur raised his eyes to Ilderim. He had found the cause of the Arabs' outcry. Both rushed to the same conclusion. The hand was the hand of Masala. End of chapter. Book 5, Chapter 11 of Ben-Hur. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Ben-Hur, A Tale of the Christ, by Lew WALLACE, Book 5, Chapter 11. Evening was hardly come upon Antioch when the Omphalos, nearly in the center of the city, became a troubled fountain from which in every direction, but chiefly down to the Nymphaeum and east and west along the colonnade of Herod, flowed currents of people, for the time given up to Bacchus and Apollo. For such indulgence anything more fitting cannot be imagined than the great roofed streets, which were literally miles on miles of porticos wrought of marble, polished to the last degree of finish, and all gifts to the voluptuous city by princes careless of expenditure where, as in this instance, they thought they were eternizing themselves. Darkness was not permitted anywhere, and the singing, the laughter, the shouting were incessant, and in compound like the roar of waters dashing through hollow grottos, confused by a multitude of echoes. The many nationalities represented, although they might have amazed a stranger, were not peculiar to Antioch. Of the various missions of the great empire, one seems to have been the fusion of men and the introduction of strangers to each other. Accordingly, whole peoples rose up and went at pleasure, taking with them their costumes, customs, speech, and gods, and where they chose they stopped, engaged in business, built houses, erected altars, and were what they had been at home. There was a peculiarity, however, which could not have failed the notice of a looker-on this night in Antioch. Nearly everybody wore the colours of one or other of the charioteers announced for the morrow's race. Sometimes it was in form of a scarf, sometimes a badge, often a ribbon or a feather. Whatever the form, it signified merely the wearer's partiality. Thus green published a friend of Cleanthes the Athenian, and black an adherent of the Byzantine. This was according to a custom, old probably as the day of the race of Orestes, a custom, by the way, worthy of study as a marvel of history, illustrative of the absurd yet appalling extremities to which men frequently suffer their follies to drag them. The observer abroad on this occasion, once attracted to the wearing of colours, would have very shortly decided that there were three in predominance, green, white, and the mixed scarlet and gold. But let us from the streets to the palace on the island. The 5 great chandeliers in the saloon are freshly lighted. The assemblage is much the same as that already noticed in connection with the place. The divan has its core of sleepers and burden of garments, and the tables yet resound with the rattle and clash of dice. Yet the greater part of the company are not doing anything. They walk about, or yawn tremendously, or pause as they pass each other to exchange idle nothings. Will the weather be fair tomorrow? Are the preparations for the games complete? Do the laws of the circus in Antioch differ from the laws of the circus in Rome? Truth is, the young fellows are suffering from ennui. Their heavy work is done. That is, we would find their tablets, could we look at them, covered with memoranda of wagers on every contest, on the running, the wrestling, the boxing, on everything but the chariot race. And why not on that? Good reader, they cannot find anybody who will hazard so much as a denarius with them against Masala. There are no colours in the saloon but his. No one thinks of his defeat. Why, they say, is he not perfect in his training? Did he not graduate from an imperial Lannistra? Were not his horses winners at the Circensian in the Circus Maximus? And then, yes, he is a Roman. In a corner, at ease on the divan, Masala himself may be seen. Around him, sitting or standing, are his courtierly admirers, plying him with questions. There is, of course, but one topic. Enter Drusus and Caecilius. "Ah!" cries the young prince, throwing himself on the divan at Masala's feet. "Ah, by Bacchus, I am tired." "Whither away?" asked Masala. "Up the street, up to the Omphalos and beyond. Who shall say how far? Rivers of people, never so many in the city before. They say we will see the whole world at the circus tomorrow." Masala laughed scornfully. "The idiots! Per Pol! They never beheld a Circensian with Caesar for editor. But, my Drusus, what found you?" "Nothing." "Oh, you forget," said Caecilius. "What?" asked Drusus. "The procession of whites." "Mirabile!" cried Drusus, half rising. "We met a faction of whites, and they had a banner, but ha ha ha!" He fell back indolently. "Cruel Drusus, not to go on," said Masala. "Scum of the desert were they, my Masala, and garbage eaters from the Jacob's temple in Jerusalem. What had I to do with them?" "Nay," said Caecilius, "Drusus is afraid of a laugh, but I am not, my Masala." "Speak thou, then." "Well, we stopped the faction and—" "Offered them a wager," said Drusus, relenting, and taking the word from the shadow's mouth. "And one fellow with not enough skin on his face to make a worm for a carp stepped forth, and said yes. I drew my tablets. 'Who is your man?' I asked. 'Ben-Hur the Jew,' said he. Then I, 'What shall it be? How much?'
He answered, "Uh, excuse me, Masala. By Jove's thunder, I cannot go on for laughter." The listeners leaned forward. Masala looked to Cecilius. "A shekel," said the latter. "A shekel! A shekel!" A burst of scornful laughter ran fast upon the repetition. "And what did Drusus?" asked Masala. An outcry over about the door just then occasioned a rush to that quarter, and as the noise there continued and grew louder, even Cecilius betook himself off, pausing only to say, "The noble Drusus, my Masala, put up his tablets and lost the shekel." "A white! A white!" "Let him come in." "This way! This way!" Those and like exclamations filled the saloon, to the stoppage of other speech. The dice players quit their games. The sleepers awoke, rubbed their eyes, drew their tablets, and hurried to the common centre. "I offer you—" "And I—" "I—" The person so warmly received was the respectable Jew, Ben-Hur's fellow voyager from Cyprus. He entered grave, quiet, observant. His robe was spotlessly white, so was the cloth of his turban. Bowing and smiling at the welcome, he moved slowly towards the central table. Arrived there, he drew his robe about him in a stately manner, took seat, and waved his hand. The gleam of a jewel on a finger helped him not a little to the silence which ensued. "Romans, most noble Romans, I salute you," he said. "Easy, easy, by Jupiter, who is he?" "Dog of Israel, Sanballat by name, purveyor for the army. Residence Rome, vastly rich. Grown so as a contractor of furnishments which he never furnishes. He spins mischiefs, nevertheless, finer than spiders spin their webs. Come, by the girdle of Venus, let us catch him." Masala arose as he spoke, and with Drusus joined the mass crowded about the purveyor. "It came to me on the street," said that person, producing his tablets, and opening them on the table with an impressive air of business, "that there was great discomfort in the palace because offers on Masala were going without takers. The gods, you know, must have sacrifices, and here am I. You see my colour. Let us to the matter. Odds first, amounts next. What will you give me?" The audacity seemed to stun his hearers. "Haste," he said. "I have an engagement with the consul." The spur was effective. 2 to 1, cried half a dozen in a voice. "What!" exclaimed the purveyor, astonished. "Only 2 to 1, and yours a Roman?" "Take 3, then." "3, say you? Only 3, and mine but a dog of a Jew. Give me 4. "4 it is," said a boy, stung by the taunt. 5. Give me 5, cried the purveyor instantly. A profound stillness fell upon the assemblage. "The consul, your master and mine, is waiting for me." The inaction became awkward to the many. "Give me 5, for the honour of Rome, 5. "5 let it be," said one in answer. There was a sharp cheer, a commotion, and Masala himself appeared. "5 let it be," he said. And Sanballat smiled, and made ready to write. "If Caesar die tomorrow," he said, "Rome will not be all bereft. There is at least one other with spirit to take his place. Give me 6. "6 be it," answered Masala. There was another shout, louder than the first. "6 be it," repeated Masala. 6 to 1, the difference between a Roman and a Jew. And having found it now, O Redemptor of the flesh of swine, let us on. The amount, and quickly. The consul may send for thee, and I will then be bereft. Sanballat took the laugh against him coolly, and wrote, and offered the writing to Masala. "Read, read," everybody demanded. And Masala read. "Memorandum. Chariot race. Masala of Rome in wager with Sanballat, also of Rome. Says he will beat Ben-Hur, the Jew. Amount of wager,
20 talents. Odds to Sanballat, 6-1. Witnesses, Sanballat. There was no noise, no motion. Each person seemed held in the pose the reading found him. Masala stared at the memorandum, while the eyes which had him in view opened wide and stared at him. He felt the gaze, and thought rapidly. So lately he stood in the same place, and in the same way hectored the countrymen around him. They would remember it. If he refused to sign, his heroship was lost, and sign he could not. He was not worth 100 talents, nor the 5th part of the sum. Suddenly his mind became a blank. He stood speechless. The colour fled his face. An idea at last came to his relief. "Thou Jew," he said, "where hast thou 20 talents? Show me." Sanballat's provoking smile deepened. "There," he replied, offering Masala a paper. "Read, read!" arose all around. Again Masala read. "At Antioch, Tammuz 16th day. The bearer, Sanballat of Rome, hath now to his order with me 50 talents, coin of Caesar." Signed, Simonides. 50 talents! 50 talents! Echoed the throng in amazement. Then Drusus came to the rescue. "By Hercules!" he shouted, "the paper lies, and the Jew is a liar. Who but Caesar hath 50 talents at order? Down with the insolent wight!" The cry was angry, and it was angrily repeated, yet Sanballat kept his seat, and his smile grew more exasperating the longer he waited. At length Masala spoke. "Hush! 1-1, my countrymen, 1-1, for love of our ancient Roman name." The timely action recovered him his ascendancy. "O thou circumcised dog!" he continued to Sanballat, "I gave thee 6-1, did I not?" "Yes," said the Jew quietly. "Well, give me now the fixing of the amount." "With reserve, if the amount be trifling, have thy will," answered Sanballat. "Write, then, 5 in place of 20. "Hast thou so much?" "By the mother of the gods, I will show you receipts." "Nay, the word of so brave a Roman must pass. Only make the sum even. 6 make it, and I will write." "Write it so." And forthwith they exchanged writings. Sanballat immediately arose and looked around him, a sneer in place of his smile. No man better than he knew those with whom he was dealing. "Romans," he said, "another wager, if you dare. 5 talents against 5 talents that the white will win. I challenge you collectively." There was again surprise. "What?" he cried louder. "Shall it be said in the circus tomorrow that a dog of Israel went into the saloon of the palace full of Roman nobles, among them the scion of a Caesar, and laid 5 talents before them in challenge, and they had not the courage to take it up?" The sting was unendurable. "Have done, O insolent!" said Drusus. "Write the challenge, and leave it on the table. And tomorrow, if we find thou hast indeed so much money to put at such hopeless hazard, I, Drusus, promise it shall be taken." Sanballat wrote again, and rising, said, unmoved as ever, "See, Drusus, I leave the offer with you. When it is signed, send it to me any time before the race begins. I will be found with the consul in a seat over the Porta Pompei. Peace to you, peace to all." He bowed and departed, careless of the shout of derision with which they pursued him out of the door. In the night, the story of the prodigious wager flew along the streets and over the city, and Ben-Hur, lying with his 4, was told of it, and also that Masala's whole fortune was on the hazard. And he slept never so soundly. End of chapter. Book 5, Chapter 12 of Ben-Hur. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Ben-Hur, A Tale of the Christ, by Lew WALLACE. Book 5, Chapter 12. The circus at Antioch stood on the south bank of the river, nearly opposite the island, differing in no respect from the plan of such buildings in general. In the purest sense, the games were a gift to the public. Consequently, everybody was free to attend, and, vast as the holding capacity of the structure was, so fearful were the people on this occasion lest there should not be room for them, that, early the day before the opening of the exhibition, they took up all the vacant spaces in the vicinity, where their temporary shelter suggested an army in waiting. At midnight the entrances were thrown wide, and the rabble, surging in, occupied the quarters assigned to them, from which nothing less than an earthquake or an army with spears could have dislodged them. They dozed the night away on the benches, and breakfasted there, and there the close of the exercises found them, patient and sight-hungry as in the beginning. The better people, their seats secured, began moving towards the circus about the first hour of the morning, the noble and very rich among them distinguished by litters and retinues of liveried servants. By the second hour, the efflux from the city was a stream unbroken and innumerable. Exactly as the gnomon of the official dial up in the citadel pointed the second hour half gone, the legion, in full panoply, and with all its standards on exhibit, descended from Mount Sulpius, and when the rear of the last cohort disappeared in the bridge, Antioch was literally abandoned. Not that the circus could hold the multitude, but that the multitude was gone out to it, nevertheless. A great concourse on the river shore witnessed the consul come over from the island in a barge of state. As the great man landed, and was received by the legion, the martial show for one brief moment transcended the attraction of the circus. At the third hour, the audience, if such it may be termed, was assembled. At last, a flourish of trumpets called for silence, and instantly the gaze of over 100,000 persons was directed towards a pile forming the eastern section of the building. There was a basement first, broken in the middle by a broad arched passage called the Porta Pompei, over which, on an elevated tribunal, magnificently decorated with insignia and legionary standards, the consul sat in the place of honor. On both sides of the passage the basement was divided into stalls termed carceres, each protected in front by massive gates swung to statuesque pilasters. Over the stalls next was a cornice crowned by a low balustrade, back of which the seats arose in theatre arrangement, all occupied by a throng of dignitaries superbly attired. The pile extended the width of the circus, and was flanked on both sides by towers which, besides helping the architects give grace to their work, served the velaria, or purple awnings, stretched between them so as to throw the whole quarter in a shade that became exceedingly grateful as the day advanced. This structure, it is now thought, can be made useful in helping the reader to a sufficient understanding of the arrangement of the rest of the interior of the circus. He has only to fancy himself seated on the tribunal with the consul, facing to the west, where everything is under his eye. On the right and left, if he will look, he will see the main entrances, very ample and guarded by gates hinged to the towers. Directly below him is the arena, a level plain of considerable extent, covered with fine white sand. There all the trials will take place except the running. Looking across this sanded arena westwardly still, there is a pedestal of marble supporting 3 low conical pillars of grey stone, much carven. Many an eye will hunt for those pillars before the day is done, for they are the first goal, and mark the beginning and end of the race-course. Behind the pedestal, leaving a passageway and space for an altar, commences a wall 10 or 12 feet in breadth and 5 or 6 in height, extending thence exactly 200 yards, or 1 Olympic stadium. At the farther or westward extremity of the wall there is another pedestal, surmounted with pillars which mark the second goal. The racers will enter the course on the right of the first goal, and keep the wall all the time to their left. The beginning and ending points of the contest lie, consequently, directly in front of the consul across the arena, and for that reason his seat was admittedly the most desirable in the circus. Now if the reader, who is still supposed to be seated on the consular tribunal over the Porta Pompei, will look up from the ground arrangement of the interior, the first point to attract his notice will be the marking of the outer boundary line of the course. That is, a plain-faced, solid wall, 15 or 20 feet in height, with a balustrade on its cope, like that over the carceres, or stalls, in the east. This balcony, if followed round the course, will be found broken in 3 places to allow passages of exit and entrance, 2 in the north and 1 in the west, the latter very ornate and called the Gate of Triumph, because when all is over the victors will pass out that way, crowned and with triumphal escort and ceremonies. At the west end the balcony encloses the course in the form of a half-circle, and is made to uphold 2 great galleries. Directly behind the balustrade on the coping of the balcony is the first seat, from which ascend the succeeding benches, each higher than the one in front of it, giving to view a spectacle of surpassing interest, the spectacle of a vast space, ruddy and glistening with human faces, and rich with varicolored costumes. The commonalty occupy quarters over in the west, beginning at the point of termination of an awning, stretched, it would seem, for the accommodation of the better classes exclusively. Having thus the whole interior of the circus under view at the moment of the sounding of the trumpets, let the reader next imagine the multitude seated and sunk to sudden silence, and motionless in its intensity of interest. Out of the Porta Pompei, over in the east, rises a sound mixed of voices and instruments harmonized. Presently, forth issues the chorus of the procession with which the celebration begins. The editor and civic authorities of the city, givers of the games, follow in robes and garlands. Then the gods, some on platforms borne by men, others in great four-wheel carriages gorgeously decorated. Next them again the contestants of the day, each in costume exactly as he will run, wrestle, leap, box, or drive. Slowly crossing the arena, the procession proceeds to make circuit of the course. The display is beautiful and imposing. Approval runs before it in a shout, as the water rises and swells in front of a boat in motion. If the dumb-figured gods make no sign of appreciation of the welcome, the editor and his associates are not so backward. The reception of the athletes is even more demonstrative, for there is not a man in the assemblage who has not something in wager upon them, though but a mite or farthing. And it is noticeable, as the classes move by, that the favourites among them are speedily singled out. Either their names are loudest in the uproar, or they are more profusely showered with wreaths and garlands tossed to them from the balcony. If there is a question as to the popularity with the public of the several games, it is now put to rest. To the splendor of the chariots and the super-excellent beauty of the horses, the charioteers add the personality necessary to perfect the charm of their display. Their tunics, short, sleeveless, and of the finest woolen texture, are of the assigned colors. A horseman accompanies each one of them except Ben-Hur, who for some reason, possibly distrust, has chosen to go alone. So, too, they are all helmeted but him. As they approach, the spectators stand upon the benches, and there is a sensible deepening of the clamour, in which a sharp listener may detect the shrill piping of women and children. At the same time, the things roseate flying from the balcony thicken into a storm, and, striking the men, drop into the chariot beds, which are threatened to filling to the tops. Even the horses have a share in the ovation, nor may it be said they are less conscious than their masters of the honours they receive. Very soon, as with the other contestants, it is made apparent that some of the drivers are more in favour than others, and then the discovery follows that nearly every individual on the benches, women and children as well as men, wears a colour, most frequently a ribbon upon the breast or in the hair, Now it is green, now yellow, now blue, but, searching the great body carefully, it is manifest that there is a preponderance of white and scarlet and gold. In a modern assemblage called together as this one is, particularly where there are sums at hazard upon the race, a preference would be decided by the qualities or performance of the horses. Here, however, nationality was the rule. If the Byzantine and Sidonian found small support, it was because their cities were scarcely represented on the benches. On their side, the Greeks, though very numerous, were divided between the Corinthian and the Athenian, leaving but a scant showing of green and yellow. Masala's scarlet and gold would have been but little better had not the citizens of Antioch, proverbially a race of courtiers, joined the Romans by adopting the colour of their favourite. There were left then the country people, or Syrians, the Jews, and the Arabs, and they, from faith in the blood of the Sheikhs Four, blent largely with hate of the Romans, whom they desired above all things to see beaten and humbled, mounted the white, making the most noisy and probably the most numerous faction of all. As the charioteers move on in the circuit, the excitement increases. At the second goal, where, especially in the galleries, the white is the ruling colour, the people exhaust their flowers and rive the air with screams, "Masala! Masala! Ben-Hur! Ben-Hur!" Such are the cries. Upon the passage of the procession, the factionists take their seats and resume conversation. "Ah, by Bacchus, was he not handsome?" exclaimed a woman, whose Romanism is betrayed by the colours flying in her hair. "And how splendid his chariot!" replies a neighbour of the same proclivities. "It is all ivory and gold. Jupiter grant he wins." The notes on the bench behind them were entirely different. 100 shekels on the Jew." The voice is shrill and high. "Nay, be thou not rash," whispers a moderating friend to the speaker. "The children of Jacob are not much given to Gentile sports, which are too often accursed in the sight of the Lord." "True, but saw you ever one more cool and assured? And what an arm he has!" "And what horses!" says a third. "And for that," a fourth one adds, "they say he has all the tricks of the Romans." A woman completes the eulogium. "Yes, and he is even handsomer than the Roman." Thus encouraged, the enthusiast shrieks again, 100 shekels on the Jew." "Thou fool," answers an Antiochian from a bench well forward on the balcony, "knowest thou not there are 50 talents laid against him 6-1 on Masala? Put up thy shekels, lest Abraham rise and smite thee." "Ha, ha, ha! Thou ass of Antioch, cease thy bray. Knowest thou not it was Masala betting on himself?" Such the reply. And so ran the controversy, not always good-natured. When at length the march was ended and the Porta Pompei received back the procession, Ben-Hur knew he had his prayer. The eyes of the East were upon his contest with Masala. End of chapter. Book 5, Chapter 13 of Ben-Hur. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Ben-Hur, A Tale of the Christ, by Lew WALLACE, Book 5, Chapter 13. About 3 o'clock, speaking in modern style, the program was concluded except the chariot race. The editor, wisely considerate of the comfort of the people, chose that time for a recess. At once the vomitoria were thrown open, and all who could hastened to the portico outside where the restaurateurs had their quarters. Those who remained yawned, talked, gossiped, consulted their tablets, and all distinctions else forgotten, merged into but two classes, the winners, who were happy, and the losers, who were grum and captious. Now, however, a third class of spectators, composed of citizens who desired only to witness the chariot race, availed themselves of the recess to come in and take their reserved seats. By so doing they thought to attract the least attention and give the least offence. Among these were Simonides and his party, whose places were in the vicinity of the main entrance on the north side, opposite the consul. As the 4 stout servants carried the merchant in his chair up the aisle, curiosity was much excited. Presently someone called his name. Those about caught it and passed it on along the benches to the west, and there was hurried climbing on seats to get sight of the man about whom common report had coined and put in circulation a romance so mixed of good fortune and bad that the like had never been known or heard of before. Ilderim was also recognized and warmly greeted, but nobody knew Balthazar or the 2 women who followed him closely veiled. The people made way for the party respectfully, and the ushers seated them in easy speaking distance of each other, down by the balustrade overlooking the arena. In providence of comfort, they sat upon cushions and had stools for footrests. The women were Eros and Esther. Upon being seated, the latter cast a frightened look over the circus, and drew the veil closer about her face, while the Egyptian, letting her veil fall upon her shoulders, gave herself to view, and gazed at the scene with the seeming unconsciousness of being stared at, which, in a woman, is usually the result of long social habitude. The newcomers generally were yet making their first examination of the great spectacle, beginning with the consul and his attendants, when some workmen ran in and commenced to stretch a chalked rope across the arena from balcony to balcony in front of the pillars of the first goal. About the same time also 6 men came in through the Porta Pompei and took post, one in front of each occupied stall, whereat there was a prolonged hum of voices in every quarter. "See, see, the green goes to number 4 on the right. The Athenian is there." "And Masala, yes, he is in number 2. "The Corinthian. Watch the white. See, he crosses over. He stops. Number 1 it is, number 1 on the left." "No, the black stops there, and the white at number 2. "So it is." These gatekeepers, it should be understood, were dressed in tunics coloured like those of the competing charioteers. So, when they took their stations, everybody knew the particular stall in which his favourite was that moment waiting. "Did you ever see Masala?" the Egyptian asked Esther. The Jewess shuddered as she answered no. If not her father's enemy, the Roman was Ben-Hur's. "He is beautiful as Apollo." As Eros spoke, her large eyes brightened and she shook her jewelled fan. Esther looked at her with the thought, "Is he then so much handsomer than Ben-Hur?" Next moment she heard Ilderim say to her father, "Yes, his stall is number 2 on the left of the Porta Pompei." And, thinking it was of Ben-Hur he spoke, her eyes turned that way. Taking but the briefest glance at the wattled face of the gate, she drew the veil close and muttered a little prayer. Presently Sanballat came to the party. "I am just from the stalls, O Sheikh," he said, bowing gravely to Ilderim, who began combing his beard, while his eyes glittered with eager inquiry. "The horses are in perfect condition." Ilderim replied simply, "If they are beaten, I pray it be by some other than Masala." Turning then to Simonides, Sanballat drew out a tablet, saying, "I bring you also something of interest. I reported, you will remember, the wager concluded with Masala last night, and stated that I left another which, if taken, was to be delivered to me in writing today before the race began. Here it is." Simonides took the tablet and read the memorandum carefully. "Yes," he said, "their emissary came to ask me if you had so much money with me. Keep the tablet close. If you lose, you know where to come. If you win," his face knit hard, "if you win, ah, friend, see to it. See the signers escape not. Hold them to the last shekel. That is what they would with us." "Trust me," replied the purveyor. "Will you not sit with us?" asked Simonides. "You are very good," the other returned, "but if I leave the consul, young Rome yonder will boil over. Peace to you, peace to all." At length the recess came to an end. The trumpeters blew a call at which the absentees rushed back to their places. At the same time some attendants appeared in the arena, and, climbing upon the division wall, went to an entablature near the second goal at the west end, and placed upon it 7 wooden balls. Then, returning to the first goal, upon an entablature there they set up 7 other pieces of wood hewn to represent dolphins. "What shall they do with the balls and fishes, O Sheikh?" asked Balthazar.
Hast thou never attended a race?
"Never before, and hardly know I why I am here."
Well, they are to keep the count. At the end of each round run thou shalt see 1 ball and 1 fish taken down.
The preparations were now complete, and presently a trumpeter in gaudy uniform arose by the editor, ready to blow the signal of commencement promptly at his order. Straightway the stir of the people and the hum of their conversation died away. Every face near by, and every face in the lessening perspective, turned to the east, as all eyes settled upon the gates of the 6 stalls which shut in the competitors. The unusual flush upon his face gave proof that even Simonides had caught the universal excitement. Ilderim pulled his beard fast and furious.
Look now for the Roman,
said the fair Egyptian to Esther, who did not hear her, for, with close-drawn veil and beating heart, she sat watching for Ben-Hur. The structure containing the stalls, it should be observed, was in form of the segment of a circle, retired on the right, so that its central point was projected forward, and midway the course, on the starting side of the first goal. Every stall, consequently, was equally distant from the starting line or chalked rope above mentioned. The trumpet sounded short and sharp, whereupon the starters, 1 for each chariot, leaped down from behind the pillars of the goal, ready to give assistance if any of the 4s proved unmanageable. Again the trumpet blew, and simultaneously the gatekeepers threw the stalls open. First appeared the mounted attendants of the charioteers, 5 in all, Ben-Hur having rejected the service. The chalked line was lowered to let them pass, then raised again. They were beautifully mounted, yet scarcely observed as they rode forward, for all the time the trampling of eager horses, and the voices of drivers scarcely less eager, were heard behind in the stalls, so that one might not look away an instant from the gaping doors. The chalked line up again, the gatekeepers called their men. Instantly the ushers on the balcony waved their hands and shouted with all their strength, "Down! Down!" As well have whistled to stay a storm. Forth from each stall, like missiles in a volley from so many great guns, rushed the 6 4s, and up the vast assemblage arose, electrified and irrepressible, and, leaping upon the benches, filled the circus and the air above it with yells and screams. This was the moment for which they had so patiently waited, this the moment of supreme interest treasured up in talk and dreams since the proclamation of the games.
He is come! There, look! cried Eros, pointing to Masala.
I see him, answered Esther, looking at Ben-Hur. The veil was withdrawn. For an instant the little Jewess was brave. An idea of the joy there is in doing an heroic deed under the eyes of a multitude came to her, and she understood ever after how, at such times, the souls of men, in the frenzy of performance, laugh at death or forget it utterly. The competitors were now under view from nearly every part of the circus, yet the race was not begun. They had first to make the chalked line successfully. The line was stretched for the purpose of equalizing the start. If it were dashed upon, discomfiture of man and horses might be apprehended. On the other hand, to approach it timidly was to incur the hazard of being thrown behind in the beginning of the race, and that was certain forfeit of the great advantage always striven for, the position next the division wall on the inner line of the course. This trial, its perils and consequences, the spectators knew thoroughly, and if the opinion of old Nestor, uttered that time he handed the reins to his son, were true, "It is not strength but art obtain the prize, and to be swift is less than to be wise," all on the benches might look for warning of the winner to be now given, justifying the interest with which they breathlessly watched for the result. The arena swam in a dazzle of light, yet each driver looked first thing for the rope, then for the coveted inner line. So, all six aiming at the same point and speeding furiously, a collision seemed inevitable. Nor that merely. What if the editor, at the last moment, dissatisfied with the start, should withhold the signal to drop the rope? Or if he should not give it in time? The crossing was about 250 feet in width. Quick the eye, steady the hand, unerring the judgment required. If now one look away, or his mind wander, or a rein slip, and what attraction in the ensemble of the thousands over the spreading balcony, calculating upon the natural impulse to give one glance, just one, in sooth of curiosity or vanity, malice might be there with an artifice, while friendship and love, did they serve the same result, might be as deadly as malice. The divine last touch in perfecting the beautiful is animation. Can we accept the saying, then these latter days, so tame in pastime and dull in sports, have scarcely anything to compare to the spectacle offered by the 6 contestants? Let the reader try to fancy it. Let him first look down upon the arena, and see it glistening in its frame of dull white granite walls. Let him then, in this perfect field, see the chariots, light of wheel, very graceful, and ornate as paint and burnishing can make them. Masalas rich with ivory and gold. Let him see the drivers, erect and statuesque, undisturbed by the motion of the cars, their limbs naked, and fresh and ruddy with the healthful polish of the baths. In their right hands goads, suggestive of torture dreadful to the thought. In their left hands, held in careful separation and high, that they may not interfere with view of the steeds, the reins passing taut from the 4 ends of the carriage poles. Let him see the 4s, chosen for beauty as well as speed. Let him see them in magnificent action, their masters not more conscious of the situation and all that is asked and hoped from them, their heads tossing, nostrils in play, now distent, now contracted, limbs too dainty for the sand which they touch but to spurn, limbs slender, yet with impact crushing as hammers, every muscle of the rounded bodies instinct with glorious life, swelling, diminishing, justifying the world in taking from them its ultimate measure of force. Finally, along with chariots, drivers, horses, let the reader see the accompanying shadows fly, and with such distinctness as the picture comes, he may share the satisfaction and deeper pleasure of those to whom it was a thrilling fact, not a feeble fancy. Every age has its plenty of sorrows. Heaven help where there are no pleasures. The competitors having started each on the shortest line for the position next the wall, yielding would be like giving up the race, and who dared yield? It is not in common nature to change a purpose in mid-career, and the cries of encouragement from the balcony were indistinguishable and indescribable, a roar which had the same effect upon all the drivers. The 4s neared the rope together. Then the trumpeter by the editor's side blew a signal vigorously. 20 feet away it was not heard. Seeing the action, however, the judges dropped the rope, and not an instant too soon, for the hoof of one of Masala's horses struck it as it fell. Nothing daunted, the Roman shook out his long lash, loosed the reins, leaned forward, and with a triumphant shout took the wall. "Jove with us! Jove with us!" yelled all the Roman faction in a frenzy of delight. As Masala turned in, the bronze lion's head at the end of his axle caught the foreleg of the Athenian's right-hand trace-mate, flinging the brute over against its yoke-fellow. Both staggered, struggled, and lost their headway. The ushers had their will at least in part. The thousands held their breath with horror. Only up where the consul sat was there shouting. "Jove with us!" screamed Drusus frantically. "He wins! Jove with us!" answered his associates, seeing Masala speed on. Tablet in hand, Sanballat turned to them. A crash from the course below stopped his speech, and he could not but look that way. Masala having passed, the Corinthian was the only contestant on the Athenian's right, and to that side the latter tried to turn his broken fore, and then, as ill fortune would have it, the wheel of the Byzantine, who was next on the left, struck the tailpiece of his chariot, knocking his feet from under him. There was a crash, a scream of rage and fear, and the unfortunate Cleanthes fell under the hoofs of his own steeds. A terrible sight, against which Esther covered her eyes. On swept the Corinthian, on the Byzantine, on the Sidonian. Sanballat looked for Ben-Hur, and turned again to Drusus and his coterie. 100 sestertii on the Jew!" he cried. "Taken!" answered Drusus. "Another 100 on the Jew!" shouted Sanballat. Nobody appeared to hear him. He called again. The situation below was too absorbing, and they were too busy shouting, "Masala! Masala! Jove with us!" When the Jewess ventured to look again, a party of workmen were removing the horses and broken car. Another party were taking off the man himself, and every bench upon which there was a Greek was vocal with execrations and prayers for vengeance. Suddenly she dropped her hands. Ben-Hur, unhurt, was to the front, coursing freely forward along with the Roman. Behind them in a group followed the Sidonian, the Corinthian, and the Byzantine. The race was on. The souls of the racers were in it. Over them bent the myriads. End of chapter. Book 5, Chapter 14 of Ben-Hur. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Ben-Hur, A Tale of the Christ, by Lew WALLACE, Book 5, Chapter 14. When the dash for position began, Ben-Hur, as we have seen, was on the extreme left of the six. For a moment, like the others, he was half blinded by the light in the arena, yet he managed to catch sight of his antagonists and divine their purpose. At Masala, who was more than an antagonist to him, he gave one searching look. The air of passionless hauteur, characteristic of the fine patrician face, was there as of old, and so was the Italian beauty, which the helmet rather increased. But more, it may have been a jealous fancy, or the effect of the brassy shadow in which the features were at the moment cast, still the Israelite thought he saw the soul of the man as through a glass, darkly, cruel, cunning, desperate, not so excited as determined, a soul in a tension of watchfulness and fierce resolve. In a time not longer than was required to turn to his fore again, Ben-Hur felt his own resolution harden to a like temper. At whatever cost, at all hazards, he would humble this enemy. Prize, friends, wagers, honor, everything that can be thought of as a possible interest in the race was lost in the one deliberate purpose. Regard for life even should not hold him back. Yet there was no passion on his part, no blinding rush of heated blood from heart to brain and back again, no impulse to fling himself upon fortune. He did not believe in fortune. Far otherwise. He had his plan, and, confiding in himself, he settled to the task never more observant, never more capable. The air about him seemed aglow with a renewed and perfect transparency. When not halfway across the arena, he saw that Masala's rush would, if there was no collision and the rope fell, give him the wall. That the rope would fall, he ceased as soon to doubt. And further, it came to him a sudden flash-like insight that Masala knew it was to be let drop at the last moment. Pre-arrangement with the editor could safely reach that point in the contest. And it suggested, What more Roman-like than for the official to lend himself to a countryman who, besides being so popular, had also so much at stake? There could be no other accounting for the confidence with which Masala pushed his four forward the instant his competitors were prudentially checking their fours in front of the obstruction. No other except madness. It is one thing to see a necessity and another to act upon it. Ben-Hur yielded the wall for the time. The rope fell, and all the fours but his sprang into the course after urgency of voice and lash. He drew head to the right, and with all the speed of his Arabs, darted across the trails of his opponents, the angle of movement being such as to lose the least time and gain the greatest possible advance. So, while the spectators were shivering at the Athenian's mishap, and the Sidonian, Byzantine, and Corinthian were striving, with such skill as they possessed, to avoid involvement in the ruin, Ben-Hur swept around and took the course neck and neck with Masala, though on the outside. The marvellous skill shown in making the change thus from the extreme left across to the right without appreciable loss did not fail the sharp eyes upon the benches. The circus seemed to rock and rock again with prolonged applause. Then Esther clasped her hands in glad surprise. Then Sanballat, smiling, offered his 100 sestertii a second time without a taker. And then the Romans began to doubt, thinking Masala might have found an equal, if not a master, and that in an Israelite. And now, racing together side by side, a narrow interval between them, the two neared the second goal. The pedestal of the 3 pillars there, viewed from the west, was a stone wall in the form of a half-circle, around which the course and opposite balcony were bent in exact parallelism. Making this turn was considered in all respects the most telling test of a charioteer. It was, in fact, the very feat in which Orestes failed. As an involuntary admission of interest on the part of the spectators, a hush fell over all the circus, so that for the first time in the race the rattle and clang of the cars plunging after the tugging steeds were distinctly heard. Then, it would seem, Masala observed Ben-Hur, and recognized him, and at once the audacity of the man flamed out in an astonishing manner. "Down, Eros! Up, Mars!" he shouted, whirling his lash with practised hand. "Down, Eros! Up, Mars!" he repeated, and caught the well-doing Arabs of Ben-Hur a cut the like of which they had never known. The blow was seen in every quarter. The amazement was universal. The silence deepened. Up on the benches behind the consul the boldest held his breath, waiting for the outcome. Only a moment thus, then, involuntarily, down from the balcony, as thunder falls, burst the indignant cry of the people. The 4 sprang forward affrighted. No hand had ever been laid upon them except in love. They had been nurtured ever so tenderly, and as they grew, their confidence in man became a lesson to men beautiful to see. What should such dainty natures do under such indignity but leap as from death? Forward they sprang as with one impulse, and forward leaped the car. Past question, every experience is serviceable to us. Where got Ben-Hur the large hand and mighty grip which helped him now so well? Where but from the oar with which so long he fought the sea? And what was this spring of the floor under his feet to the dizzy eccentric lurch with which in the old time the trembling ship yielded to the beat of staggering billows, drunk with their power? So he kept his place, and gave the 4 free rein, and called to them in soothing voice, trying merely to guide them round the dangerous turn. And before the fever of the people began to abate, he had back the mastery. Nor that only. On approaching the first goal, he was again side by side with Masala, bearing with him the sympathy and admiration of everyone not a Roman. So clearly was the feeling shown, so vigorous its manifestation, that Masala, with all his boldness, felt it unsafe to trifle further. As the cars whirled round the goal, Esther caught sight of Ben-Hur's face, a little pale, a little higher raised, otherwise calm, even placid. Immediately a man climbed on the entablature at the west end of the division wall and took down one of the conical wooden balls. A dolphin on the east entablature was taken down at the same time. In like manner the second ball and second dolphin disappeared, and then the third ball and third dolphin. 3 rounds concluded, still Masala held the inside position, still Ben-Hur moved with him side by side, still the other competitors followed as before. The contest began to have the appearance of one of the double races which became so popular in Rome during the later Caesarean period. Masala and Ben-Hur in the first, the Corinthian, Sidonian, and Byzantine in the second. Meantime the ushers succeeded in returning the multitude to their seats, though the clamour continued to run the rounds, keeping, as it were, even pace with the rivals in the course below. In the 5th round the Sidonians succeeded in getting a place outside Ben-Hur, but lost it directly. The 6th round was entered upon without change of relative position. Gradually the speed had been quickened, gradually the blood of the competitors warmed with the work. Men and beasts seemed to know alike that the final crisis was near, bringing the time for the winner to assert himself. The interest which from the beginning had centred chiefly in the struggle between the Roman and the Jew, with an intense and general sympathy for the latter, was fast changing to anxiety on his account. On all the benches the spectators bent forward motionless, except as their faces turned following the contestants. Ilderim quitted combing his beard, and Esther forgot her fears. 100 sestertii on the Jew!" cried Sanballat to the Romans under the consul's awning. There was no reply. "A talent, or 5 talents, or 10, choose ye!" He shook his tablets at them defiantly. "I will take thy sestertii," answered a Roman youth preparing to write. "Do not so," interposed a friend. "Why?" "Masala hath reached his utmost speed. See him lean over his chariot rim, the reins loose as flying ribbons. Look then at the Jew." The first one looked. "By Hercules," he replied, his countenance falling, "the dog throws all his weight on the bits. I see, if the gods help not our friend, he will be run away with by the Israelite. No, not yet. Look, Jove with us, Jove with us!" The cry, swelled by every Latin tongue, shook the Valeria over the consul's head. If it were true that Masala had attained his utmost speed, the effort was with effect. Slowly but certainly he was beginning to forge ahead. His horses were running with their heads low down. From the balcony their bodies appeared actually to skim the earth. Their nostrils showed blood red in expansion. Their eyes seemed straining in their sockets. Certainly the good steeds were doing their best. How long could they keep the pace? It was but the commencement of the 6th round. On they dashed. As they neared the second goal, Ben-Hur turned in behind the Roman's car. The joy of the Masala faction reached its bound. They screamed and howled and tossed their colours, and Sanballat filled his tablets with wagers of their tendering. Malak, in the lower gallery, over the Gate of Triumph, found it hard to keep his cheer. He had cherished the vague hint dropped to him by Ben-Hur of something to happen in the turning of the western pillars. It was the 5th round, yet the something had not come, and he had said to himself, "The 6th will bring it." But lo, Ben-Hur was hardly holding a place at the tail of his enemy's car. Over in the east end Simonides' party held their peace. The merchant's head was bent low. Ilderim tugged at his beard, and dropped his brows till there was nothing of his eyes but an occasional sparkle of light. Esther scarcely breathed. Eros alone appeared glad. Along the home stretch, 6th round, Masala leading, next him Ben-Hur, and so close it was the old story. First flew Eumelus on Phaeacian steeds, with those of Tros bold Diomed succeeds. Close on Eumelus's back they puff the wind, and seem just mounting on his car behind. Full on his neck he feels the sultry breeze, and, hovering o'er, their stretching shadows sees. Thus to the first goal and round it. Masala, fearful of losing his place, hugged the stony wall with perilous clasp. A foot to the left and he would have been dashed to pieces. Yet when the turn was finished, no man, looking at the wheel tracks of the two cars, could have said, "Here went Masala, there the Jew." They left but one trace behind them. As they whirled by, Esther saw Ben-Hur's face again, and it was whiter than before. Simonides, shrewder than Esther, said to Ilderim, the moment the rivals turned into the course, "I am no judge, good sheikh. If Ben-Hur be not about to execute some design, his faith hath that look." To which Ilderim answered, "Saw you how clean they were and fresh? By the splendour of God, friend, they have not been running. But now watch." One ball and one dolphin remained on the entablatures, and all the people drew a long breath, for the beginning of the end was at hand. First the Sidonian gave the scourge to his four, and, smarting with fear and pain, they dashed desperately forward, promising for a brief time to go to the front. The effort ended in promise. Next the Byzantine and the Corinthian each made the trial with like result, after which they were practically out of the race. Thereupon, with a readiness perfectly inexplicable, all the factions except the Romans joined hope in Ben-Hur, and openly indulged their feeling. "Ben-Hur! Ben-Hur!" they shouted, and the blent voices of the many rolled overwhelmingly against the consular stand. From the benches above him as he passed, the favoured dissented in fierce injunctions. "Speed thee, Jew!" "Take the wall now!" "On! Loose the Arabs! Give them rein and scourge!" "Let him not have the turn on thee again, now or never!" Over the balustrade they stooped low, stretching their hands imploringly to him. Either he did not hear, or could not do better, for halfway round the course and he was still following, at the second goal even still no change. And now to make the turn Masala began to draw in his left-hand steeds, an act which necessarily slackened their speed. His spirit was high. More than one altar was richer of his vows. The Roman genius was still president. On the three pillars, only 600 feet away, were fame, increase of fortune, promotions, and a triumph ineffably sweetened by hate, all in store for him. That moment Malek, in the gallery, saw Ben-Hur lean forward over his Arabs and give them the reins. Out flew the many-folded lash in his hand. Over the backs of the startled steeds it writhed and hissed and writhed again and again, and though it fell not, there was both sting and menace in its quick report, and as the man passed thus from quiet to resistless action, his face suffused, his eyes gleaming, along the reins he seemed to flash his will. And instantly not one, but the four as one, answered with a leap that landed them alongside the Roman's car. Masala, on the perilous edge of the goal, heard, but dared not look to see what the awakening portended. From the people he received no sign. Above the noises of the race there was but one voice, and that was Ben-Hur's. In the old Aramaic, as the sheikh himself, he called to the Arabs, "On, Altair! On, Rigel! What, Antares, dost thou linger now? Good horse! Oho, Aldebaran! I hear them singing in the tents. I hear the children singing and the women singing of the stars, of Altair, Antares, Rigel, Aldebaran. Victory! And the song will never end. Well done! Home tomorrow, under the black tent. Home! On, Antares! The tribe is waiting for us. The master is waiting. 'Tis done! 'Tis done! Ha ha! We have overthrown the proud. The hand that smote us is in the dust. Ours the glory! Ha ha! Steady! The work is done! So ho! Rest!" There had never been anything of the kind more simple, seldom anything so instantaneous. At the moment chosen for the dash, Masala was moving in a circle round the goal. To pass him, Ben-Hur had to cross the track, and good strategy required the movement to be in a forward direction, that is, on a like circle limited to the least possible increase. The thousands on the benches understood it all. They saw the signal given, the magnificent response, the four close outside Masala's outer wheel, Ben-Hur's inner wheel behind the other's car. All this they saw. Then they heard a crash loud enough to send a thrill through the circus, and quicker than thought, out over the course a spray of shining white and yellow flinders flew. Down on its right side toppled the bed of the Roman's chariot. There was a rebound as of the axle hitting the hard earth. Another and another. Then the car went to pieces, and Masala, entangled in the reins, pitched forward headlong. To increase the horror of the sight by making death certain, the Sidonian, who had the wall next behind, could not stop or turn out. Into the wreck full speed he drove, then over the Roman, and into the latter's fore, all mad with fear. Presently, out of the turmoil, the fighting of horses, the resound of blows, the murky cloud of dust and sand, he crawled, in time to see the Corinthian and Byzantine go on down the course after Ben-Hur, who had not been an instant delayed. The people arose, and leaped upon the benches, and shouted and screamed. Those who looked that way caught glimpses of Masala, now under the trampling of the fours, now under the abandoned cars. He was still. They thought him dead. But far the greater number followed Ben-Hur in his career. They had not seen the cunning touch of the reins by which, turning a little to the left, he caught Masala's wheel with the iron-shod point of his axle, and crushed it. But they had seen the transformation of the man, and themselves felt the heat and glow of his spirit, the heroic resolution, the maddening energy of action with which, by look, word, and gesture, he so suddenly inspired his Arabs. And such running! It was rather the long leaping of lions in harness. But for the lumbering chariot, it seemed the four were flying. When the Byzantine and Corinthian were halfway down the course, Ben-Hur turned the last goal, and the race was won. The consul arose. The people shouted themselves hoarse. The editor came down from his seat and crowned the victors. The fortunate man among the boxers was a low-browed, yellow-haired Saxon, of such brutalized face as to attract a second look from Ben-Hur, who recognized a teacher with whom he himself had been a favorite at Rome. From him the young Jew looked up and beheld Simonides and his party on the balcony. They waved their hands to him. Esther kept her seat, but Irus arose and gave him a smile and a wave of her fan, favors not the less intoxicating to him because we know, O reader, they would have fallen to Masala had he been the victor. The procession was then formed, and midst the shouting of the multitude which had had its will, passed out of the gate of triumph, and the day was over. End of chapter. Book 5, Chapter 15 of Ben-Hur. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Ben-Hur, A Tale of the Christ, by Lew WALLACE, Book 5, Chapter 15. Ben-Hur tarried across the river with Ilderim, for at midnight, as previously determined, they would take the road which the caravan, then 30 hours out, had pursued. The sheikh was happy. His offers of gifts had been royal, but Ben-Hur had refused everything, insisting that he was satisfied with the humiliation of his enemy. The generous dispute was long continued.
"Think," the sheikh would say, "what thou hast done for me. In every black tent down to the Aqaba and to the ocean, and across to the Euphrates, and beyond to the sea of the Scythians, the renown of my Myra and her children will go, and they who sing of them will magnify me, and forget that I am in the wane of life. And all the spears now masterless will come to me, and my sword hands multiply past counting. Thou dost not know what it is to have sway of the desert such as will now be mine. I tell thee, it will bring tribute incalculable from commerce, and immunity from kings. Ay, by the sword of Solomon! Doth my messenger seek favour for me of Caesar, that will he get. Yet nothing, nothing?"
And Ben-Hur would answer, "Nay, sheikh, have I not thy hand and heart? Let thy increase of power and influence inure to the king who comes. Who shall say it was not allowed thee for him? In the work I am going to, I may have great need. Saying no now, will leave me to ask of thee with better grace hereafter." In the midst of a controversy of the kind, 2 messengers arrived, Malak and one unknown. The former was admitted first. The good fellow did not attempt to hide his joy over the event of the day. "But, coming to that with which I am charged," he said, "the master Simonides sends me to say that, upon the adjournment of the games, some of the Roman faction made haste to protest against payment of the money prize." Ilderim started up, crying in his shrillest tones, "By the splendour of God! The East shall decide whether the race was fairly won."
"Nay, good Sheikh," said Malak, "the editor has paid the money."
"'Tis well."
When they said Ben-Hur struck Masala's wheel, the editor laughed, and reminded them of the blow the Arabs had at the turn of the goal.
"And what of the Athenian?"
"He is dead." "Dead!" cried Ben-Hur.
"Dead!" echoed Ilderim. "What fortune these Roman monsters have! Masala escaped?"
"Escaped, yes, O Sheikh, with life, but it shall be a burden to him. The physicians say he will live, but will never walk again." Ben-Hur looked silently up to heaven. He had a vision of Masala, chair-bound like Simonides, and like him going abroad on the shoulders of servants. The good man had abode well, but what would this one with his pride and ambition? "Simonides bade me say, further," Malak continued, "Sanballat is having trouble. Drusus, and those who signed with him, referred the question of paying the 5 talents they lost to the consul Maxentius, and he has referred it to Caesar. Masala also refused his losses, and Sanballat, in imitation of Drusus, went to the consul, where the matter is still in advisement. The better Romans say the Protestants shall not be excused, and all the adverse factions join with them. The city rings with the scandal." "What says Simonides?" asked Ben-Hur. "The master laughs and is well pleased. If the Roman pays, he is ruined. If he refuses to pay, he is dishonoured. The imperial policy will decide the matter. To offend the East would be a bad beginning with the Parthians. To offend Sheikh Ilderim would be to antagonize the desert, over which lie all Maxentius's lines of operation. Wherefore Simonides bade me tell you to have no disquiet. Masala will pay." Ilderim was at once restored to his good humour.
"Let us be off now," he said, rubbing his hands. "The business will do well with Simonides. The glory is ours. I will order the horses."
"Stay," said Malak. "I left a messenger outside. Will you see him?"
"By the splendour of God, I forgot him."
Malak retired, and was succeeded by a lad of gentle manners and delicate appearance, who knelt upon one knee, and said, winningly, "Iras, the daughter of Balthazar, well known to good Sheikh Ilderim, hath entrusted me with a message to the Sheikh, who, she saith, will do her great favour so he receive her congratulations, on account of the victory of his four."
"The daughter of my friend is kind," said Ilderim with sparkling eyes. "Do thou give her this jewel, in sign of the pleasure I have from her message." He took a ring from his finger as he spoke.
"I will as thou sayest, O Sheikh," the lad replied, and continued, "The daughter of the Egyptian charged me further. She prays the good Sheikh Ilderim to send word to the youth Ben-Hur that her father hath taken residence for a time in the palace of Idrene, where she will receive the youth after the 4th hour tomorrow. And if with her congratulations Sheikh Ilderim will accept her gratitude for this other favour done, she will be ever so pleased." The Sheikh looked at Ben-Hur, whose face was suffused with pleasure.
"What will you?"
he asked. "By your leave, O Sheikh, I will see the fair Egyptian." Ilderim laughed, and said,
"Shall not a man enjoy his youth?"
Then Ben-Hur answered the messenger, "Say to her who sent you that I, Ben-Hur, will see her at the palace of Idrene, wherever that may be, tomorrow at noon." The lad arose and with silent salute departed. At midnight Ilderim took the road, having arranged to leave a horse and a guide for Ben-Hur, who was to follow him. End of chapter.